And I'm your host for day 2 of the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Rising Star Challenge. We are so excited to have you guys here today. So, there are some of you that are watching us on YouTube. There are some of you that are watching us on Facebook. And I don't know how you're planning on getting discovered there. This is what I need you to do. I need you to come on over here and join us here in the Zoom. How are you going to do that? You are going to type in VIPigniteSummit.com, VIPigniteSummit.com. You're going to get a Zoom link and you're going to come over here and join us on the Zoom. All right, guys. So we have so much for you guys today. So let me first start by introducing myself a little bit. Is it okay if I introduce myself so you know who the crazy person with the crazy hat is here? Awesome. So my name is Deneen White, and I'm the publicist for VIP Ignite. I host all of our live and virtual events, and I don't always look this fabulous, but you know, tis the season to dress up. So today is day 2 of our event, and that means that it is Transformation Day. Yesterday, we laid the foundation for everything. Yesterday, we laid the foundation. We had the opportunity to hear from an agent. We had the opportunity to hear from Ryan Colby what he expects from talent. He went over, he's an agent that represents talent in LA and New York. He went over what he expects from talent. He actually had the chance to evaluate some of our amazing talent. How awesome was that yesterday? Did you guys enjoy seeing people get evaluated? That was amazing. We did a lot of mindset yesterday. One thing we learned yesterday is that success is 80% mindset and 20% tactics. Write that in the comments. It's 80% mindset and 20% tactics. So we talked about, you know what, we understand that not everyone has a supportive family. My family thinks they think I'm bananas, and they haven't even seen the way I'm dressed yet today. But they think I'm crazy for doing what I do because, you know what, our families, they want security. But what we learned yesterday was how to tell them to stop the crabs. It's not that they don't love you, it's that they want to keep you safe. So yesterday we talked about having a crab boil with all of the haters, okay? We also talked about what type of modeling you qualify for. How in the comments, what type of modeling do you qualify for? Let me know in the comments. I want to know what type of modeling do you qualify for? And if you don't know, congratulations, everyone qualifies for modeling. Commercial print, exactly. Good job. That's awesome. I'm glad you guys know that. The best part about that is that's 80% of the industry. If you want to make money, that's what you need to be. You need to be a commercial print model. So congratulations on that. We also heard from Haviland Stillwell, who graduated from NYU. She was Fontaine on Broadway. She has done amazing things. She told you the secrets to her success. We also talked about script analysis. How many of you watched a TV show or a movie last night? You're like, gosh darn it, I'm never going to be able to do this the same way again. I know, me too, right? Every time. But the thing is now when you're watching television, you're not doing it as a fan. You're doing it as someone who's in the industry. You have insider knowledge. Type insider knowledge in the comments. If that's all you get, you have insider knowledge now. Congratulations, that's amazing. People pay tens of thousands of dollars to get the information that you got yesterday. You're ahead of the class. You should be excited. That means, you know what? You're already successful. So this is what I want you to do. In the comments, type success in the comments. Type success in the comments. We had Ryan Colby, like I said, come on, live from Maine. He evaluated some of our talent. He was telling you guys what he expects from talent, from his models. How many of you started creating new habits yesterday so that you can have success today and going forward? We talked about that first thing in the morning. You have to create new habits. So in the comments, if you created a new habit, type habit in the comments. What was your new habit? What is the new habit that you are creating now? First of all, you're here. Congratulations. Give yourselves a round of applause. Hold on, I don't see y'all applauding yourselves. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're here. That's a new habit, showing up for yourself. For some of you, showing up for yourself is a habit that you have to create, that you're starting right now. We also had the opportunity to hear about what we're going to be doing in Hollywood. Oh my gosh. How many of you are so excited? You're already on track to go to Hollywood. You're going to be talking to us tomorrow and Tuesday. Oh my gosh. I was like, this is bananas. So many people. But you know what? This is awesome. Being on Zoom is amazing. I love Zoom. If it weren't for Zoom, like, I don't know where we wouldn't be here together, would we? No. You all would have had to fly somewhere. We would have had to drive somewhere. We'd have to set up the stage. But here we are on Zoom. Thank God for innovation. But you know what's better than that? Meeting face to face in person. And some of you already are on track for that opportunity. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, please hold. Later on, we're going to talk about that. But guys, I want you to start thinking about, how have you already transformed? How have you already transformed? Like, what is it in you that's already changed, that's brought you where you are today? Right? You showed up for yourselves. Again, for a lot of you, that's something you need to start doing more consistently, showing up for yourself. For some of you, you have to be willing to take a risk. And let me tell you something. I want you to write this down. The biggest risk you can take in life is not taking a risk. The biggest risk you can take in life is not taking a risk. And what I'm going to do in a minute is I'm going to show you some photos of people who took risks. Okay? I'm going to show you some pictures of people who, you know what, maybe they were like, oh, I don't know. But let me tell you something. They went all in on themselves. They believed in themselves. And you know what happened? Amazing things. Because you know what? I know what it's like to live a life of safety. Okay? I used to live a life of safety all the time. Safety was my favorite thing. Okay? I mean, let's be honest. Our brain designed us to be safe. It's not a bad thing to want to be safe. But what I want you to understand is that when you play it safe, you're in the danger zone. Because if you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always gotten. How many of you are, you know what, right in this very moment, this is the best moment of my life. You know what? I'm making all the money I want. I'm going to work and I'm doing something I love every day. When I wake up tomorrow, I'm going on set and I'm going to be making money on set. How many of you are living that life right now? And that's not to crap all over you, okay? But what I want you to understand is that right now you're moving forward. Thank you. You're manifesting it. But let's talk a little bit about manifestation. Do you know how you actually manifest things? By taking action. How many of you have ever seen a little movie called The Wizard of Oz? Raise your hands. Okay, let me tell you about The Wizard of Oz. And I didn't realize this until recently. Every year, one of the things my dad and I did with my mom and my sister is when The Wizard of Oz came on, because back in the olden days, it only came on in April in Philadelphia area. Back in the day, it wasn't available 24/7 like it is now. What we would do is we would make a whole day of it. We would pop some popcorn, we would get some chocolates, we would have some soda, and we would watch The Wizard of Oz. But you know what blew my mind when I learned this recently? We're all, let's get on the yellow brick road. Woo-hoo, let's go, right? How many of you want to get on the yellow brick road to go to Oz? I know I do. But did any of you ever realize that yellow brick road was not created until Dorothy took the first step? That, my friends, is manifestation. Let's talk faith for a second. It's Sunday. I see a lot of people, oh my God, I was in church. Let's talk a little bit about manifestation. Peter wanted to walk on water. Oh my God, Lord, if only I can do that. If only I can do that. Everyone always wanted to see miracles. Do you know when Peter walked on water? He had to step out of the boat. He had to step out of the boat onto the water in order to walk on water. And yeah, he sank, but you know what? He did that. And he was able to say, hey, look, I did this. So here's my question for you. You're here, what do you want to do in let me know in the comments. What is it that you want to accomplish? And whatever it is, like, tell me what your big, hairy, audacious goal is. We talked about this yesterday. What is your goal? Yeah, you want to write a bestseller? Awesome. Have you written a word yet? Because you can't write a bestseller if you don't write the first word. You want to become famous. How do you want to become famous? Look, oh, that's great. Alicia, since she's been coming on Zoom with us, she's had results already. Become a famous actor. Let me hear your monologue. That's awesome. Be the face of the underdogs and misunderstood. Okay, how are you speaking out right now? Are you taking action right now? Because you're not going to manifest crap if you don't start taking action. And I love manifestation. I love attractive, but you get out of the universe what you put into it. You get rewarded in public for what you're doing in private. Right now, if I Googled you, what would I find? If I don't find anything, you know what? That means you need to take more action. And I'm not coming off hard. I'm coming off. The reason I'm saying all this to you right now is because when Tanya gets on later today, she wants to work with people of action. She doesn't want to work with talkers. She wants to work with people who are moving forward, who are willing to start doing the work now, so that when you get to meet her live face to face, then she has something to work with. That's what we want too. But you know what the thing is with us? We're the ones that are going to get you there. We're the ones that are going to help to build that up. We're going to show you what you need to do so that you can become that famous actor. So you can have the mindset to become that best-selling author. So you can be the face of the underdogs. Okay? That's what we do. And that's why you're here. Yesterday, you learned more in 8 hours than some people who've gone to school for 4 years. Wrap your head around that. That's what today is all about. Yesterday, we laid the foundation. Today is transformation. And let me ask you something. How do you transform? Do you transform by dreaming, or do you transform by doing? Answer that in the comments. Do you want to dream or do you want to do? Which one is it? You want to do? Do you want to watch Netflix or do you want to be on Netflix? Do you want to watch this call or do you want to be a speaker on this call one day? Oh, I think I'm stepping on some toes now. Do you want to be a consumer or do you want to be a giver? Which one? How many of you would love one day to reach a level of success where we're like, oh my gosh, please, you know what? That's awesome. Can you please come back and talk? We want you to share your story with us. How many of you want that? Start setting your sights higher and higher, because you know what? It can happen. It all starts on a Zoom, which is where you are right now. It all starts on a Zoom. And I want you to remember that as we go through this day, it all starts with, it's going to happen, right? Yes, it's going to happen. Type that in the comments. It's going to happen. It is going to happen. Yes, transformation starts right now. So let me go over a couple of things before we bring our first speaker on. And when I'm going over these things, I'm not nitpicking. I want you to know my expectations, because one day I want to introduce you as a speaker on this stage. But let me go over a couple of things that you have to start working on right now. First of all, you need to be on camera. Okay. If you're listening to the sound of my voice and you're not on camera, unless you're like in the CIA or in the restroom, get your butt on camera. Okay. I know I got some messages. People have to work. I get that. That's fine. You're still listening in, but be on camera, because you know what? I've literally gotten messages, frantic messages from Ryan Colby. Deneen, who is this person? Who is that person? Never once has he said, hey, that black box looks like they have a lot of potential. Can I please get the name of that black box? You laugh, but you're here as on an audition for acting and modeling. Okay. The other thing is that in the comments, I want you to save the comments section for answering our questions. Okay. This is the rule. I want you to answer my questions. Hey, are you excited to be here? One in the comments. Type it in now. Are you excited to be here? One in the comments. There you go. Don't use that comment box to talk about what you're doing outside of the Zoom call. We don't want to know that. And let me explain this to you. We put a lot of time and effort into these events. Be respectful of our time. We're being respectful of your time. We're bringing you tremendous value. This is like, if there was like an energy bar that you could eat to give you everything that you need, like for a year, you're getting it right here. So be respectful. We don't need to know that you have to use the restroom, that you're hungry, that you're tired, that you stubbed your toe. We don't need to know any of that. We're all adults here. If you're an adult or you're on an adult level, because I do know we have some people under the age of 18, type I'm a grown up in the comments. That's all I need. Just let's set that. Tanya Kleckner doesn't want to know when you guys have to go to the restroom, okay? She doesn't want to know that your phone's dying. She wants people that wouldn't tell her that. They would just show up prepared. All right. Awesome. Thank you. I feel like I should start singing the Toys R Us song. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. You're welcome. You all have that in your head now for the rest of the day. All right. So I want to talk about some of our talent that have come on and gone before us, all started on a Zoom call. I'm not going to go over the same people that I went over yesterday. Is that okay? Is it okay if we talk about new people? All right. So I'm trying to find images here. Alicia, maybe you can help me with this because you are like the image queen. Okay. So one of our talent, Avinash. He is 50 years old. He lives in New Jersey. Okay. Actually, I have a picture. I'll share it with you, but I want to tell you a little story about Avinash. Okay. So when we met Avinash, and he's a great guy. He's like such a nice guy, but he was getting on our calls, and he was kind of a little bit resistant to moving forward, if you will. Okay. And it was a challenge. He was very much a challenge. Okay. But let me tell you something. Alicia literally had to almost like, if there was a wrestling match, he would have been pinned, but he still would have been flailing about. Okay. And I remember Mike and I were at lunch and she was like, you need to talk to him. You need to I need you to get on and I need you to talk to him. Okay. And I just unmuted you, Alicia, by the way.
I was like, how can I not get on?
Okay. I know.
Hold on. I have pictures with Avinash.
Okay, awesome.
As we're talking.
Okay. But the point, what I wanted to talk about with Avinash was that he was very resistant. Okay. This was at our photo shoot in Atlanta. So he came to Atlanta and came to a photo shoot and he took some stunning photos. Like the photos that he took, I was like, oh my gosh, who is this man? And like, I literally said that to him. But let me tell you a story about him. He took those photos. He took the training that he got and he submitted himself out for an ad. How many of you have ever seen that Upwork ads with the zombies? Has anyone seen that ad? Okay, if you haven't, I have to find that and I'll share that. I'm sure that it's on YouTube. I'll find it and share it in the group. But he literally had zero experience, got flown to Portugal for 7 days, filmed this ad, and Alicia, Mike, and I have been traveled a lot last year. So everywhere I freaking went, Avinash followed me. So imagine you're just randomly watching the World Series. And then all of a sudden, you see this guy. Only he's dressed as a zombie. Okay. He was so resistant to taking a leap of faith on himself. But after he did, he learned the frameworks that he needed to start booking work consistently. So not only was he in an Upwork ad, let me tell you something. How many of you have heard of the Oscars? How many of you have heard of the Emmys? You've heard of the Tonys? How many of you have heard of the Clio Awards? No. Okay. Larry in a window has. That's awesome. Larry in a box has. Okay. Oh, Up there. Oh, thank you. There we go.
I'm
The
trying to
commercial
click
that
on the link.
Avinash was in won 9 Clio awards. The Clio award is the highest award that you can win for a commercial. It didn't win 1, it won 9. And now I'm sure that they'll be playing this ad more now that it's the Halloween Halloween time. But you can see him. That commercial was shown internationally. It all started on a Zoom call, just like this. He was literally on a boot camp. He would get on a boot camp, and then he would get on the next boot camp, and he would get on the next boot camp, and we'd be like, okay, what are you doing with yourself? Then all of a sudden, he scheduled an interview with us. Then he's in Atlanta taking amazing photos. He's getting the training that he needs. And now, 9 Clio awards, 9. And what does that mean? That means that every time that ad is played, he's getting a check in the mail. He's getting residual checks for a commercial. How many of you would love to book a commercial, travel internationally to Portugal, to one of the most beautiful locations you can, have the opportunity to act in a commercial, and there are like 5 different versions of the commercial. So have your friends and family go, oh my God, Christine, I saw you in an ad.
I have the commercial. Do you guys want to see it?
Well, yes, if you have it, that would be awesome.
I do. I found it. Here we go. I'm going to rewind it. There's Avinash sitting right there.
Just
Here
make
we
sure
go.
you shared your audio, right?
Let me see. Hold on. Stop share. Oh, Deneen. Hold on.
I know. I'm just
Share
trying to make sure it
screen.
works.
Share sound.
There you go.
Okay, let's do it again.
Okay. And this is someone that started out on a Zoom just like this.
And he was very resistant. So is his wife. Here we go. Let me know if you.
We need to start hiring freelancers.
No, we need butts in seats. That's what Jack would have said.
Stop worrying about what I would have said. I'm dead.
There's Avinash.
Hold on, pause it.
Rules are made up. So
Okay, so this guy right here.
Wait, which guy?
I was pointing at Avinash.
Oh, I was trying to. Okay.
Just keep playing. It's fine.
Okay.
dead. I'm dead.
There's Avinash. Well, there.
All these old rules are
playing, it's
made up. So why not make up something
There's
better?
Avinash.
That's Avinash. Yep.
I just made up work.
But it won 9 Clio awards. 9. We were in Mexico. We see Avinash watching NFL. Avinash. He's everywhere.
We were in Mexico.
Yeah.
We were in Arizona. We
LA.
were in we were all over the country. That's the point I'm trying to make, is that that's the type of success that you can have. That's what this is all
And just
about.
to let you guys know, you guys showed the 1-minute commercial. When they film commercials like that, there's a 1-minute version, then there's multiple 30-second versions. So depending upon where those commercials will air. So something like that, when you see it, they didn't just shoot that, like that was shot over several days. And it was like multiple shoots because they did ones with just Avinash and the owner and so forth. So just like when you're watching commercials, pay attention because you'll start noticing the same commercial, but it's shot like at different angles, different time lengths. So depending upon the media where the commercial is going to be streamed, that, so it's like just doing one commercial doesn't mean you get paid just for that one time. You could be shooting multiple commercials under that one brand, just to let everybody know. I'll talk about that on a future call, but just kind of an interesting fact about commercials.
Yeah. And Christine Harding made also a really good point. He had the most shots of character than anyone. Like he was featured in this commercial over and over and over again. So I'm not telling you this to impress you. I'm telling you this to impress upon you that this can be you. How many of you would like that life? If you would like that life, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. And just so you know, before he started working with us, he was in the finance sector. So he's not classically trained. He literally was working in the finance sector.
I have
Awesome.
here from when we did our big movie premiere. There's Avinash back there.
Yeah, there he is.
There he is. We had our big movie premiere. He's in the back. Michael, me, Deneen. The whole gang is here, but like, oh, there we are.
Hi.
Those of you guys that have ever seen Sex and the City, Chris Noth, we had him at our party. We have a lot of fun here, but like, again, this is not meant for everybody. This is getting a chance to be face to face on Zoom is one thing, but you have to take action. And I want everybody to type take action. Because he couldn't have gotten an agent, Deneen, without us. He needed photos. He needed somebody to explain to him how the business works. Sometimes people don't take this seriously. You can't get these types of things from a website. You need connections. No one's ever going to book you from a website.
That is so true.
You have to take action. So like these calls are cute because anybody can join, but at the end of this call, you have to, it's momentum. You have to do something about it. Because if not, this is it. This is where the road ends.
All right. So let me ask you guys a question. I want you to commit to yourselves. You're not committing to me. You're not committing to Alicia. You're not committing to Mike. You're committing to yourself, to your future self. How many of you want to start building the yellow brick road today? Raise your physical hands. Raise your hands. Okay. So this is what I want you to understand. I need you to commit to yourself right now that you are going to be all in for the next 8 hours. But before, do not type anything until I tell you what I'm asking you. Do not commit to something until you know what you're committing to. You're going to be on this call until it ends today. That's one. You're going to be on camera unless we already went over the reasons I don't want you on camera. You're going to be on camera unless there's a good reason for you not to be on camera. Okay. You're going to take notes. I'm about to introduce our first speaker of the day. You're going to take notes. Let me see your notebooks. Let me see them. Let me see your pens too. I want to see some pens. You're going to be taking notes all day long. Okay. And you are going to play full out, which means you are here until it ends. And this is what I want you to, the reason I want you to do this is I want you to start your commitment right now that you are all in for this whole day. So if you can commit to being here until the end, taking notes, being on camera, asking good questions, type all in the comments.
Deneen, one thing we didn't even talk about is that one commercial got him worldwide exposure. The world is now his oyster.
Yeah,
he has it on his reel.
yes,
People are then contacting him.
exactly.
And
All
he's
right,
still an accountant full time, guys. But he can earn now 25,000, 50,000, 100,000 for one day's work. Does that sound good to anybody here? So we're putting in the work now to work smarter, not harder.
Yep,
Our way works.
it does all
It
day
does.
long. All right, are you guys ready for our first speaker of the day? Before I introduce her though, one thing I forgot to mention is I need you to celebrate each and every speaker as if you're winning an Academy Award, you're winning an Emmy, you're winning a Clio Award, now that you know what that is. All right. So let me see you practice celebrating people. Go ahead. Show me some faces. Come on now. Listen, I was on my feet for 8 hours yesterday. Show me some excitement. Okay. All right. So allow me to introduce our first speaker of the day. So our first speaker is a peak performance coach who brings over 2 decades of experience in personal and professional development. Certified as an NLP master practitioner and business strategist, she specializes in breaking down mental barriers and reconditioning mindsets for unparalleled success. Jen has been pivotal in helping individuals exceed their performance goals across various fields, employing a transformative approach that goes beyond conventional coaching. Her strategies are designed to equip you with the mental and emotional tools necessary, not to just meet, but exceed your objectives. How many of you are here because you want to exceed your objectives? As the visionary behind the groundbreaking performance coaching platform, Jen has disrupted the traditional coaching landscape. She offers a transformative experience that is as relatable and enthusiastic as it is impactful. With Jen, you're not just getting advice, you're undergoing a comprehensive shift toward peak performance and success. Everyone, give it up for one of my good friends, the one and only Jen Conkey. Oh my God, Jen, thank you so much for being here today.
Oh my God, I'm very excited to be here. I could see you got everybody hyped up, ready to go.
Yes, we
I
do.
am super stoked. Cool. So thank you for that amazing introduction. I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to be a very interactive experience. And I see that Deneen has already been priming you for that. I'm going to be asking you to participate in the chat. I'm going to be asking you to get on your feet sometimes. I'm going to be asking you to recall past memories, close your eyes, do some visualization. But if y'all are ready to go, if you're ready to rock and roll, like put a 1 in the chat for me right now. Let's do this. I want to respect everybody's time and get the most value out of this. Cool. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Oh, Deneen, you have them conditioned well. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right. I am going to get us started. I'm going to start off with a very bold statement, and I think y'all are going to follow me. There is a pervasive lie that has contaminated the minds of humanity, and it can be all consuming, yet it doesn't show its face. Instead, it whispers and it tells us things, and it's convincing. And 99% of the world believes what they hear from the whispers. And today, I'm going to expose it for what it really is. And you already know what I'm about to say, don't you? And you're right, because I am talking about that inner voice inside your head. We all have one, including me. And I listened to that fucker for 2 decades until one day I hit a threshold. And some of you are on the brink of a threshold now. Put a 2 in the chat if you're on the brink of a threshold. If you know there's just something on the other side. Anything and everything that's standing in your way on the other side of it is everything you want. Yep. Most of you. Okay. Well, I'm here today to give you the nudge that you need to break on through to that other side. I love this. This is great. This is what I want to do. I'm going to share my screen. We're going to get through this presentation. I want to share this with you. Now, I live by a motto right here. This is the best motto in the world. It has gotten me so far in life, and that is this. The time to be ready is not the time to get ready. Write that down. The time to be ready is not the time to get ready. Now, what I mean by that is they say that, as soon as I started hitting a lot of success, people would say, oh, it must be nice. No, you didn't see it when I had to work really hard for that success. You weren't there for those long nights. And some of you are going to be encountering those moments. The thing is, hard work, when it meets preparation and hard work meets an opportunity, that's what luck is. That's literally how you can look at it. So if you want to be lucky, you've got to get ready, because the time to be ready is not the time to get ready. And our time today, it's going to be pretty interactive. I'm going to want you to make these 5 commitments to ourselves. Right? I heard Deneen already going through and telling you about writing down commitments for yourself. I want you to make these 5 commitments for me today. What I want you to do is I want you to commit to stretching yourself. I'm going to ask you to do things that some of you might not have heard before, but I promise you these techniques work. I've been doing it for a very long time. I also want you to be totally accountable to yourself and be honest with yourself. Self-awareness is the first step. Then I want you to commit to being open to new ideas, open to change. Now, I do a lot of work with the subconscious mind and your conscious mind. And today I'm going to be speaking to you in a way that I'm going to go past that conscious mind and tap directly into your unconscious mind and help you rewire some things. If you're okay with that, put a 3 in the chat for me. There we go. Now, when you're honest with yourself, I want you to commit yourself to be responsible for what you learned today and responsible for implementing it. Is that good? Everybody there? Now, I want you to do me a favor, put in the chat, if your inner voice has just ever seeded absolute doubt inside of your mind, hit the chat for me. Say yes. Yes, I've been seeded before. I've had doubt. Okay, so you're human. That's good. Put a 2 in the chat if that doubt is causing you to feel confusion, fear, or inaction. Yeah. Okay. Now, I want to get straight to the chase on this. We are going to do something crazy. but it's going to be helpful. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to put a hell yes in the chat if you are absolutely ready to get rid of that inner voice that's after you, right? Put a yes in the chat if it's okay with your unconscious mind to release that doubt and for you to be aware of it consciously today. Awesome. Hell yes, hell yes, hell yes. Let's do this. Okay, now I want to prep you for this because sometimes when I do this, people think that I'm talking in a different language. So I want to give you some context here. I'm going to be asking you a series of questions in a moment. And these questions, they're designed to shift your belief about your current perceived challenges. And I'm going to be asking these questions very quickly, so quickly that at times you might become frustrated with me and say, Jen, slow down, right? Don't worry about that. Because it might feel like I'm not giving you enough time to respond, but I assure you my approach is absolutely intentional. I don't want you to feel like you need to respond, but you're going to feel like it. So just sit with it and hold that space, okay? Now, you're going to see I'm speaking to your unconscious mind while your conscious mind is frustrated with me. And it's going to say, man, we're not processing this information, but your unconscious mind, it processes information like a supercomputer. And although it may feel like I'm going too fast consciously, your unconscious mind is already going to be rewiring your brain and your perceived views so that they shift and pop your most pressing problem or challenge out of the realm of possibility for you. So speaking of that pressing problem or challenge, I want you to close your eyes and think of it now. If you will, please just close your eyes. I appreciate you having your cameras on so I can watch. Okay. I want you to hold that pressing problem in your thoughts. Like, is there a color? Is it in black and white? Is it big? Like, where is it in front of you? How far is it? Do you see yourself in it? Get a really good hold visually on that problem. Okay? I want you to ask yourself, what's wrong? What caused the problem? How have you failed to resolve this? How can you overcome the solution to your problem? What would you like to change? And when will you stop it from being a limitation? How many ways do you know you've already solved this? And I know you're seeing and changing things differently. Now, the problem, what is it not? And how do you know? What is it that you need to not know to know this? And what is it that you are pretending not to know this? And what is it? How do you know? When did you decide that? When don't you do it now? And what are you not deciding when you don't do it? And how is that different from how you were? And how do you know that now? What other changes would you like to make? And what would happen if you didn't make those changes? What would happen if you did make those changes? What wouldn't happen if you did make those changes? And what wouldn't happen if you didn't make those changes? I want you to go inside and try in vain to have that same problem. It was a terrible problem, wasn't it? And I want you to think, you want to make changes, haven't you? What would it be like when you've made those changes now? In the future, as you look back and you see what it was like to have had that problem, and as you think about it now, if you can make this change for yourself so that you could stop having made that change and see yourself now, do you like the way you look? If you can make that change and look back at yourself, having made that change now. Okay, go ahead and open your eyes for me, if you will. Take a deep breath. Does anybody smell popcorn? Put popcorn in the chat if you smell popcorn, and put 1 in the chat if you don't. I got to make sure you're... We need to send you. Okay, cool. Everybody made it. All right. I just wanted to break your state so we can go into the next thing. Okay, so now we have settled down that inner voice. We sent it off to go think about itself. And I want to use this time to focus and learn how to step into your personal power whenever you need to. Is everybody cool with that? Say, hell yes, I want my power in the chat. You don't have a sense of smell, Daniel? That is horrible. I had that during COVID. That's a very horrible feeling. Okay. Now, I want you guys to remember that your inner voice, it needs to be put in its place so that you can learn to think and act from a state of peak performance, peak mental performance. So today, I want to talk a little bit about the science of momentum. Now, momentum, as you may know, is the force. It drives things forward. Now, when we build upon our momentum, it starts to pick up steam. I want you to imagine a 3-foot by 3-foot snowball at the top of a huge mountain. Just put it on top of the Andes, if you will. That 3-foot by 3-foot snowball at the top of those Andes, I want you to just give it a nudge visually. Visually just nudge that snowball. and watch it roll down that mountain. We all know what's going to happen. We've all been in science. It's going to pick up more snow and it's going to get bigger. And as it gets bigger, it's going to pick up speed. And as it picks up speed, it's going to keep going down. It's going to cover more ground and pick up more snow from the ground and get even bigger. And then it goes faster because it has momentum on its side. That momentum, it all began with that 3 foot by 3 foot snowball at the top of the hill, right? Yet we all know that that 3 by 3 snowball, it wasn't just sitting there waiting for us to push it. It had to be formed. And it takes some time to form a 3 by 3 snowball, doesn't it? Now, it takes even longer if there's no access to the right equipment, like gloves or a wheelbarrow or a shovel. Now, what if you didn't have access to any of that equipment, but your life was on the line? And building that 3 by 3 snowball was the only way that you could survive. Or worse, what if someone you loved dearly was at risk? Would you build it? How would you do it? How resourceful would you get? I want you in the chat, tell me, if you didn't have access to gloves, a wheelbarrow, or a shovel, what would you get to make that happen? Bare hands, that's right. Bare hands, you would do anything. You would do anything. My hands, yes. Steel bars, exactly. I love all the grit in this room. Deneen, good job. Everybody's willing to just use their bare hands. Never mind frostbite. My life's on the line, right? My shirt, yes. Now we're getting there. My body, anything, fire. I love this. See? So resourceful. That's it. That's it. My feet, whatever it took, right? Everybody understands that you would do whatever the frick it took. All right. That's because everyone comes resourceful when they have something on the line. Now, imagine that this snowball is your career in the world of entertainment. Is it any different for you? You might be feeling uncertain because that inner voice starts seeding in doubt. And in times of uncertainty or the unknown, we seem to lose perspective. So it's super important to condition yourself to get into a resourceful state and stay there no matter what. If you are absolutely committed to getting into a resourceful state and staying there no matter what, put 100 in the chat for me. Yes. Yes. We're going to do something really cool today, folks. I'm going to build you. We're going to build together. This is my commitment to you today. I'm going to help you forge a ring of power that you are going to use. I'm going to teach you how to condition yourself to use it so that you can rewire your brain to be resourceful. And we're going to start by simply recalling on previous experiences where you were already in this state. And we're going to stack that feeling and anchor you to it so that anytime a situation pops back up and you need to be resourceful, you're automatically going to do it because you're going to condition yourself. You guys down for this? I'm going to need you to have a pen and a paper, okay? Pen and a paper. I'm going to show you how we're going to construct these notes so that when it comes time to the activity, you're locked and loaded and ready to go. Put a 1 in the chat if you're ready for me to share the deck. Okay, I love it. Action takers, let's do this. Okay, let's go back to here. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to think of 3 past experiences where you were curious. Because when we need to get into a state of resourcefulness, what typically happens is people will pull away. Sometimes you might want to withdraw. And then when you withdraw and you go into your corner and start thinking about things, you get that stinking thinking. You start thinking about all the ways that this can't happen for you, or all the ways that you're not meant for this. Or you might even think about all the ways that you might not be worthy of it. We got to get rid of that. So if you are somebody who tends to withdraw to go think, if you're in your head, you're dead. So don't do that. We're going to wire in curiosity instead so that you lean in and you try to think and ask yourself effective questions so that you know, this is what I need to do. How could I accomplish that? Who knows how to do that? How can I get in contact with them? I'm getting curious. So I want you to write down 3 past experiences where you were curious. And I also want you to write down 3 past experiences where you were very creative or solving a problem. and then 3 previous experience where you were very determined. So all 9 of these experiences need to be something that were just like the best of your memories, the best of the best, 3 of them. And I'm going to walk you through a process where we stack that. In order to do that, I want you to take your notes in a certain type of way. So let me get to this slide for you. Let's just say your notes are going to look like this. When you're curious, 3 times when you were curious, I think to myself, well, I got really curious about college. I got really curious about mindset in my 20s. That's why I decided to go into NLP. And I got super curious about real estate in my 20s. Creativity. Well, I got super creative when it came to learning about syndication in real estate. It was a little complex. So I got creative and I learned how to do joint ventures instead. Then I had to get creative another time in my life where my portfolio was at risk and I had to figure that out. There's $2 million on the line. It was a while ago, but I had to get very creative. So portfolio, I just wrote it down as one word because I'll always remember that. I want you to write your notes the same way. Just one word that'll remind you. One word that'll remind you. And when you remember it, you're going to go back into your body and I'm going to walk you through that experience, okay? Other time I was curious was when I was trying to create a fund. When I was determined to share real estate with the world, I developed an academy. Man, that takes a lot to kick off the ground. I was determined to become an NLP master. That I finished. I wrapped it up and I also became a hypnotherapist. Exceeded the goals, right? Now, this is number 3 right here, is actually a current goal. I am determined to create my capital company and take myself to the next level. And it is not going to be easy at all. I'm not going to fool myself into that. It's not going to be easy for you on your journey either. But if it was easy, everyone would do it, right? So what I'd like to do, and I don't know if there's a way that you guys can play a little bit of music or something light. I want to give you guys a few minutes to jot this down. And then in the chat, I want you to tell me when you're done. Okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to set 5 minutes because I really want you to do this work and go in and think about the 3 things and write it down just like this on the screen. 3 examples of being curious where you were effectively curious and there was a positive outcome and it propelled you forward. Same thing with the creative. 3 times where you had to get super creative in the past and you had a positive result. Determined, same thing. I'm gonna go ahead and set the timer. All right. Joy is already done. I love that. Done. Dang, y'all are in a peak state now, aren't you? Wow, these are fast movers, Denny. All right. Make sure they're the best of the best. Okay. I love this. Okay. All right, I'm going to need all cameras on while we do this, guys. Making sure we're done. Does anybody need time? Write time in the chat for me or else I'm going to start. Oh, we're good. Okay. Everybody's done. Super cocky. Time. Oh, okay. Leah needs time. Okay. A couple more minutes. All right. Okay, does everybody that needed time done yet? Okay, does anybody else need time or are we good? Okay, done, we're good, perfect. Okay, Larry's done, cool. All right, let me stop sharing so that I can see all of you better when my screen isn't on. All right, this is what I want y'all to do. I need you guys, what if all 3 areas are negative? Marjorie, I need you to find the silver lining in it. If the results were negative, it's okay. If the feeling, if you're able to call upon that feeling, I want you to use that. And Terry, no problem, I hear you. Okay, here's what I want you guys to do. I want you to take that list, okay? And I want you to keep it in front of you. But what I want you to do is I want you to stand up for me. And here's what we're gonna do. On the ground in front of you, I want you to imagine that there is a ring, a big golden ring in front of you on the ground, 3 by 3, a 3-foot radius, okay? Imagine that ring is right in front of you. Now, what I want you to do is that we're gonna work on curious first, okay? I'm gonna get my notebook here so I can make sure that I get this right. Okay. We're gonna work on curiosity first. I want you to think about that first word, that first example, that first time in the past, okay? What we're gonna do is I'm gonna have you go into that moment. You're gonna slip down into your body. You're gonna step, like close your eyes, standing tall. Everybody like do your best like superhero pose for me like that. Just like, You know what's awesome about this pose is that when you hold it for 2 minutes, it actually increases the amount of testosterone in your body. And ladies, don't worry, that just means you're gonna be assertive. It just means you're gonna be courageous. So if ever you're feeling a little bit scared, a little bit worried, just do this right here, just like your Wonder Woman, and belly breathe into the stomach and push it out. Stand there for a good solid 2 minutes. And then pretty soon you'll just be like, you know what? I got this. It's your power pose. We're going to do this. So you're going to stand up. You're going to look down at that circle. And I'm going to tell you, I want you to call upon that memory, the first memory where you are absolutely curious. And going in there, you are absolutely curious. When you think of that memory, I want you to close your eyes. Think of the memory right now. Go back into your body. And when I tell you to, I'm going to tell you as soon as you can, I want you, and you're feeling curious and you're remembering that moment, I want you to step inside the circle. Okay? Is everybody with me? Here we go. Okay, inhale through your nose. Exhale through your mouth. Here we go. Let's go back in time. Let's go back to that first example where you were super curious. You felt all of the feelings of being completely curious. I want you to go back into your body, into that time, see what you saw, feel what you felt, hear what you heard. All of those feelings of being totally curious in that example. And right when you feel at the peak of your curiosity, I want you to step into that circle and seal it in. Step forward as soon as you got that memory in there and feel it, feel that building, feel the feeling building inside of you, remembering that moment. You hear what you heard, feel what you felt, see what you see. As soon as it starts to peak, step out of the circle. Step out of the circle. Yes. Let that peak in there and let it ride, right? Stay with your hands on your hips, power pose. I want you to feel like your chest is just like being pulled out, your shoulders back. Okay, we're going to go on the second example. Go into the second example. Call it up. One of those times, that last time, that second example of you being completely and totally curious. Step back into the circle and let those feelings rise back up. I want you to keep your eyes closed. Go back into your body. See what you saw, hear what you heard, feel what you felt. All of those feelings. Smell what you smelt, taste what you tasted, whatever it was. Take yourself there. As soon as it starts to peak, I want you to step out of the circle. Yes. Cool. Good job. Breathing, still belly breathing. Feeling super strong. Now, what I want you to do, we're going to call on example number 3. So the third time that you felt super curious, all of the feelings of curiosity coming into you, you wanted to lean into it. Step back into that circle. Go back into your body, back in that time, at that exact moment. Feel what you felt, hear what you heard, see what you saw, smell what you smelled, taste what you tasted, all of it. Going right back into that memory. Associate yourself to it. As soon as it starts to peak, step out of the circle. Ooh, there we go. Perfect. Now we're going to do creative. Okay. Let's call upon that time where you were in a pickle. You had to get creative. That very first example, you had to get super creative. Step into that circle, step back into your body, see what you saw, feel what you felt, hear what you heard, smell what you smelled, taste what you tasted, everything peaking. As it starts to peak inside of you, step out of that circle again. All right. Real quick for me, just give a shout. Just be like, ah! Just like a power shout. Yes. Like, yes. Okay, now we're gonna do creative number 2. Go back to that second example, the second time where you felt super creative and you were solving all your problems. You had no cares in the world. You were in a flow. Step back into that circle. I want you to close your eyes, see what you saw, feel what you felt, hear what you heard, taste what you tasted, smell what you smelt. Take yourself there. Associate yourself to that example again. Feel it as it starts to peak. You're standing in your golden circle. Step out as soon as it peaks. Step back out with me. Give another scream. Ah! Do it. Shout. I can see you. All right. Now we're going to do number 3. Third time you felt super creative. Third time for me. I want you to feel it, like stack it. All this shit is stacked. And I see so many smiles right now. I see so many people like, that's right. I forgot I was a badass. Get back in that circle. Close your eyes. See what you saw. Feel what you felt. Hear what you heard. Taste what you tasted. Smell what you smelled. Do all of that. Go back in there. Feel it rise inside of you. It's rising. As soon as it peaks, I want you to step back out of the circle. There we go. Who's feeling awesome? Scream. We're about ready to finish it here. Okay? Yes. Victory. We're going for determined. Determined. First example of determined. I want you to call back to it. If you got it, start getting hyped up. I want you to stand in that circle. Nothing is going to stop you. Get in the circle. I want you to close your eyes. I want you to see what you saw, feel what you felt, hear what you heard, taste what you tasted, smell what you smelt. Remember that moment. You were determined, man. Nothing was going to stop you. Nothing. There's always an answer. There's always a way. Feel it. As soon as it peaks, step out of that circle. That's right. 2 to go. 2 to go. Give me a shout. Give me a shout. Shout it out. Shake your body. Let's go. We're going back in. Number 2, your second example of being determined. Let's get back in that circle. Come on. Call on it. See what you saw, feel what you felt, hear what you heard, taste what you tasted, smell what you smelt. See yourself in it and feel it that day when you were there. Determined. Nothing would stop you. Feel it. As soon as it peaks, step out. Like scream and flex. Do it. Like, give a little beat. Yes. Look at it. People are on fire. God, you guys are getting me rocking. Okay. Oh, are we on number 2 or number 3 on determined? I forgot. Show me. Oh, you guys are paying attention. Let's do the third and last. Third and last. All right. Get pumped. Get pumped. Get pumped. Get in the circle. Think about that third example when you were super, super determined. Nothing was ever going to stop you. Nothing can stop you. See what you saw. Hear what you heard. Feel what you felt. See all of those things. See yourself in it. Feeling it. As soon as it peaks, jump back out of that circle. And for those of you that are already out of your circle, and for those of you that are about to be out of your circle, I want you to look down at the floor where that golden circle is. I want you to reach down and pick it up with your hand. Just grab it off the ground, shrink it down like this, and put that fucker on your middle finger right now. Put it on your middle finger of your whatever hand you want. Whichever one you pick, that's the one that's yours. Now that is your ring of power. That is your ring of power. When you need to get resourceful, anytime you feel like shit is not going right, or you don't have this, or you don't have what it takes, you take it off. Do it with me right now. Take it off, throw it on the ground and jump in the circle and feel it. You should get goosebumps. Feel it. Stay there. Remember it. Oh, say to yourself, I am curious. I am creative. I am determined. Nothing will stop me. Step out, pick it up, put it back on your finger. You carry that fucker around. I want you to do it every morning. In your morning routines. I want you to do it every evening if you have to. And I don't give a shit if you got to go to the bathroom in the stall and put it on the ground to change your state and get back in the flow. That's what you do. Because this is forever now. This is ring. This ring, you just married a new identity for yourself. All right. Can I get everybody to scream a little bit? Like just victory scream. I love this. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. I love it. Okay. Look at that. Everybody's feeling pretty good, huh? Listen, now that you have forged your ring of power, you got to condition yourself so that you stay there no matter what. You put it on those 3 times a day, 21 days. Y'all know it takes 21 days to condition yourself into a new habit. Did you know that? So put a 21 in the chat if you're committed to putting this ring on 3 times a day for 21 days. Y'all, that's like 63 days or 63 times you're going to put this ring on your finger. Okay. I want you to do that. You do that. You'll condition yourself every single time, 3 times a day, 21 days. You promised me. Okay. Now, in addition, it's conditioning your nervous system. I've been having you jump and scream and do all those things. Like you are feeling and embodying those previous experiences that you forgot about, didn't you? You forgot about them because sometimes the weight of the world just starts to fall on you and you just start to lose your judgment and you forget that you're a badass. Okay, now here's the thing. I want you guys to know that you can make this ring for anything. I just helped you make it for being resourceful. You can use that same exact format to make a ring for, I don't know, let's just say you're trying to go do a, I don't know, how many of you are trying to be actors or actresses and you got to go and do like, you know, read a script or something. Let's just say the script you're trying to read, the character is somebody who's timid, but you're not normally timid. You can make a ring for timid. You can make a ring that embodies the character. You can make this ring for whatever you need to accomplish. That's the beauty of it. And I just taught it to you today. So all you have to do is think of what it is that you're trying to become for that moment, because it gets you fired up. And I want you to think about that. What are the 3 characteristics that embody that thing that you need to be? And then of those characteristics, think of 3 examples when you were in that zone. Just call upon a previous example, wire yourself into it. And before you go out there and get in front of that camera, put your ring on the ground a few times. Before you're going for that audition, put your ring on the ground a few times. Condition your mind and your nervous system to remember that, oh yeah, I know how to do that. I know how to show up in that energy, right? Now, the thing is this, how many of you are ready to do that? Like, is that not a cool freaking thing? You can use this anytime. Like this is a tool you could use forever. Anything you want to hardwire into yourself, whether it be resourceful, whether it be courageous, whether it be influential or convincing, you can make yourself convincing and call upon times where you were. And all you're doing is calling upon your previous badassery where you already did that. And you're bringing it into you so that you can step forward with it. Was that helpful? Was it valuable? Yeah? Okay, good. Oh, we got hands up. Does that mean there's questions or are you guys just giving me a high five? All right. Let's see. How many of you know now that you have that tool, right? And I could definitely take questions at the end for you guys if you guys have some questions. And Deneen, if that is allowable, if you have time for that, I'm totally up for that. Now, you've got this. So in addition to conditioning that nervous system inside of you to feel resourceful, you've got to condition yourself for your resilience factor. Do you guys know what I mean by that when I say resilience factor? Kind of? No? That's okay. Resilience is like nothing can stop you. And even if something does and it pushes you back, you still get up and you keep going. There's a resilience factor. I actually have an entire mindset course that I'll just let you know I'm going to give it away today for free to you guys so that you guys can condition your resilience factor. At the end, I'll talk a little bit about that. What I want to do is I want to kind of just instill an attitude, this force inside of you where you believe that there is always a way and nothing will stop you from achieving your goal. Okay. Nothing will stop you from achieving your goal. I want to share something with you though, before I give you the mindset stuff. I have a little bit of extra time and I thought it would be cool to kind of walk you through something that I really like to talk about because it's so important. There are so many other things that go along with all of this. Now, there is a path to mastery. Now you're trying to get into the world of entertainment. Some of you might already be in it. Some of you are trying to scale in it, get bigger, better results. There's a path to mastering that. And I'm going to share it with you. All right. There's unconscious incompetence. That's the first stage. It's like, you don't even know what you don't know. And you have a lot of questions that you don't know what to ask because you don't know what you don't know. And then you start to get curious and you start to get a little bit of clarity. And then you go to that second step, which I believe everybody in this room has. You're all at a conscious incompetence of how to get bigger and better in the field of your dreams, in the role of your dreams. And I know Deneen and her team are helping, right? That conscious incompetence stage is a very critical one though, because this is where most people give up. because you may have been really good at something else before and now you're trying to pursue this. And because your identity might be tied to that really cool thing from before, as you're stepping into this new identity, you bump your head and you get friction. Put a 1 in the chat if you feel me on that. If you're bumping your head and you're getting friction. Just Ryan? Okay, more people. It's been a while since I asked you to put 1s in the chat, right? Okay, that's the thing. You need to make a commitment to me and Deneen and everybody that you are not going to give up in stage 2, which is that conscious incompetence. It's like, I know I'm not great at what I'm doing yet, but damn it, I'm gonna be. And I'm on the path. And you need to start visualizing yourself as being great at what you're setting out to do. Because the next step is you're gonna have conscious competence. That means you know what you know, and you're still having to be thoughtful and aware of the steps and deploying them and implementing them. So you're consciously aware that you're doing this and you're learning it. It's a new thing. If you can stick with stage 2 and break through like we just did with your ring and your conditioning, you're going to hit stage 3, which is conscious competence. And you're going to stay in that zone for probably a year. Full facts. Probably a year before you get to unconscious competence is when you are so competent at it, it's just in you. It's in every fiber of your being. You don't have to think about it. It's like when you get off the freeway and all of a sudden you're in your driveway and you don't even remember getting there. That's unconscious competence. That's when your unconscious mind takes over and does the routine things for you. You're going to get so good at this stuff that it's going to be routine. I want you to just be aware that you're in stage 2 right now, which is conscious incompetence. And that is where most people quit. So I want to talk to you a little bit about why, the 5 reasons why most people quit so that you're not one of them. Okay. You guys good with that? Okay. Here we go. So the 5 reasons most people quit. The first one is wrong motivation. Now, our motivation, we have an intrinsic motivation that drives us and compels us to keep going towards our external motivation. It's a goal that we're going for. So you have intrinsic motivation and extrinsic motivation. What I want to talk to you about today is your intrinsic motivation, your reasons why you're doing this. If you constantly tie yourself back, this is 80% of why you're doing this. 20% is the how. The 80% of why you're compelling reasons, you got to ask yourself and make sure you stay associated to why you're here. Why the entertainment industry? Why do you want to do this? What are the compelling reasons? Because anytime you start to feel like you should give up, you're going to go back to that why and you're going to get right back in it. Second reason why most people quit is wrong expectations. Some folks get into the business, any business, not even just this. This is just psychology. Get in it and have the expectation that's going to happen overnight. And I will tell you right now, I have a multi-million-dollar real estate portfolio and it did not happen overnight. I have been doing it for 20 years. I teach people how to do it. And that did not happen overnight either. Being able to acquire it on my own, then be able to teach others takes time. So you got to have the right expectation and set realistic goals. Okay. And if you think the third one, lack of time, a lot of people think, man, I don't have a lot of time. You know, I did a lot of things where I had to work full-time and do college full-time and do real estate on the side. And the thing is, what you want, if you are hungry enough and consistent enough and resilient enough, you're going to show up and you're going to make it happen and you're going to learn how to bend time. There's a lot of ways that you can figure out how to bend time. And I'll tell you, it's probably by blocking stuff in 60 to 90 minute increments. So you stay in your zone, stay in a peak flow, doing that one thing. Now, the other one is lack of enjoyment. I'll tell you this, a lot of you are probably type A personalities. I am too. I'm a high overachiever. And this is my biggest one right here. This is where I stumble because I want the next thing so damn bad that as soon as I get there, I forget to stop and say, you know what, Jen? Good job. I don't do that enough. So I have had to condition myself, and this is what I do. I'll share it with you. I set a goal. When I'm 90% to that goal, I celebrate. I know I'm celebrating early and prematurely, but I celebrate. And the reason why I celebrate at 90% is while I'm celebrating, I then set the next goal so that I know I have momentum. I've already celebrated this one thing. I know it's going to finish. And then as soon as it finishes, I'm going to continue the next thing. But I took the time to celebrate. And what I did is I've really circumvented my propensity to go all the way hard as I can, hit that goal, and then burn out and lay down for 3 months because, oh man, I finally did it. but I've lost steam. I went too hard. I didn't celebrate and now I'm relaxed. Or there's times where I just keep going and I never celebrate at all. And then by the time I've hit my fourth goal, I'm really burnt out. And then I've got to take even longer off to kind of rekindle myself, my soul, my spirit, and get myself back into the game. I don't want that for you. It took me 2 decades to figure that out. I'm giving that to you today. Celebrate at 90%, plan the next goal, and keep going. But make sure you celebrate and celebrate appropriately. It does not have to be some big thing. It could be little celebrations. Lack of support, I will tell you, you are going to be just like the 5 people you spend the most time with. The most important decision you make in life is who you spend time with. I'm not kidding you. It is the most important decision that you will ever make in your life. So make sure your inner circle is strong, strong-minded, strong-willed, determined, curious, creative. Surround yourself. I have a feeling it's a lot of the people on this Zoom. Make sure that you surround yourself. And if there are people in your life that they're not very supportive and they're your family, I too have been there. There's been a lot of times where I just have to remove myself from the situation. I've had to remove myself from conversations with my parents, with my siblings, with my friends, until I did the work and became what I needed to become and became certain of it, so that when I returned to those conversations, I was a different person. Sometimes distance is good for you. Then you go back when you are in your peak state of certainty. Make sense? Right on. Well, you know what, guys? I got extra time. I don't know if anybody has questions. I do want to say this. If you guys are interested, I have a mindset course. It's my Warrior Mindset course. I give it out for free because Deneen is my friend and I know what she's trying to do here, right? So I'll tell you this. You build your wealth by concentrating on the one thing. You go deep on that one thing. I have unstuck you today. I will get you the mindset course. Just drop your contact information, like your first and last name and email somewhere so Deneen can get it to me, and then I'll have my team get you access to it. And I want to just tell you, you're going to concentrate, break through this, condition yourself, and go create the life that you want in the role that you want, doing what you want. Once you've done that and the wealth is coming in, the second step is then you're going to want to diversify that wealth. And
Hey
when
guys,
you're ready
I
for
don't
that,
need you. I don't want anybody posting their email address in this chat.
Oh.
This is so I'm going to
Oh, I'm
just
sorry.
ask you all. It's okay. I'm Alicia. Hi,
Sorry.
nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you. How about I'll put my email? Is that okay?
How about if we share it in our Facebook group
Yeah, what I
and then
can
we
do.
can forward over everybody to you? That is the
I'm so
easiest
sorry.
way to do that.
It's not.
Okay.
I should have told you that this is open to everyone. So that was my fault.
I'm sorry, Deneen. I didn't realize.
No,
I
you're
didn't
good.
realize.
You're good. You're good.
No, this was amazing. I loved it.
You know, why don't I just, Deneen, you want to just email me with people and then I
that's what I'll
can
do.
set it up?
What I'll do is I'll create a if anyone wants access to this, I'll drop my
Okay.
email. You guys can email me, and then what I'll do is I will send you a CSV to make it easier for your team. Well, your team is
That'd be
awesome, by
great.
the way.
I appreciate it because the only way I can get access is to get them the email, like Bitly
Yeah.
links don't work because it's a Kajabi course. And
Yeah.
or if I gave them a link, it would go to a paid page, but I want to serve them. So
Okay, yeah,
Um,
I'll get everyone.
thank you. I apologize for that.
You
No
do not
problem.
apologize.
Cool.
You're amazing. Thank you.
No problem. If you guys have questions, is it okay if we do a couple questions or anybody got anything or are we good?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
If anyone has any questions, raise your Zoom hand. Your camera has to be on or I'm not calling on you, by the way. Small rules. Who has questions for Jen? You guys have a tremendous opportunity here to ask a question of someone who's wildly successful, who just gave you such tremendous value. All right, Christine Harding. Let's see here. Okay, Christine Harding.
Hi, Jen.
Hi. Hi.
Thank
how are
you. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you very much for your time. I'm a coach too, so I really enjoy what you did. And I get to use that. But for me, I kind of used it in a flip way because I've had some trauma from losing my husband. So when I get to some of the areas that, how do you break through the ones when they start to get emotional? You pull back into your superpower. So you don't get stuck in that moment. Is that why you jump in and jump out? Is that what you're doing?
Yes. That's
Okay.
why, that's exactly why you do it. Absolutely. Because we don't want you to get associated to the bad. We want you to feel the good at a peak and then jump out, because I don't want you to anchor in any of the bad memory. So as soon as the good is peaking, we want to step back out every
So this
time.
ebbs-
Okay.
That ebb and flow, that's what should have happened.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, so you don't stay
I'm
stuck
s-
in the trauma and you can move forward. Beautiful.
Absolutely.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much. I love this drill. I really, really did. So
Absolutely.
thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome. I'm glad it was helpful.
Awesome. Let's see here. Ryan Clapham.
Hi.
Hello, Jen. How are you?
I am awesome. How are you?
Very good. Thank you very much for this class. It was touching. What do you do if you get in that rut and you happen to forget about your rings that you've created? How do you get your mindset back to where you can figure out which ring you need?
I love this because this is a great question, because it's just real life, right? Everybody knows that as you're in this moment, sometimes emotions will just take you away. And what I will tell you is that what I've learned, my mentor is Tony Robbins, and he teaches us a 90-second rule. That 90-second rule, write this down, because this changed my life. And I'll show you. This is such a part of my life that if you look at my hand, I even have it tattooed on my hand. This triangle right here it's called what Tony calls the triad. Now, the bottom of the triangle is your physiology. It's your physical form of what you're doing and your nervous system and your body. If you remember when we were going in and out of the circle, I was making you jump, I was making you move, and I was making you scream, because I'm trying to get everything inside of your body hardwired to what we're doing and what we're creating. So the very first thing I want you to remember is the triad. The bottom one is physiology, which is what we did today. We did a lot of physiology today. The other one is what you're focused on. So like there's this and then the other one. So this one right here is like what you focus on. We get the life we focus on. So if we are focused on the bad things that have happened versus focusing on the silver lining of those bad things and how it actually shaped us into who we are today, then we're going to get more of the bad things. It's just the way that we will attract it, because you see what you see. And if you're focused on it, you're going to see more of it. So always think about in those moments, okay, I want you to jump around or change your physiology. Like if you're mad, pound your hand on the desk, like pattern interrupt yourself. If you're sad, try to do the same thing, like clap your hands really loud, pattern interrupt yourself, and then stand up. Do that 2-minute power pose that I talked about. Sometimes you might feel your shoulders like start to fall. But I'll tell you, when you start to do this, if you're sad or you're stressed and you're in this physiology, you're not in a place of resourcefulness. You're in a place of helplessness, disempowered. But if you stand back up and you put those on, and it's just 2-minute switch, and then just do something that's like a punctuated movement to get you into it. And then you ask yourself, sometimes what I have to do is, what are 3 things I'm grateful for right now? 3 things that are going well in my life.
Okay.
And not just asking myself and answering, but actually going there. Like I taught you today, slip into your body, close your eyes, and like feel what you felt, see what you saw, and hear what you heard. And then think of the gratitude and feel that gratitude until you're fucking smiling, ear to ear smiling. Like, damn, I'm lucky. I'm so blessed. I can't believe that actually happened. Until you're smiling 3 times. As soon as you're smiling, then you're going to change your focus and assign a meaning to what's happening. Okay. So that's what the third piece is. So you just, the base is you change your physiology, and then you definitely change your focus to gratitude. Attitude of gratitude is going to, you can't be fearful and angry while you're being gracious, right? Or having gratitude. So the last thing is, after you do that, after you felt the feelings of gratitude until you smile, then you're going to assign a new meaning to what's happening and what you're facing, and the thing that's triggering you to feel the way you just felt a moment ago before you're feeling grateful. And the way that I do that is I ask myself, what else could this mean? And I ask myself that 3 times, because sometimes things will happen that we encounter and we assign a meaning to it that might be actually projecting something from the shadow self. It might be projecting something from an experience we just had a week ago that we're still haven't dealt with. But if we ask ourselves, what else could this mean 3 times? we'll look at it differently. So I like to ask it, okay, I know what I'm assigning to it, but like, what else could this mean from the person I'm interacting with? What else could this mean from that guy over there who just watched us interact? What else could this mean from my higher self looking down at this entire situation? Those are the types of questions that I will ask to get myself focused. Now, I'm not going to say that this is easy, because it's not. Sometimes when you, especially for me, you know, my emotional home is, you know, frustration, because I'm a high D, I'm a driver. And so my natural inclination is to be in a home state of either frustration, because I feel like it motivates me to do more, but it really doesn't. So I have to get myself back into a place of love, right? So I even tattooed love on my hand. So I remember, and I'm not asking everybody to go tattoo your hands or anything, but I try as hard as I can. The words that I'm using are powerful. So I want you to think about what your emotional home is, right? Some of you have an emotional home that you go to for comfort, and you just got to make sure that it's in a place that's going to get you into momentum. So I say the 90-second rule. They have scientifically proven that emotions are a choice. We can choose to stay there, but there is literally the longest emotion that we should be feeling. It takes 3 minutes, and it's anger, and it's the hardest one. After 3 minutes of, if you're still angry, 20 minutes later, you're making that choice to stay angry. And so you got to explore, well, why am I feeling this type of way? Let me assign that meaning to that emotion. And how is that serving me? How is it not serving me? It's all in the questions we ask ourselves to get through it. So I hope that was helpful.
It was. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. I think we got room for one or two more questions, if that's okay, Denise.
Probably one more. Let's see here.
Okay.
Roxanne Wilson, we're gonna call on you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Roxanne. I
Yeah.
can hear you. Hello.
Okay. Hi, Jen. I just
Hi, how are you?
basically, I wanted you to hear how motivated you got me. Typing it wasn't good enough for me. Thank you so much. You can ask any one of them. All of them will agree with you. I'm already a pumped individual, but I'm telling you, what you just did for me is something for a lifetime. You didn't only just give us knowledge, but you gave us some tools that's going to help us for a lifetime. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you. Daniel has a burning question. He's burning, man. Is there any way I can speak to him, Deneen? Please.
Okay, first of all, I just want to say thank you for all the confidence you instilled on all of us. But my question is, regardless of all the techniques of stepping in the ring, stepping out, doing this, that's about your feeling. And I resonate like very strongly with what you've said. But to take that first step of action and what do you do to actually get that momentum going out of thought into doing? Like, what's your drive for it?
I love this question. It's my favorite. And I actually wish I would have included it in the presentation. So thank you, because now I'm going to make sure I do in the future. Visualization. So when I go through it, I have a morning routine every day that I do. So when I'm doing that, I'm priming my mind for performance. And what I look at after I do what I just said, that 90-second rule, I like to do it in the morning, period. Just because I like to get into an attitude of gratitude. And if I do, I'll show up differently. What I do after I have that is I look at, what do I have to do today? And the two things that I must do, I'll ask you this question, like, what must you do that you don't want to do in order to make your results? I ask myself that every morning. What must I do today that I don't want to fucking do, but I know I must in order to get my results? And those are the first two things I got to do, because I don't want to do them. So I got to do them first. And I force myself to do it. Then I visualize myself doing them successfully. I think about my timeline. For me, my timeline, if I think about my past, it's to the left. If I think about my future, it's to the right. So I'll go out to the future, 15 minutes, just after I successfully completed the task I didn't want to do. I'll turn around and look back at now, and I'll ask myself, okay, unconscious mind, what the hell do I need to learn in order to make this happen today? And I'll visualize myself actually implementing it. But that question, what must I do that I don't want to do? Ask yourself that shit every day.
I do, because every day I go to the gym in the morning as early as I can. I don't like going to the gym. It's torture, but I push myself to do something I hate in the morning to get it out of my way, and I do everything I need. When you said real estate, I'm in commercial real estate. I've done real estate. I do my license. Everything you've said, it's almost like a copy of things I've been through. And honestly, I really appreciate everything you've said. And
Absolutely.
I strongly respect what you've told us. I really do.
Oh, thank you very much. You guys are going to go out there, and I really enjoyed. Thank you I know that you can give your attention to anybody, and you gave it to me today, and I'm glad it was helpful. You guys go out there and crush it. You use your ring, condition yourself 3 times a day, 21 days, concentrate on building wealth in this. And then once you build that wealth, the best way to protect it is to diversify it. When you're ready for that, just come see me and I'll put your shit into real estate. Cool?
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jen. That was awesome. That was amazing.
Thank you,
Thank you
guys.
so much. Thank you so much for speaking today. We really appreciate
Absolutely.
you. Tell Stacy
Have
hi.
a
I
good
saw
day,
her
guys.
hiding behind you too.
She's over there we have a talk in 20 minutes on another
shoot.
stage. So
We'll go.
love you guys. We'll see you soon. Okay.
All right. We'll see you soon. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Awesome. Guys, on a scale of 10, how awesome was that? How many of you now have something you could take forward with you where you can start applying it today? Again, the magic is not just hearing the information. The magic is starting to apply it today. And I just want you guys to know too, Jen is actually represented by us. She's in our speakers bureau. So how cool is it? Not only are you hearing from someone who's like steps ahead of you, but someone that is in our speakers bureau, like pretty amazing, right? Like I said to you guys earlier, like my goal for you is for you to be successful and for you to have the opportunity to speak from the stage. And like now you've just seen that. It literally made you cry. Thank you, Jen. Truly amazing, powerful. Awesome. All right, guys. So here's a question I have for you. If we were to bring Jen on to work with our inner circle, how many of you would love that opportunity? If you would love that opportunity, type inner circle in the comments. If you would love to be a part of our inner circle and have the opportunity to work with Jen, who can help elevate your success. I mean, look what she just did in like 50 minutes. Imagine having the opportunity to work with her on a consistent basis. How awesome would that be? Yes, right? Awesome. Very good. All right, guys. So we're going to shift gears a little bit. All right, we're going to shift gears a little bit right now. And what we're going to do is we are now going to move on to what is going on with VIP Ignite. How many of you guys want to know a little bit more about what is going on with VIP Ignite? If that sounds like you, type me in the comments. Type me in the comments. Awesome. All right, so allow me to introduce our next speaker to you. Most of you probably already know him, but let me introduce him properly, and then we're going to get him started. Michael Famken is a visionary entrepreneur and investor who has founded and funded companies across entertainment, technology, and social impact sectors. As a Broadway investor and producer, he has been honored with over 38 awards, including 6 Tony Awards. In 2013, he achieved the rare feat of winning the Tony for Best Play. Beyond Broadway, Michael is the founder of Truth Management, one of the fastest growing talent management firms in the USA. Through Truth Management, Michael has empowered models, actors, and musicians to unlock their potential and connect with the top influencers in the entertainment industry. His firm has catapulted talent into major TV shows, films, and fashion shows domestically and worldwide. An innovator at heart, Michael has over a decade of experience pioneering new techniques in online marketing and brand building. He is regarded as an expert in leveraging digital platforms to build influence. In addition to his entertainment and business ventures, Michael has dedicated himself to social impact programs, including Operation Underground Railroad. Through strategic partnerships, his initiatives have helped to rescue over 3,500 children from sex trafficking globally. Michael Famken's unique synthesis of entrepreneurship, entertainment, marketing, and philanthropy make him a one-of-a-kind business leader. His ventures span industries, yet are united by his core vision of empowering people and ideas. Everyone, give it up for the one and only Mr. Michael Famken.
Hey guys, good morning. How's everybody doing? All right, wasn't that incredible? That was a really incredible moment. Let me ask you guys something. Jen's going to be doing some special coaching for our inner circle, who here would like to be able to have that opportunity to be a part of something like that? That's something you're interested in. Type in inner circle in the comments for me. I just want to see that. You guys would like be able to have an opportunity to work with somebody like Jen on an ongoing basis. Okay, good. All right, make sure if my assistant's on here, one of my team members, we could drop Deneen at VIPTalentConnect.com, Deneen's email. Make sure that you guys send Deneen an email, and we will add you to that CSV file so you guys can get access to that course for free. Just to let you know, that's not an inexpensive gift that Jen gave everybody here. So I want you guys to be able to kind of start going through that and be able to have free access, so a little gift from Jen, right, on our behalf. So, and we're really proud and honored to be able to represent somebody like that. So that's just, one of our amazing people that we work with here. So let me just go ahead and share my screen. So I got a lot of stuff to go over with you guys. Let me see, pull this up here. All right, this is the right one. Get it all the way back to the beginning. Okay. All right, make it big. All right. And let me make sure I got my chat here. Okay, good. All right. So just going to talk a little bit about the company, a little bit about the things that we're doing, talk a little bit about photos and so forth. I know a couple people mentioned about not having support in their life. And I just want to add a little bit to Jen's presentation because it was so good, just from a little bit of a different perspective. So I hope you guys don't mind if I give you guys a little bonus value here. I want you to think about people in your life that may not be supportive, or you feel that you're lacking support in your life. I want you to think about life this way, okay? Imagine you're the breadwinner of your family, right? You're responsible for your significant other, your children, so forth. Maybe you can, think back to your own parents or to people that helped take care of you at some point in life. And that person, they had a great job, and for whatever reason, they lost their job. Right. So now the breadwinner, the person who's paying the mortgage, paying the bills, lost their job. Whose responsibility is it for them to go out and get a new job? Is it everyone in their lives that they're responsible for, or is it they themselves that they're responsible? Right. Who is that? Right. See right here. See, one of our towns, my parents are not supportive. Right. Well, if your dad lost his job, is it your responsibility for him to get another job, or is it his own responsibility? It's his, right? It's themselves, right? It's their responsibility to go out and provide for their family. So I want you to think about this. Now look at this from an internal standpoint. Say you decided you wanted to invest money, you want to be in the best health of your life. So you go out and you invest money to hire yourself a coach, right? A fitness coach. And every day he or she says, meet me at the gym every day at 7 a.m. We're going to work out together. I'm going to give you a diet plan to follow. You're going to track your calories, your macros, and all that fun stuff. Whose responsibility is it for you to make it to the gym every morning and to follow that diet plan? It's your own, right? So imagine now you went to the doctor and the doctor says, hey, you need to make some changes in your life, right? You need to make some change. You want to live a long and healthy life. You need to make some dietary changes. You need to do this. You need to take some medicine, whatever it may be. Whose responsibility is it to take the medicine, to follow the doctor? Again, yours. So I want you guys to realize something, that anything in life, right, that's going to push you forward, anything in life that you want to do, you're responsible for it. Never use that excuse, my parents don't support me, this one doesn't support me. Meaningless to the conversation. People don't have that kind of control. You control your own destiny. So I just wanted to add that as a little bit of a value, just for you guys to kind of see a different perspective of life, and to realize that you do have that superpower in you already. You have that superpower stance. So with that thought in mind, we're going to talk a little bit about some of our exciting little adventures coming up, and tell you guys, share some stuff, some wisdom and so forth. So obviously, like Jen said, find your why and you'll find your way, right? We've been doing this now for close to 18 years. We host events all over the country, soon to be all over the world. We have events coming up in New York and Hollywood. We have events coming up in Phoenix and Miami. We have events coming up in Cancun. We have events coming up in the Caribbean. We have a lot of exciting things that are coming up. So I'm going to share a little bit about that for you. For a lot of our events, our talent, we pre-plan these events out months in advance, okay? And obviously, like Jen said, obviously, I know her through Tony Robbins, and we get to work together a lot on a lot of great things. And, some of the advice Tony Robbins gives is really great, right? The only thing that's keeping you from getting what you want is the story you keep telling yourself, right? You have to lean into the positive. You have to lean into the things that will push you forward. You have to learn how to overcome obstacles. And as we spoke about yesterday, right, people who succeed at the highest level, they're not lucky. They're just doing something differently than everyone else. Jen talked about mastery, right? Overcoming thing, right? Being incompetent, then learning and so forth. You have to keep always pushing forward. There's no secret to success. The secret to success, you already have it. It's like the Wizard of Oz, right? You have the power in you the entire time, right? It's just you discovering it. Mentors help you discover the power that's already in you. And the path to success is to take massive determined action, right? You have to take action. Everything in life comes down to the moments of decision, right? Yesterday we gave an opportunity for people to be able to come out and work with us in Hollywood. For the people that were here yesterday, they had that first opportunity. We're going to be interviewing them. We're going to be talking to them on Monday, right? Their lives, they made a decision to take that action, to schedule that appointment, and to push forward, okay? So again, taking action. Right. And obviously, the most important thing in life is discover your kindred spirits, right? Cherish them, find the people that do believe in you. When you find them, appreciate them, show gratitude, right? I just gave you guys an opportunity to get a very expensive course from somebody who's dedicated her life, who came out today to embetter you, right? To give you guys such amazing value, right? For free. And then she offered you a course for free. So make sure that you follow up, right? Follow up with Deneen, send that email out. When you get the link to that course, right? Actually go through the content. Actually study that content. For those of you who have the opportunity to become a part of our company, for those of you who are able to rise up and become a part of our inner circle and are going to get to work with Jen in a personalized nature, take advantage of that. Cherish those moments. Cherish the opportunities that are in front of you, right? We talked about yesterday, you were called here for a reason, right? Everyone here has a reason why they're here, to be successful, to become more than they ever possibly might have even imagined, right? And we spent all day yesterday and today. Today, you're going to get the opportunity to meet some of the most incredible casting directors and agents imaginable. We have one of our highlighted speakers at the end of the day. She's going to change your life. She's going to change your life in ways that you can't even possibly imagine. Okay. So our next big event is going to be Hollywood. Okay. That's going to be May of 2024. Okay. And just to kind of tell you a little bit about Hollywood, I really love Hollywood. We started our events 18 years ago, doing our events in New York City, and our events are always, we go through a whole screening process. And when we just started our events, they were just events, right? People would, sign up, they get a ticket, they go through an interview process, we do some preparation for them, and they have this chance to come out and meet with some amazing people. And we did that for years. And then we started getting better, right? We started doing better preparation, getting people the right photos, getting people the right training and so forth. And then we expanded. We started doing events not only in New York City, but then we started doing events in Hollywood. And I'll tell you something, I'm going to tell you, people always have, the gleam in their eyes about Hollywood, right? Hollywood is the place to be. But I'm going to tell you something about the magic of Hollywood. It's not about it's about the possibilities of the future. But when you step into Hollywood, it's really being able to step back in time and see like the history of Hollywood, to really have this incredible feeling of all the people that came there before you. Deneen yesterday talked about one of her favorite movies, and one of the sayings from that movie is Carpe Diem, right? Seize the day, right? We talked about always moving forward and seizing the day. And one of my favorite actresses, believe it or not, is actually Lucille Ball, right? And I had this opportunity when we were in Hollywood a few years ago we went on a private tour. We're actually doing something similar with our inner circle in February. They're going to be going on a private personalized tour backstage at Paramount Studios. But when I was there, we actually got to go by Lucille Ball's old office, right, where she was on set. And it actually used to be her studio. She actually owned a studio, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But she used to bring her children there. And there was a little park right next to her studio, and our talent, our inner circle, all get to see this and go through this with us too. But the park was actually the opening scene from the Brady Bunch, and that's where her kids used to play. So before the Brady Bunch even existed, Lucille Ball had built this little park, and that park would actually become a part of the set of the Brady Bunch later on. But for those of you guys, a lot of people, when they think of Lucille Ball, they just think of the comedian, right, and so forth. But Lucille wasn't just an actress, right? She became the first woman to run a major studio, Desilu Productions, with her husband, which produced several popular TV shows, including Star Trek. She was the one that actually created the Star Trek show. She actually believed in the original concept of Star Trek. So something now You know, it's not only she's created a legacy of you know, iconic actress, but she stood for so much. Like, I want you guys to realize something. There's nothing you can't do in life, right? Right? She created a brand about herself, right? She was a redhead by choice, right? While Lucille Ball is famously known for her fiery red hair, her natural hair color was brown. She dyed it to achieve that signature look. She wanted something for her to be able to stand out, right? And the great thing about today's industry, it's all about what makes you unique, what makes you special, right? Age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter, right? Before her television success, Lucille had a lengthy film career at RKO Radio Pictures, where she appeared in various roles, and she earned a nickname of Queen of the Bees for her many roles, right? So before she became this major star, before she would win, you know, win all these awards and so forth, you know, right? She was in B movies, right? She started somewhere. My point is that there's a path to following success, right? When you're able to find this path, being in Hollywood, being in these moments, being able to touch the ground, to see the sign, to be able to do these things, it's like such a life-changing experience, right? Over her career, she's won 4 Emmy Awards. She was inducted into the Television Hall of Fame. In 1986, she was awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Kennedy Center Honors. Right? This is somebody who fought. This is somebody who worked very hard to achieve all of this. So for those of you that are here and you guys are on this beginning path, I want you to realize, like, the opportunity to come to Hollywood, to be able to be a part of the things, to work with the people that we have is life-changing, right? And obviously her influence extends just beyond her comedic prowess. She was an innovative force in the entertainment industry, breaking barriers and setting new standards. And what's great is everyone that's here today, that's what I want you guys to see yourselves at. I want you to, yesterday we talked about writing out that big goal, but I want you to include in that goal, like, what barriers can I break? What new standards can I set for the industry? I want you to put that into the universe, because you may not know the answer today, but there's going to come a point in your journey where these things will start falling into play for you. Okay. One of my favorite restaurants in Hollywood, and every time we were there, I always make sure I take out some time to go. It's called Musso's and Frank's, and it's the oldest restaurant in Hollywood. It's been there for over 100 years, and Charlie Chaplin used to eat there. Humphrey Bogart used to eat there. Charlie Chaplin used to race his horse in front of the old Hollywood restaurant. You know, Frank Sinatra and just Marilyn Monroe and just like all these amazing people. And when you walk into this restaurant, you're walking back into the past, right? You're literally sitting at the bar where Humphrey Bogart was, like, every single night having a drink. Like, it is the most magical experience you could ever imagine. And they make the best steaks and the best food. And it's really cool. I'll give you a little secret tip. If you ever seen the movie Goodfellas, there's that little scene where he kind of goes to the back of the restaurant, goes to the kitchen. Well, at Musso's and Frank's, if you actually park in the back, you can actually, instead of coming through the front doors, you go through the back doors and you actually get to walk through the kitchen. Right. And they have these old phone booths back there, but it's just an amazing thing. It's just like history, right? Like, coming out to Hollywood, you're a part of this history. There's all these, it's inspirational, right? It opens up your creativity. So many people sit down and they just dream about doing things. Other people try to do things. And then there are other people who are going to be in Hollywood. They're going to be people that actually put it into action. They make that decision to move forward. Okay. Yeah, I was in a lot of things. Once upon a time in Hollywood. That's absolutely true. Right. One of the great things too is we talked yesterday a little bit about Stan Lee, and one of my favorite meals ever at Frank and Musso's was I went out to dinner with Tom DeSantos, and we always talk about him a lot. He was, you know, one of the original writers of the X-Men films. He kind of brought back the whole concept of the film industry for superhero movies and the Transformer movies. There you can see him walking the red carpet during one of the premieres of the Transformers movies. But that's actually a view from his house. His house is like the highest house in the Hollywood Hills. And it's kind of interesting, little fact here. Depending upon where you live in Hollywood Hills is kind of like your status in Hollywood, right? A little silly, but it's just how it is. So if you live like near the bottom, you're somebody up and coming. If you're in the middle, you're kind of on your way there. But if you make it all the way to the top, you're like the king of the Hollywood Hills. And Tom lives at the top. Like, his house is at the highest point in the Hollywood Hills. And, you know, you can just overlook the observatory and the sign and just see the city. And I just remember one night we went out for dinner there, and I had just met him. It was one of the very first times I met him. And, you know, I knew who he was and so forth. And as soon as we kind of sat down to have dinner, I excused myself from the table for a moment and I grabbed the waiter and I said, listen, here's my credit card. Make sure when the bill comes, there's no bill that comes to this table, right? I just want it taken care of. And I was really, of course, impressed with Tom and, the opportunity to have him at dinner. He had just met with our inner circle earlier that day. So it was like a little bit of a thank you to, be able to have dinner with him. And I knew how guys are like that. They like to pay the bill. I just know guys like that love paying the bill. But I wanted to take care of the bill. And literally we're having dinner. We're talking about, some new movies he was working on. At that time, he was working on the sequel to Bumblebee, and he was talking about some other scripts that he was working on. He actually sent me the original script for Aliens 3, told me never to share that. So we obviously developed this really great friendship and bond. And then literally, we're coming down, we're having our coffee, it's the end of dinner. And of course, right away, being the person that he is, he says, can I have the check? And the waiter looks at him and he says, oh, the check's already been taken care of. And he points at me. And Tom looks at me and he says to me, he says, Mike, he says, no one's ever bought me dinner. He goes, I started in this industry in the mailroom. I grew up in New Jersey. I grew up in a rough neighborhood. I've struggled. I fought to get my way into Hollywood. I overcame so many challenges. What you guys are doing, helping inspire people and educate them. I wish I had something like this, and now I'm this huge writer, I producer, I travel around the world. And just thank you. He literally just said, thank you. And I says, you know what? It was an honor to be able to do this. And he says, you know what? He says, I'd love for you to invite you up to my house. And next thing I know, 40 minutes later, I'm literally standing there on his balcony, overlooking all of Hollywood. He has the coolest house in the world. He has like all the props from like every X-Men movie. So I'm sitting there, I'm like a little kid. I'm playing with the X-Men claws. I'm playing with Cyclops' glasses. He has one room dedicated to like all the toys that because obviously as the producer of these films, he gets every single little toy, and he has an entire room dedicated to this. Not just from the Transformers, but he's wrote the Alien movies, Battlestar Galactica, the new Battlestar Galactica. So I was just like a kid and I was just so excited to be there. And we were just sitting outside. We were just talking about life. And I just want you guys to realize something. Like, it was a very pivotal moment for me to be in Hollywood, being able to do something like that for even myself, right? Because it's like I struggled, right? For those of you who had a copy of Finding Fame, and for those who may be brand new, you didn't have access to that. If one of my team members can drop the link to Finding Fame so everybody can have that copy of that. But I started off in the restaurant industry. I was washing dishes, right? So I totally understand what it's like to start with nothing and try and build your way up. And every single person, myself and Alicia, that we had the opportunity to meet and work with and go on and win all these awards, like we share that with you at these events. We bring this type of level people to our events and we open our book. And the reason why we're selective, right? Because a lot of times people say, why can't I just buy a ticket? Why do I have to go through an interview process? Because these are amazing people and we want to protect them, just like we protect our talent, right? We're consistently, Deneen the other day, there was a talent, I don't know if I shared this with you yesterday, but it was somebody who was going through the interview process. And she's, started telling Deneen a story about her. She's going to be a model and she's got this agency in Korea. And if you're not familiar with the modeling industry, we're like, well, who, Deneen's first question, of course, because she understands the industry, is like, well, who represents you here in the United States? She said, well, nobody. Now, just so you're kind of familiar with this, to do international modeling, you have to have representation in your home country. So that becomes like your mother agent. So like Truth Management, we represent talent. We're their mother agent. Ryan Colby, we're partners in his agency, owns Colby Management, and we can place people with international agencies. There's a lot of steps like flights and hotels, how long the talent are going to be there, what are they staying at the model apartment, what expenses are being covered up front, what expenses the talent required, what kind of jobs they're going to be doing. So it's a big undertaking, right? Visas, taxes, all these other things, right? Certain countries you can work in, certain countries you have to have work visas. There's a lot to it. So, understanding the industry, when we heard this, Deneen's like, well, wait a minute, you don't have representation. How are you working in Korea? She goes, well, my friend's a model. And then Deneen goes, oh, your friend, who's your friend? She goes, well, she's on TikTok, right? Well, no, well, hold on. So wait, your friend's on TikTok. Have you ever met this person in life? No. Have you ever done a video call with her? No. She's my friend though. And she just insisted that this woman, this person she's never talked to, she's only seen these pictures, these images, reached out to her and said they're going to get her signed to an agency in Korea. Well, we did some research and we're really good at this. Turned out that this girl was talking to somebody who was working with a sex trafficking organization. This girl was about to be literally kidnapped and sold into the sex trafficking industry. Okay. And thank God. And everybody give a shout out and appreciation to Deneen for catching this. Okay. Because we feel so strongly about this. And it's really important for you guys to realize that when we say we protect our talent, we protect our speakers, we protect everyone, even for somebody that we didn't represent or sign. So that's the reason why we go through this interview process, because we want to make sure when you're sitting down, you're coming out to Hollywood, you're working with people at this level, that there's a complete understanding of expectations, right? We want you to have that superhero pose. We want you to be that person who is going to change your life, right? So I just wanted to kind of bring that out there to you and kind of just share that. I've never shared that story before, but I wanted to share it with you guys today. So, and at the end of the day, it's because we're family, right? This is what it's about, whether you're part of our inner circle, whether you're brand new, we represent you in Truth Management, or maybe you're just coming out to your first event, right? We have a big event planned in New York City, literally in 7 weeks. And I know there's a ton of talent on here. This is going to be an incredible event that we have. There are no tickets available for it, but our next event is Hollywood, right? So for people who are brand new, this is their opportunity to step into that opportunity to be able to be a part of the company. Okay. We've been doing this for a long time, right? We've built relationships up. People were like Ryan Colby, the gentleman there, with the white hair with Alicia on the bottom, that's Patrick Quigliano. That's the head of Stella Adler. Our talent are actually going to have the opportunity, the talent that are part of our Rising Star Academy, they're going to be working with him. He's trained people like Johnny Depp and Meryl Streep and Chris Pine, right? Some of the most amazing people. He's the head of coaching, right? He's the on-set acting coach for J.J. Abrams, okay? He has a home not only in New York, but also in Hawaii because they were filming Lost, right? While they were in Hawaii. So he has a home there. He goes back and forth. He's the most amazing person. We've been friends with him for 18 plus years. He awards our talent scholarships consistently, right? Our talent will be meeting and working with him in New York City, right? So again, like imagine, something like Stella Adler, it's $250,000 to go there for 4 years. But literally, we open the door, talent that come to New York, that work with him, he says, I want to give that person a scholarship. I see their potential, right? We can't just say, oh, let's just let anyone show up. No, we would never be able to get people like that. The gentleman above with the blonde woman, very attractive blonde woman, that's Mark Victor Hansen, right? He's the greatest publisher, the author in the world. Okay, over 500 million books sold, right? At the bottom, you can see at one of our events, kind of he's like peeking out, looking through one of the young ladies' portfolios. That's Phil Sullivan, okay, from America's Next Top Model. Okay, so I want you guys to understand something, like the people that we introduce you to, right? Here's some more images from New York City from a previous event, right? There's some of our inner circle having a private dinner. There you can see Alicia with the gentleman with the dreads. That's Tyrone Mays. He is the person who relaunched Tyra Banks' career from America's Next Top Model. You can see there again, Phil working with some of our talent. There you can go see Phil speaking from stage and so forth. And you can see Ryan there. And you can see James Johnson, right? You can see Alicia with James Johnson, right? We spoke about James Johnson yesterday, right? I remember I told you guys the story. For those of you who weren't, I'll give you the overbridge story of it. But James Johnson is somebody who started with us. He literally was in a town that was so small that literally there was one traffic light. He worked at a coffee barista, okay? His father was in prison. His father was like a drug dealer. He was in prison. Everyone told him that James Johnson, he would fail. He would never amount to anything. His life would be nothing, right? Imagine if he leaned into that. Imagine he leaned into that. He said, I don't have the support. I'm not resourceful. I can't do it. I'm just going to be a loser, right? But he didn't. He got on a call with us. He was on a Zoom call. He came through the interview process. He came to New York, right? He figured it out. He made it happen. And, and his whole life changed. His whole life changed before that. Even somebody like Deneen, you could see her, this was from last year's Halloween event that we did. right? Our talent love working with Deneen. They love working with Alicia. They love working with our speakers. Like, there's no company out there that does things like this, right? Has these celebration calls, these amazing events, being able to spend time with the talent. That's why we're selective. Again, here's one of my favorite pictures. I told you guys I would share this yesterday. That's James Johnson. James Johnson, when he first came to that very first event, the one goal that he wanted was just the opportunity to meet Phil Sullivan. Like, he was so inspired by Phil, and he just wanted to meet Phil Sullivan. And there he is. That's him and Phil giving a hug. He would literally less than a year later be walking the runways with Phil Sullivan. Okay. He literally now he lives in LA. He's a full-time working actor, writer. One of his new films just premiered the other day. If you follow our success stories, you'll actually see that posted. But I just want you to show you guys, like, all it takes is one person to change your life. Like, one of our celebration events we have later next year is in Cancun, right? Phil Sullivan's going to be spending a week in Cancun, right? Imagine just being able to sit on the beach, celebrate your success, right? You start your career today. A year from now, you're in Cancun. You're sitting down with people like Phil Sullivan. You've been to Hollywood. You've gotten the right photos, the right training. You're working with cast members from The Sopranos. You're working with these amazing people. And now all of a sudden, a year from now, you're sitting down on the beach, having a drink, and you're just celebrating your life, celebrating your friends, celebrating your community, right? While we're there, we're actually going to be building a school, right? An arts and entertainment center for kids who don't have what we have. And it's going to be an initiative that we're going to carry around the globe, right? So it's not only just about you, but it's about giving back and celebrating others, okay? That's why we have a screening process, okay? Because at the end of the day, it all begins with getting the right photos, right? Meeting the right people, getting the right training, right? So if you want to have the right photos for your acting, your modeling, your resume, right? Image is everything. You need to shoot for greatness, and that's what we do. Ryan Colby spoke about that yesterday. So many people invest a lot of money getting the wrong photos, right? Getting the wrong training, working with the wrong people, right? The answer is here. The answer is we push you forward. We are the ones that will help you get where you want to go. Right. So I'll talk a little bit about photos, right? When we do our photo shoots, we get the best studios, we get the best photographers, the best makeup artists, right? Because at the end of the day, having the right photos is creating the iconic photos that show versatility. Doing your photos is not about you. It's about grabbing the casting director's attention, right? And age doesn't matter. Don't let the years define you. You define yourself. There's so much opportunity in this industry today on people being unique, being different ages, different looks. Location doesn't matter. We have people on here from all over the world that are here learning and sharing. We went through the most amazing transformation this morning, right? Yesterday we talked about foundation. Today we talk about transformation, right? We learned all of these things, right? We're giving you experiences, and it doesn't matter if you decide to work with us or not. Right? We're here. This is something we do to help others. We understand how hard it is. We've all been through this together. Right. And at the end of the day, you need to have the right image, right? The image of the star you're destined to be. Right. We talked about Masharan. We talked about his success. We talked about the obstacles he overcame. And now not only did he have the opportunity to walk New York Fashion Week, but he's going to Paris. He's going to be working with one of the biggest agents in LA. A year ago, he couldn't even talk on a Zoom call. Now he speaks from stage. Right? Because of the coaching, because of the influence, because of surrounding himself. Now, his circle of influence are some of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. A year ago, he started on a Zoom call, just like everyone here, right? With that anticipation, that hope of saying, hey, I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to see what this call is all about. And then maybe, I'll decide what I want to do. But he made that decision. And it was in the moment of his decision that his whole life changed, right? So again, it's about having the right photos. You can see one of the original photos of Brandon Hunter. He's in New York right now. He's missed out on Ryan Colby's birthday party, right? Because he was booked for work. Ryan's in Maine. He'll be calling in later today. He's literally right on the ocean, right? He's hanging out with Liv Taylor from Aerosmith's daughter. He's hanging out with celebrities and so forth, right? But they're spending some time. They're doing a mastermind. They're talking about the future, different things that are going on. Okay, these are the opportunities that are in front of you today, right? But it starts with getting the right photos, making sure you have the right marketing tools, the right training, right? You want to be a doctor, you can't just walk into a hospital. It's setting the expectations that you're willing to invest in yourself. If the other person is just sitting at home saying, oh, nobody believes in me, I'm broke, I'm this, I'm that, we talked about that. That's your mindset, right? You can figure things out. You can make things happen, Okay. Again, we get the right studios. And it's important, right? You know, one of the studios that we're getting in New York is one of the most incredible studios in the world. Okay. Wherever we are, we do shoots in Phoenix. We'll rent out mansions and we'll shoot in the desert, right? Because we want people to have the photos that will change their life. So we make sure that we invest. We get the right studios, the right location. We get celebrity makeup artists, celebrity photographers, not because we want to be cool, but because we know that the key to success is getting the best people in your life. And it also gives you proximity to influencers, right? People who work behind the scenes, right? Because now all of a sudden that makeup artist that's working with you, as you're sharing and celebrating her client base is seeing that. That photographer, as you're celebrating working with him, he's guiding you through that first photo shoot. Now you're getting access to his entire client base. See, everything we do here is well thought out. There's nothing that we don't do, that we don't create a system. Step 1, step 2, step 3. How do we always improve? Every event we do, our goal is always to improve by 1%, right? Because we know we've done 200 events, right? Our Hollywood event will be our 200th event. That means we're twice as good as we ever were. Every single day you can increase by 1%, right? And before you know it, it's not big, giant steps, small steps, right? It's paying attention to the details. That's what this industry is about. We talked about that yesterday during script analysis, right? Because at the end of the day, your photos are going to tell your story. Your portfolio is your voice, whether you're a model, an actor, a musician. That is the first thing that a casting director or person in the industry will see. Casting directors look at so many photos. They just can't tell by looking who will land the job. They know a good portfolio when they see one. If you want your photos to stand out from all the other amateurs, quote unquote, applying, you need to make sure your pictures are good, super quality. Your photos need to catch the casting director's eye the right way. The best photos will look professional. You should smile big and look like you're having lots of fun. Good lighting and backgrounds, right? When the casting director sees great pictures of you, they'll know you're perfect for the job. Okay. So again, having the right photos. When we go through our photo shoots, there's a whole preparation, making sure to see what you qualify for. What are the best jobs you can do? Are you New York? Are you LA? Can you play the mom, the dad, the brother, the sister, right? What characters can you do, right? What kind of commercials can you do? What kind of brands are going to be the best brands for you to be able to shoot, right? Having the right photos. And I'm going over this for people who are new and they're trying to do this on their own. I see so many people come through, they spend thousands of dollars on photos. And Ryan takes a look at me. He's like, no, these can't be used. So I want you guys to be aware of why I'm doing this. I want you guys to see getting the right photos, the right lighting. The attention is drawn to the person's eyes. You can see the versatility. So these are great examples of great photos. Okay. Because at the end of the day, you need to grab the casting director's attention. Okay. So you want to make sure what you may qualify for. Maybe qualify for commercial, maybe qualify for lifestyle, editorial. We spoke about the different qualifications yesterday, right? Even something as simple as getting Polaroids. These shots, these photos, your right headshots, right? There's time that goes into this. When you're working with people at this level, this is not, you just don't show up at a studio, right? There are hours and hours of time spent beforehand, making sure that everybody is ready for these photos. Again, here's some great examples of some great headshots. This is what casting directors want to see. And like I said earlier, I'm familiar with it, right? Subpar amateurish photos will never press agents or casting directors enough to represent or hire you in the highly competitive modeling and acting industry where visual presentation is everything, right? Here's a very attractive girl. She spent over $2,000 on these photos, right? These are not good, right? The stripes on the shirt, your eyes were brought to the glasses first, then the yellow, and so forth. So this is somebody who invested money, who had potential, but just didn't do it the right way. And I get it. When you don't know, you just don't know, right? We talked about mastery, right? Being incompetent at first, right? And a lot of times people, oh my God, I spent all this money, these are the wrong photos, and they quit. No, you got to push through, right? Unprofessional, mediocre photos communicate lack of serious investment in your modeling or acting career. Instantly disqualifying you from consideration for representation or jobs in industries where your visual portfolio is the make or break factor, right? Again, you can see her eyes were drawn to the necklaces. Her hair's not done properly. She wasn't set one color hair instead of having multicolor hair. They didn't dye her hair beforehand. You know, even for a realtor, I wouldn't hire her for a realtor. Even if these were being used for her portfolio, I wouldn't hire her, right? I'm going to look for that person who has the sharp photos. That's how people judge you, right? People, when they see those photos, they judge you so quickly. People make a decision about you in 10 seconds or less. So when you're competing in something that's competitive, you have to be the best at what you do. And somebody like Ryan, he's our art director for our photo shoots. He's been doing this for over 40 years, former art director of Vogue magazine. I couldn't find anybody who's better than him in the world to do this. He's developed and created some of the most iconic images in the world. Okay, add lighting, awkward poses, and poor composition in photos convey amateurism that will hold your modeling or acting career back by overlooking you for opportunities that ultimately require an impressive, professional grade portfolio to open doors with agents and casting staff. So again, you can see here, cute girl for Disney, but again, her photo's done wrong, the stripes, the glasses, and so forth. And this is somebody, her parents spent a lot of money on this, but then boom, right? She's got a cute look. But when shown against what the quality of expectations is, she's going to get passed by, right? And the reason why is in the visual dominated modeling and acting fields where your image is your brand. Low quality photos that don't stand out from the crowd will cause you to blend in rather than capture interest, preventing you from getting signed by an agent or booked for jobs. So again, these, attractive girl, hair not done right, off colors. The one on the right with the lumberjack shirt, I always do kind of like that one, but I wouldn't use that as a first photo, maybe like 2 or 3 in her book, because I think that that's a nice character shot, but the other two, absolutely not. Okay. So again, this is what you want to shoot for. Remember, I spoke about this yesterday. Having the right first photo goes on the cover of your book. That job of that photo is one reason only, to get the casting director to turn the page and then see those photos. And the job of those photos is to get them to turn to the next set. That's their job. You have to create a story with that. There's a story you create with the photo. When we do our shoots, we do like multiple looks, multiple outfits. We have hair and makeup and styling. We do all kinds of preparation. So, we know what we're doing. There's a reason we have over 10,000 success stories. There's a reason why our talent, win the highest awards. Our talent walk the runways of the world. The reason our talent commercials are during the Super Bowl, during the World Series, because we know what we're doing. And how do we know what we're doing? We've been doing it for 18 years and we hire the best people in the world to work with. We get the best studios. We get the best makeup artists and so forth. So our next big event is Hollywood. Okay. It's going to be May 2024. There's a process. There's an interview process. Okay. I'm going to go over everything, but in Hollywood, not only do we get to spend 3 days meeting some of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry, people are going to snap their fingers and change your life in 30 seconds or less. We're going to get your photos done. There's a whole process, right? Ryan Colby will be there and so forth, okay? And just to kind of give you an idea, like what our talent having the opportunity to be able to do while they're in New York City. And just remember, just so we're clear, New York's closed out. There is no New York. New York, that boat has left. Hollywood. But just to kind of give you an idea, like Hollywood runs the same idea as New York. Not only do we have the celebrity photo shoots, we have private industry dinners, we have celebrity masterclasses. Our talent are going to get to work with Patrick Quigliano. They're going to get to work with Bobby Finaro, which you guys are going to get to meet shortly for those of you that are new. We have production meetings for our production assistants. We have a certification program. The only way that's open for people who want to work behind the scenes and learn how to, like the backdoor way to get on set, become a certified production assistant. That's only open to our talent, right? We have special production dinners for our assistants. We have our Inner Circle Power Dinner. We have VIP after parties, right? Our talent are going to get to hang out, at celebrity parties, red carpet. We have some of the biggest photographers in the world are going to be there. They're going to be news channels there from Getty Images covering the party. We have one of the founders of Public Enemy is going to be actually DJing there. He's in the African American Hall of Fame. He's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, right? This is going on over 3 days. Like, we keep our talent busy. We have a new Broadway production that we currently are now pre-producing. We're going to be doing meetings about that. Our talent are going to be meeting with agencies. We have live auditions going on. We have fashion shows going on, comedy shows, right? Updates on the agency, surprise announcements. Okay. Hollywood's going to be our biggest event ever. It's going to be our 200th live event. So if you think what we're doing in New York is incredible, we're taking Hollywood and we're increasing that by 200%. This is going to be the biggest, largest event we've ever done. This is going to be the event that changes people's lives. Okay, and you guys have that opportunity today. I'm going to have my assistant drop a link right now for our 21-day challenge link in the comments. So for those of you who want to schedule, I'm giving you the opportunity now because you were here early to schedule now. I will go over later one more time, but I can tell you right now, okay, you can see the link right there, schedule now. Click on that link because once those appointments are filled, this is extremely limited. Okay, this is not going to be open. Yesterday, I gave everyone a chance. Monday probably is already booked up. Okay, so now you're competing against the other talent that were here yesterday who got that spot first, because the moment that last spot is gone, every single call after that, this is going to be the call. Hey, I just wanted to reach out to you. This is Deneen. We love you. We're going to send you some free gifts. But right now, Hollywood is off the table. You're going to have to wait until the next event. That next event will not be until next year. Okay, that the next event will be not until November of next year. So if you want to put your career on hold, then wait for the end of the day to grab that link. The secret word for today is pizza. Okay, so the secret word for today is pizza. Okay, completely different. So we know who scheduled yesterday, because yesterday you got a secret word for yesterday. Today's secret word is pizza. Okay, so make sure we drop that link, guys. I just wanted to go over that with you guys really quick. So for those of you who are interested in coming into Hollywood, investing in your career, having the opportunity to change your life, make sure you schedule now. I will go over this one more time at the end of the day, but I just want to give everybody the opportunity to schedule now because you were here early. So take advantage of that because we have some incredible speakers. I will be back on later today, but you guys trust me on this later on today. We're hitting you with some of our best speakers today. So get ready. And at the end of the day, I also have a big announcement about one of our new coaches that's going to be working with our talent live online and in person. And she is like I'm so excited for this. So I will share that, guys, with you later. And I also want to give a shout out. I will go through this one more time. I just want to give a shout out to all the people who played full out with costumes today. You guys are going to be receiving a special email for a private call with Ryan Colby. We have Susan, Reginald, Yasmin, Charles, Julie, Clement, Sequoia, Tina, of course, Christine Harding, Amanda, Melina, and also Julian. I thought Julian at first was the Unabomber, but then I realized he was a Pokemon, so I do apologize for that. But anyway, if I missed for some reason you are in costume and I missed that, I will go through it one more time. But just let you guys know, I wrote down those names. I'll go through it one more time. But if for some reason you are in costume and I did miss your name, just email Deneen at VIP Talent Connect. So one of my assistants, one of my team members could drop the link for Deneen. It's Deneen at VIPTalentConnect.com. So email her, let her know that we're in costume today. So you will get that private invitation for that call with Ryan. Again, we show when you're all in, guys, we snap our fingers. We reward people. When you guys are all in, you do things, you guys know. And for a lot of you guys on call, I'm excited to work with you guys. I'm excited to see you in Hollywood. I'm excited for our people who are coming to New York. I'm excited for people who elevate, become a part of our inner circle. And I'm really excited to be able to go to Cancun and celebrate. Next year is going to be an incredible year for this company. So many huge announcements, so many incredible things that are going on. I see a couple people missed the link. So if one of my team members could drop the link again, as I'm turning this back over to Deneen and the wonderful and beautiful Miss Alicia Kback, guys. I will see everybody in a little bit. Make sure you guys schedule, because again, once those appointments are gone, if you're pushed all the way out, you're not going to get a chance to come to Hollywood. All right, guys, I'll talk to you in a little bit. Bye, guys.
Okay. Someone added a little something to the email. So when you send me your email, I want everyone who's dressed up, even if Mike said your name, I want everyone who's dressed up to email me, but then do this, send me a picture of you in your costume with the Zoom behind you. Ooh, let's see how y'all can follow directions. Something else too. If you scheduled yesterday, you do not have to schedule again today, because we had a couple of people that were so excited they scheduled like 2 times yesterday. I'm like, oh my gosh. Okay. So if you're already scheduled yesterday, then you don't have to schedule again today because you're already scheduled. Congratulations. Okay. So that's one thing. And I just want to clear something up too. So how many of you love the speakers that you've heard over the last 2 days? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you love the speakers that we've heard over the last, they've been absolutely amazing, right? The one thing that I love about each and every one of our speakers, whether it's people you heard from yesterday, Haviland Stillwell, Bobby Finaro, who you're going to hear from in a couple of minutes, Jen, the thing I love about each and every one of our speakers is this. They all lead right from their heart. Have you noticed that? Like every one of our speakers led from the heart. Ryan Colby, super blunt, super quirky, but he leads from his heart. Alicia leads from her heart, from her mama bear heart. Like she tells you the real, honest to God truth because she leads from her heart. Mike leads from his heart. So today when Jen and I were talking about getting her scheduled, she was like, okay, Deneen, I want to give everyone tremendous value. I want to give everyone a copy of, I want them all to be a part of my coaching program. I was like, a hell yes, because she gave me early access. And I know if it can transform my life, dude, your lives will be exploded. Okay. The one thing I am not necessarily always the best at though, is thinking through how to do all the things. I get so excited. Like even today when I was doing my makeup, I was like, yeah, I'm going to be able to do it. It's going to be awesome. Yeah, I almost didn't show up with makeup today. Like I should show you the blooper reel. I was like, I had like stuff all over my face. Like I don't always think through how to do the final product. So Jen gave that offer and I was like, yeah, that's awesome. Let's do that. But then I didn't think, okay, like most times it's like, oh yeah, like here's a link or here's a copy of a free book. So when she was like, okay, everyone drop your email and you're all dropping your email in, I was like, Alicia's like, oh my God, what's going on? I was like, oh my God, I didn't think that through. And so let me explain to you why we don't want you dropping your emails through. This call was open to the public. Okay. And I want you, and Mike told you that story about that girl that I spoke to, who literally was willing to sell herself into human trafficking. Like she was fighting me.
It's also streaming on YouTube and Facebook.
Yeah.
Security matters. We fight too hard.
Yeah.
So
So fortunately, your emails aren't shared to YouTube and Facebook and all of that. Okay. It's like only in this spot here. But the reason that we don't want you dropping your emails into the chat is this is an open forum. Okay, so when Alicia was like, no, stop, it's because she cares about you and she wants you guys to understand. Like, so I just wanted to clear that up because like everyone was excited, but I want you to understand why we don't want you sharing your email with everyone. That would be like, hey, you know what? Put your social security number in the chat, which I'm not asking you to do, just for the record, but like, it's the same idea. Okay. So that's why we pulled back. And I just want you to understand that. Alicia was like, Deneen, you have to tell them. And I was like, don't worry, I got it. Okay. I want you to understand, like, we care about you. Even if we have not yet met with you, talked to you, any of that. The reason we do these is because we lead from our hearts too. Alicia has told you her story. And I'm going to introduce her officially in just one moment because you know what? I haven't like given you all of her accolades.
People are saying they can't schedule. I don't understand that. Can we post the link again?
Let me hold on. Okay, if you guys can't, let me check that out.
Okay.
It may be that all the spots are already taken up.
It says no more slots.
Okay, well,
Better than saying no more sluts, but yeah.
okay, let me check that out really quickly while I'm talking. But I just want you guys to understand, like, the reason that we had that reaction is not because we don't want you to have access to that. It's just that literally, oh, it says, okay. All right, well, let me talk to my team because it looks like we're booked through Wednesday. All right, so let me talk to the team about that and see if I can.
Hey, Deneen, if there's no more slots available and they missed out, let's not open up any more slots currently. Let me just look at the schedule because I don't want people scheduling if there's not going to be an opportunity for them. So let's just wait. And at the end of the day, if I am able to open up some, we'll open some up at the end of the day.
Okay. And what I'll also do is I'll go through and take out any duplicates. So if you guys give me like a couple minutes to do that too, because again, some of you are so excited. You scheduled more than, okay. How about this? If since we have a couple minutes before our next speaker, if you're one of those overexcited people, and I'm looking at you, Charles Berry, because you're scheduled twice at the same time tomorrow. So what yeah, it's okay. You're sitting right in the top of my screen. Plus I was just working through the schedule. But what I'm going to have you guys do, if you scheduled more than one appointment, can you please go into your email and delete the appointments that you don't want to keep as well? Help me help you. Okay. Because there are a lot of people here that want this. All right.
And then also, Deneen, check if anybody's been rejected in the past and that year hasn't been up yet. So if they're still on the year waiting list, cancel those appointments too.
Okay. During Bobby Finar, while our next speaker is talking, I'll be doing some house cleaning, y'all. All right. All right. So yeah, so we'll go through and do that too. And if you're already a part of VIP Ignite and you're already on track to go to Hollywood, please also go in and take your appointment out, just because, again, we
We're
want
going
to
to be doing prep calls with you guys, going through everything. So if you're already scheduled for LA, there's no need to schedule again to see if you qualify to go to LA.
Yeah.
Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yeah, and I already see some things I can clean up here. So, Christian, okay, Christian, you have 3 appointments. You know what I love about this? I love that you guys are so excited that you're like, I'm gonna schedule 17 appointments, but you're being greedy also. You're taking away from other people. Be a team player, okay? Cancel the appointment from the email. Okay, well, oh, Jalen already did. Awesome. Good job. All right. Okay, so are we still good? If we're good, give me a thumbs up. Everyone give me a thumbs up. Unless you're like canceling one of your 17 appointments that you scheduled, then just keep going on with your bad self. Awesome. All right. So this has been, what an amazing day. Like, how many of you are excited face to face to meet face to face? How awesome is that going to be? On a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome is that going to be? It's going to be pretty. Hold on. Daniel Bernstein, if you're not giving me a 20 out of 10, I'm going to cancel your appointment personally, sir. Okay, that's what I like to see. Thank you very much. Awesome. No, but this has been awesome. And I love that you guys showed up too. And for the people that are like, oh my God, I didn't know that I'm supposed to show up in costume. Well, the people who were here yesterday did, and that's why they got the opportunity to schedule first. And this is what I want you guys to understand. Okay. When you see the people that we shared success stories with, they took action. Like Brandon Hunter, who you saw, literally when he was on a call with Alicia, he scheduled at 11 a.m. the day after the call. How do I know? Because my coffee was still hot when I was talking to him. Okay. So make sure when you're given an opportunity, take action. Don't sit back and don't think about it. If you have to take action. All right, Monique. Marianne, you can just email me. Marianne White, you can just email me. So like Christine Harding, you can email me. Like anyone who's Inner Circle, just email me.
Ryan Clapham, you can cancel your appointment. Andrea McDonald, you can cancel yours. Darrell Radcliffe, just email me.
Darrell
Marjorie
may not be on
Cleveland.
track to go to Hollywood yet. So
Okay,
she
Marjorie
might need to keep-
Cleveland, you don't need this appointment. And Mendy, who had a family emergency, so she logged off.
Okay.
But
Here,
she's
this is
listening.
what we'll do. We're gonna go through and do some housekeeping. Okay, there's
This
one
is what
appointment.
happens, kind of like a casting director. Like we're going through the list of, again, just so you guys understand, even if you have a credit card, our services are not for sale. You actually have to go through an interview process. And, you know, I really want to say this to you. It took Mike and I 20 years to build this company. We've invested over $1 million just in Broadway to win 6 Tonys. The reason why we work with these amazing people is because we got up to that level. Does that make sense? They're not doing it just because, oh, sure, whatever. Even today, we have a casting director who literally has casted Academy Award-winning movies. She's not doing it because I'm friends with her daughter. She's doing it because her brand is associated with our brand. Does that make sense? So if that makes sense to you, I really want you to think about this. If you're serious about going to this event and these people have done tremendous things, imagine, Deneen, in a different world, VIP Ignite didn't exist.
Yeah.
How the hell would you get into Hollywood? Pay for pictures no one's ever going to see. Join casting websites. We already know most of them are full of crap, especially now. What are you going to do? Take acting lessons and not ever get in front of the right people? So we're going to be very specific about who we choose. Does that make sense to everybody? And that's the truth. So I don't care if you have a Platinum American Express card. Our services are not for sale, not for what we offer. Whether we charge $10,000, $50,000. When we had Jen today talking about working with Tony Robbins, just so you understand, we work with Tony Robbins. It's $125,000 a year to work with Tony on that level. Does that make sense? So the fact that you're even getting access to her, thank God we invested that kind of money, because what we do is for those of you that are really serious, it's about proximity, proof, and power. That gives us the authority. We invest a lot of money and time to get to these relationships so that we can offer it to Daniel Bernstein or Roxanne Wilson or Larry Anderson or Leah. We're cultivating relationships, which is the hardest thing to do in this business. Okay. That's not a lot of money. You're looking at it as an expense. We look at it as an investment. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Because that's how you get to open up the stock exchange. We've had a hit radio show with CBS. That's how we get to do these things. It's not because we're lucky or we're magical unicorns. We bust our ass 24/7. Some of you guys may not know I'm a mom. I have a 3-year-old, and I work from home, but yet I travel all around the world. And I really want to, I'm here producing Broadway simultaneously while I'm also listening to this call. So I don't ever want to hear, and somebody typed a personal comment to me, I want to do this, but I have kids. Don't you dare ever use children as a crutch, ever. That should be your motivation to get your shit together, to be better for not just you, but for your family. And that's the truth. It's hard. But thank God we've already built the road for you. You're not going out there and, oh my God, are these people real? Oh my God, we're going to have a star from the hit show Sopranos, who's part of our company. Monique Coleman from High School Musical works for us. We have actors from The Walking Dead who work for us. If that's not baller, I don't know what is. And that's the truth. This is not based on who has money and who doesn't. If you are financially struggling, figure it the F out, for real. Do what you got to do. I don't care if you're out there, whatever, shaking your boobs, driving Uber. I don't care what you do, because if your pain is great enough, you're going to do something about it. If you're comfortable, anybody here comfortable with their life or happy where their life is, or do you deserve more? Because what you think you're entitled to, unless you take action, you're kidding yourself. And that's the truth. You have to figure it out. So if you scheduled and financially, you have nothing. I don't offer these services for free. Okay. I want to make sure you're in it to win it. Because anybody who's ever gotten anything free, they don't take advantage of it. So if you deserve more, show it to yourself. Prove it to yourself that you're worth it. It's an investment in the most amazing thing in the world. Yourself. Okay. If we give you access to the biggest names in show business, that is the hardest thing in the world. You are face to face, whether live or on Zoom. That's how you get shit done. Face to face is everything. Anybody here have a crappy resume, right? Oh, but if I met somebody, they would want to work with me. Great, let's do it. I'll see you in Hollywood. That's how it works. So I can't fight for somebody, Deneen, who can't fight for themselves.
Can
someone pick me
please?
up, please?
No, we
Priyanka,
cannot.
I
Here,
hope
you
you're
know what?
kidding. Just log her off.
I
That's a
am.
dumb.
All right, guys.
Don't piss me off. Just log her off.
I'm trying. All right. So how many of you are really excited for our next guest? How many of you are scheduled? How many of you are excited to go to Hollywood? If you're excited to go to Hollywood, type Hollywood in the comments. Let's talk about Hollywood. Awesome. All right. So allow me to introduce our next guest to you. So our next guest, I'm going to pin him right here. All right. So our next guest was born in Brooklyn, New York, to Anna, a deaconess, and Vincent Finaro, an interior decorator. His parents are both second-generation Italians. Finaro began acting professionally in New York theater with a European tour of A Streetcar Named Desire as Stanley with the late James Gandolfini, who played Mitch, where they became friends. Robert's breakthrough role was Eugene in David Chase's The Sopranos. From then on, he's been known for multiple TV and film roles, such as The Sinner, Ron Tinetti with Jessica Biel and Bill Pullman, Ray Donovan as Lieutenant Fricker with Quincy Tyler Bernstein, HBO's Vinyl with Tony Del Greco, directed by Martin Scorsese, The Irishman as Johnny with De Niro, and American Gangster as McCann opposite Josh Brolin. He is forever thankful to his friend, James Gandolfini, for, as they say in show business, sending the elevator down. Everyone give it up for the one and only Mr. Robert Finaro. Keep cheering. Keep cheering.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you? It's so good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you, Denise, for that wonderful intro.
You're welcome.
Hi, all my friends that I see in the workshop, the VIP Ignite.
Hi, Bobby.
Hi, and hey, Allie, how you doing?
Hey,
Talking sense, talking wisdom, talking practicality, talking logic. talking
you always have to
reality.
talk logic. You know that.
We do fantasy, and it's all about fantasy, but we need to work on it to get there.
But this business, I mean, you busted your ass. I mean, that's what a lot of people don't
Yeah.
see. Oh, you're a star in a TV show. Well, yeah, but how long did you train for? What kind of headshot? You didn't just wake up and get a role on The Sopranos. And I want everybody to understand that. Like, we're gonna like clear away the curtain and show people. I mean, that's why they're here for 2 days. I mean, you've worked with us now for almost 2 decades, which sounds insane.
No,
But you put a lot of work into this, not to mention financials. You've invested in your business. I mean, because this is a business. You are your own brand. So
Yes, well.
let's talk about your childhood and
Okay.
when you knew you wanted to be an actor and the steps that it took to get you to that level.
All right, you know that we are basically a chosen few. Maybe we're the second child. We're the ones that need attention, sort of, and maybe not the first child and the second one, or maybe even the third or the fourth. So, I mean, I grew up wanting that, and my uncle was a director in Brooklyn. He raised money. He started really small in a small parish, and then in Howard Beach, and then he kind of built that up for Catholic Charities, Brooklyn Catholic Charities, and he put on musicals like The Music Man and Hello Dolly, and some of the conductors and stuff. Professional people came to his plays, and also people that were in his plays went on to do Broadway. So Fanaras have a good track record of training Broadway of future film stars. So we do have a good track record of doing that. I can be very confident in telling you that. So that's how I got the bug. And then, of course, in college, I went into do accounting and Pace University, like Bradley Cooper, the same place, except many, many moons before. They had a drama program, but I went in for accounting and I wrote a poem for my accounting final called Don't Quit. And I said to my mom, I'm not going to quit. And she said, well, maybe you should try drama. And I did. I joined the drama department and I worked for 1 year in there. And then I left college to live my life a little bit. But, I always had the bug. I always wanted to do it. I co-directed something with the person that I was living with, and I always had my skin in the game, you might say. It's called skin in the game. And then, of course, I decided to really, really learn acting at HB Studio, to really apply myself after college and stuff like that. So I went back to HB and I studied with Herbert Berghoff and the great Earl Hyman from The Cosby Show. And from Earl Hyman, I went to a director called Bobby Lewis, who directed Earl Hyman in his works. He was a great theater actor. And of course, everyone knows him from The Cosby Show. And I seriously started to apply myself. And that's when I'd say about 3 or 4 years, Allie and Danina, of really going around and of course I was living in Staten Island at the time, and a friend of mine said, "Oh, you serious about this? I got this little Seaview Playwrights Theater. We're doing Bird Bath. We're doing a few plays. Would you like to be in it?" Sure, it's experience. You take it because you need to get that experience, even if you don't know what the heck you're doing. You're training to learn to know what you're doing. So that being said, I got cast as an understudy in a play with Paul Sorvino called The Rainmaker. He was starting to try to do a group theater in America, and he had Gary Sandy from WKRP and then I understudied not his role, but the role of Noah. And we got a chance to do that. And I was living with a friend of mine, David Seminon from the Drama Bookstore. It's so nice. He has kind people all around. He gave me a small little room to live in, And he saw that I was struggling. We actually put the play up a couple of times, and I told him, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm doing a play, but I don't know how to apply myself. I don't really feel great when I'm walking off the stage. What did I do? He said, you know what? You need to reprogram yourself. You're always going to reinvent yourself. I'm going to pay for some classes for Bobby Lewis, who taught Earl Hyman, who you took with. And I went to Bobby's workshop and I put it all together, the group theater. This is what I do in a VIP Ignite talent workshop as I try to direct and coach everyone to learn from the beginning, from a first reading to a character talk or a talk about the theme of the play and every time reading the play and then putting it up on its feet and then having a final farewell performance, 4 weeks basically, or 4 workshops. And this is what we do. And I kind of share that with everyone. And I tell you, I've seen a great improvement, but in getting back to myself. So now I've done the Bobby Lewis thing. I'm still studying, I'm doing stuff. And there's an audition in the backstage. It wasn't online. Now it was a physical newspaper backstage in New York. There was a European tour.
But that's a good speaking point really quick.
Yeah.
Backstage, back when it was a newspaper, that was the original Backstage.
That's right.
When Backstage went to the digital format, it got bought by a third party, which is why it's not the same Backstage that old Hollywood used, just so you guys know. Back in the day, I'm sure you had like a red pen circling castings. Back then, like years ago, there were pictures of people showing up to the studios, waiting at the gates, and you would have people like picking out extras for the day. That's what Backstage was meant for. When Backstage went digital, all hell broke loose. Anybody could post a casting on there.
Backstage had Backstage
Yeah.
they had the Warriors. You know, you could
Yep.
you could
Back then it was
back down
complete
to the
legit.
Warriors.
Yeah, for sure.
It was definitely
was a
something
different
that was
day.
legit. Yeah,
Yep.
it was. So they had these non-equity plays, and it was a non-equity tour of a streetcar named Desire, and I auditioned for it, and I landed the role. And unbeknownst to me, standing in the doorway on Theater Row, where I think you're producing that play with Rob Galinsky. I'm not sure if you are, but I know Galinsky. In that same Theater Row, I see standing in the doorway, James
Galinsky is 50 Cent's acting coach.
Yes.
Also one of our partners. Yeah.
I see James Gandolfini standing. I didn't know who he was, of course. He's standing in the doorway sweating. And I said, what are you doing? He said, well, I'm playing Mitch. I said, well, I'm playing Stanley. And so we hit it off right away. And we toured Streetcar Named Desire, and we rehearsed in New York. We had a collapsible set, and we toured it in Scandinavia for 3 months and had a great time. I got paid. It was my first professional job. Got paid in German Deutschmarks. It was really strong then. But moving on from there, we did that. And that finished, and we kind of went our own ways. I still auditioned and stuff. And James, of course, went to California, and I lived my life a little bit. I started a family with someone that I met in Norway. And so I have a son from her, and Tomas, and then, I mean, we both went our separate ways, but I had to raise a family, but I was always had my skin in the game, so to say. So I worked at Madison Square Garden and as an event supervisor. And then I had to leave that job because this is an important thing to tell everyone. I had to leave that job because my brother-in-law, he procured me the job. He got me in the door, so to say. And I had to resign to save his job because he wasn't supposed to have family together. So I wrote on my resignation that I was going to pursue my dream of being an actor. And wouldn't you know, I went to Caroline's on Broadway, and fast forward another 7 years, James Gandolfini walks down the Caroline's on Broadway. I'm a manager at this point. I'm working there. I started as a doorman like Danny Aiello. Ended up as a manager, and he's at the bar, and he comes up to me like it was only 15 years ago. We want to audition for The Sopranos. I can get you an audition. I can't promise you a role. And that's how I got my first profession. And I did, and I landed the role of Eugene. And from then, I've been working professionally for almost 24 years now. But I think that to be said, anything is really, I never would have known James if I didn't go to the streetcar audition, if I didn't network with people, if I didn't talk to people, converse with them, try to do plays with them, and then learn that I didn't know anything about what I was doing, and I had to get with the right program. So where do you go for the right program? You go to people like Ali, Deneen, like Rob Galinsky, all the people, the modeling people at VIP Ignite, and myself, because I'm going to tell you the real deal. I'm not going to string you along. I don't want to sell you anything. I mean, I coach for the love of it, to kind of nurture dreams and make them a reality. So that's my story, basically. And it's kind of a meal in a pill, so to say. It's an ultra shot of ultra vitamin, but it is what it is. And that's how I got my first start. It's a lot of work, and back then we used to hit the streets, try to get casting directors. And I'll say something about that. When I got on Sopranos, I didn't join the union. Everyone back then said, well, if I had an equity card, if I had my SAG card, I could get work. Well, the SAG card, that equity card, it doesn't mean you're going to get work. If you're not doing the work, you're never going to get work. If you're not talking to people and networking with people, it's not going to happen, even if you have the card. So it's not about that. I bought the card because, well, my union card is very important to me. Of course, I'm on strike. I empathize with everybody who's on strike, the writers too. It's a very important factor, of course, but you don't need to buy it until the union says, okay, you want to continue working on the job, then you got to buy. You have to buy into the union. And that's what I did in both cases. In equity, I did an off-Broadway play, which I was eligible to work. To acquire my Actors Equity card.
And how much was it back then, Bobby? How much was SAG?
The SAG was about 7, I think 15. I think maybe even.
Because it's 3,000 now, guys.
Yeah, it was 12.
For those of you that want speaking roles in TV and film, you have to be a member of the union. It's $3,000, and you don't just get it like joining Netflix. Oh, let me put my card in. You actually have to earn it by what they call waivers or vouchers, getting on set, like actually becoming eligible to then be a candidate for SAG. It is $3,000 to join SAG. Plus, you need headshots. I mean, Bobby, you invest in headshots. How often do you get your headshots updated?
Oh, I try to do it every 6 months or every
6 months.
Yeah,
and good headshots, guys. Good headshots could be $700. But here's the thing that I want you to think about. And for somebody that said the F word, cool. But think about this. That's a complete wrong way to think about this. You have cast members right now from Stranger Things earning $350,000 an episode. Are you going to complain about a $3,000 SAG or headshots or training? Think about it.
No, it's
investment.
That's right. It's an investment.
It's an investment. That's it.
In yourself. That's a good investment. You're not throwing the money away. You're getting something back in return. You're putting the money down. You're basically, I wouldn't call it gambling on yourself. You're investing in yourself into a stock that can just become the biggest stock. And, if your heart's in the right place, it can be gigantic. It's going to yield returns for sure. If you stick to it, because sometimes it may come a little bit faster for people, like the George Clooney. His mother was Rosemary Clooney.
White Christmas. Yeah.
Right. I mean, then you have to, who's the other actor? Jeff Bridges. That was Lloyd Bridges as his father. Not everyone has that kind of trajectory. I mean, by trajectory, I mean by where they start and where they.
One of Paltrow's godfather was Spielberg. You know what I mean? Like, so sometimes you're blessed into it, but sometimes you also have to work very hard, even if you're,
That's a small percentage, Ali.
Such a small percentage.
Yeah. So you're looking at the finished result. So,
but I think, Bobby, what's important is like when people go to those websites, oh, I could star in a Marvel movie. No, that's for fools. It's not real. You can't star in a Marvel movie. You have to have an agent. That agent's going to submit over headshots. They need to know that you're getting training. Like, you have to put in the work. For those of you, I just want to be an actor. Okay, let's actually become an actor first. If that makes sense, type amen. because you
amen.
have to put in the effort. If when you got casted on Sopranos, they didn't just put you in because you have a great look. You had to memorize lines. You had to, I mean, you had to be a professional. So
Yeah.
let's talk about your first day on set, or let's talk about the audition process for Sopranos. So James Gandolfini says, hey, I got a role. I can't guarantee it, but I can knock on the door and introduce you, but you have to get this role yourself.
Yes.
And I think, like, you know, as a company, as far as connections, like, who do you want to meet? Let's do it. But I would never put somebody face to face that I didn't feel could handle this. And so James obviously felt very strongly about your acting ability, put in a good word, got you the audition, but you had to book the role. So
Yes.
how did that work? I mean, did you have Terrence right there, the writer? Who was
No,
there?
I
Was
think it
James
was,
there?
no, James wasn't there. I mean, I had to go in to see, well, Caroline's is on 50th and Broadway, and Georgiana
We used to rent it
Walken's.
out for our events. Yeah.
Yes, and in Georgiana Walken's office.
I know her. I have her
Sheila
phone
Jaffe-
number. Christopher Walken's wife. Yep.
Yes, Jaffe,
Yep.
Sheila Jaffe Walken, they were on 49th Street, so that wasn't really, that was kind of a no-brainer. I didn't have too far to walk. So, I mean, the night before the audition, I remember I had the key to the place. I remember closing the place maybe at 3:30, 4:30 in the morning, just being on stage, rehearsing it, learning the lines and rehearsing, really working my ass off, so to say, to be the best I can be. And then, of course, I went home, and the following
How many
day,
pages of dialogue did you have to memorize?
it was about 5 pages.
5 pages of dialogue. How many of
pages.
you guys have a hard time stating your name on camera? Am I the only one that writes it down?
Yeah, well, now
Right.
it's 10. Now it's 10 pages.
I want everybody to type 10 pages. 10 pages.
It's work.
You
You
want
get
to get
better at it.
paid the big bucks? You got to learn the process.
Yeah.
Somebody off the street can't just memorize 10 pages. If
No.
I gave you a phone number right now with 7 digits, most of you couldn't even repeat it. 10 pages.
Yeah.
So how the hell do you do that, Bobby? How do you
Well,
memorize 10 pages?
Well, that's just
Five
like
even.
that's just like riding a bike, and you work, you practice it. You know, Allie, you got to practice it. You got to audition, and I think that, you know,
And the training helps.
down the line, I think that we could have like an audition like workshop where everyone would get different sides, and they would bring in their audition, and I can analyze
do
it.
it.
But yeah,
Yep.
let's do it.
Let's
So
do
the thing is that you have
How
to
many of
just,
you guys would like that? Would anybody here like that? An audition workshop where you have to memorize
5
and
pages.
get constructive criticism by, cast member from Sopranos? And I hate to just say Sopranos because you have such an extensive resume, but you know that's what you're most known for.
Yes. Yeah, it's a great show. I'm really blessed to be on it. So you do your best. And then, of course, I went to see Georgianne. She liked what she saw. She put me on tape. And I got the callback, which the callback was very frightening. It was at Silver Cup Studio in Queens, right across the bridge, where they shot
That's
Sopranos, the
big
studio
dogs.
Sopranos, right there on the set, because they were getting ready to do the episode 1, so they were preparing. And then I had to do the audition with everybody, David Chase. It was like the Spanish Inquisition. So I tell you, I did a lot of praying, and I learned it till I was sick of it. That's what Michael Caine says in one of his, and I recommended his. Michael Caine has a acting for film, the British actor, and he says in it that you have to learn the lines till you're sick of them. You got to be sick of them, because once you get in front of the 12 people, the writer, the wardrobe person, the truck driver, him too was there. He was there too. Joe Fay was there. James, none of the actors are there, just the people, the writers are there. So it's a whole team of people. It's a lot of people. You got to know it, because listen, if you say you're not going to be nervous, you're in trouble. If you don't admit that, yeah, I'm nervous, but I'm going to keep going, you're on the right track.
As Michael says, you got to get those butterflies to fly in formation. That's the trick.
There you go.
But it's true. Like, I get people all the time. I want to be an actor. Oh, are you taking class? No, I'm a natural. Ha! Like, my mom thinks I'm great. Oh, okay, cool. Does David Chase think you're great? Are you getting in front of the right people? And that is the hardest part about this industry, getting in front of the right people. No one cares
Right.
what you think you can do. It's getting in front of the right people.
Absolutely. I mean,
Yeah, and we're gonna talk to a SAG after a licensed agent like later on today. So we can go over the whole agent scenario. Because again, they're looking for actors, not impersonators. They're looking to book actors. So you go in, you have everybody there, you're probably shitting bricks, and you do the audition, and then what?
I
Do they
felt
like
good,
stop
know,
you,
first
constructive criticism?
Well, no, there really wasn't any notes, but I really felt good with it, that I really knew it because I came from those roots. I knew the roots of that wise guy thing. I've been around, I was around those people. So I really had a good feel for the material. Because, you know, there's sometimes in your life that you might read, I might give you an assignment that you really don't understand it. But then maybe 2 years down the line, and you might say, well, geez, now I understand what Bobby was saying because I've lived this. I've married that experience. So, but if you haven't married the experience, then we have to use those magic 2 words called as if to get a behavior, a true behavior from you, because at the end of the line, it's about behavior. But anyway, moving back to that audition, I felt really great about it, Ali, and I walked out really feeling great that, all right, I did the best I can. It's in God's hands. And I landed the role, and the rest was basically history. You know.
How soon did you find out if you got the role?
Oh, you have to wait. I mean, even American Gangsters, sometimes it's 1 or 2 weeks. I think it was about 4, 5, 6 days. You know, they take their
4 or
time.
5, 6 days.
Well, you know, when you get like great, you got to think when you're with people who really know what they're doing, like a David Chase, they really want to sit on it and marinate in the person, because listen, you're going to get a role in a series. I was on the series for 3 seasons, but it turned out to be 6 years. So 3 seasons in 6 years, which was a great part of a great section of my life. So, I mean, I understand where they wait. And sometimes waiting, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're waiting a long time, that you don't have the role. So don't be discouraged if you don't hear anything. Maybe 2 or 3 weeks down the line, you may not hear
And
something.
even if you think you rock the audition, they don't have to call you and tell you you got it or you didn't. It's kind of like breaking up via text. That's it. Like they just ghost you.
Yeah.
So that's really what I want you to understand. And for whoever said you don't need training, you have to have training. No one's ever going to book you without training. Ever. Even if you think you're a natural, no one's ever going to book you.
There's a lot of there's a lot of influencers out there.
They're not going to risk anything.
200,000 people that follow them, and then they're hired, and the person that hired them looks at them and says, "Oh man, what a mistake I made," because this has no.
It's a liability. You're not an asset. You're a liability. You're not going to be able to follow direction, rewrite. They're looking for professionals. There's too much at risk.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to land a role. You may not know what you're doing, and you have a director like Martin Scorsese, but not.
Let's talk about working with him.
Oh, Marty,
I mean,
great.
you worked with Marty. I mean,
Yes.
you had scenes with De Niro. Let's talk about Marty. I mean, I feel as though I have some connection to Marty through you, because
Right.
it's always like, how do we know each other? So what was it like working for Martin?
A dream. From the first day on Vinyl, I felt like at home. I felt like I've landed in the right place. Here's a guy who's non-judgmental. And TV on Sopranos, it was a bit of pressure, not only to shoot the scene, but a little bit of pressure to stay with the lines, don't vary, a few notes here and there. But with Marty, he kind of trusted you. He had this tremendous trust. I think that's the reason why he gets great performances from all his actors, because he trusts them. He hires them based on a gut feeling that the person could run the race. And then he creates an atmosphere, a fertile crescent, so to say, where the tomato plants can grow to their full capacity, big tomatoes. So, I mean, that was a great experience working on Vinyl. Then, of course, moving on to, by the time I got on to American, The Irishman, it was a pleasure to be working with him. Of course, Robert De Niro. And I struck a friendship with Bobby because I had some friends. One of my mentors was Al Neary from The Godfather, who played Richard Bright. Al Neary, he was one mentor of mine.
That's a good mentor to have.
Yeah, we worked. I was friends for about 3 years until he lost. He passed away, unfortunately. But it's good to know people. I mean, if let's say you're working on a film and you're with an actor that perhaps. And listen, you can only be up here for so long, and everyone kind of wants to continue to work. They may not be up here, they might be on the rung, but they want to continue the work. They're respected by the director, and they've been given a role. Maybe it's not a lead role this time, it's a lower on the rung, but pride goeth before, if you want to keep working, you got to forget that pride and have humility. You might meet an actor that was really up there, and you can, and believe me, they'll be very friendly to you because they want to help. And that person could be your greatest asset, the respect you have for that person that did that job, whatever it was, that you truly respect, and you show them respect. Have a cup of coffee with them. And I did a play with Richard. I said, hey, I got his number from somebody, and I called him up. Hey, would you like to go for a coffee? And he said, where are you? Well, I'm on 86th Street. He said, I'll be right down. So that was one of the greatest moments of my life, to sit down and have coffee with him. And then, of course, build a friendship. So, I mean, there are a lot of people that want to help. And also, I will say this, the agents and the casting directors, they are not your enemy. It's not you against them. They want to see you do the greatest. And when you're hired, the director knows that you can do the greatest because he hired you. So they're on your side. Now, granted, you might step in your own way. You might say, oh, gee, I don't know if I'm right for this, but you got to remember, you were hired. You got to remember that they like you, and that you have another take. You have another performance, another night in the play. You can continue to work. As long as you don't walk away, you're going to be okay. Yeah.
So you currently live in New York City.
Yes.
Do you miss the days of going into the casting offices now that everything is on Zoom? Can you talk about how you had to pivot during the 2020 COVID time? I mean, this business has changed remarkably. I mean, even though now, we want to do face-to-face, but we still very much live in a digital world. Casting directors are not going back to doing in-person castings. So can you talk about auditioning live and in person versus Zoom? And do you think that now personality, they're not really getting to know you, and you're judged so quickly now on Zoom.
Yeah, it's a lot. First of all, I don't know how many people are in this workshop, but there's a lot more competition. We spoke about that. So because a lot more people can be seen because of this, and which makes the stakes even higher. You have to know your lines. You got to be good. You got to have the right proper backdrop or ring light or whatever, professional tape, whether you do it yourself, you have somebody reading with you. I personally try to have somebody read with me. I have a blank black drop. I try to dress as the character.
And what do you mean by read with you, for any of our novice on here that are brand new?
Well, I mean, let's say you have a scene with your wife or something, or your best friend, and you're playing the best friend, and the other person's playing the other friend, the other best friend. You want to have them opposite the camera, perhaps in a chair opposite you, and you want to direct the eye line towards him or a little bit away from him. And you want to come back and forth. You just don't want to read. You don't want to read. You're not going to read the scene. You want to get a reader to read with you. Some people do it on Zoom. It is done on Zoom. I rather do it in person, and I'd rather audition in person, or let's just say, I'd rather be after the initial Zoom audition or the tape. I'd rather be brought in, which I did for Barry Levinson and Robert De Niro in his new film. I forgot, there's a new name for it. It was called Wise Guys when I was auditioning for it. Now they call it another, it's called another name. It's a film that the writer of Goodfellas has just written. So, I mean, I prefer going in person, Ali, but it is what it is. You have to adjust, you have to improvise. And this is what the reality of what we're doing. I mean, the union is fighting that we can do less for independent, some films and even TV. They want us to give us less dialogue, maybe 5 pages at the most, because what everyone was doing, the casting directors basically, and I understand they wanted to make sure that you knew what you were doing, and they were giving us a lot more work to do. And also after we've done the work, they were even asking for reels and the pictures and the resumes. And it was like, and then you were cast from that. So it was what it was. I'm hoping that, praying that it can change a little bit. So we'll see when we get back.
But you would never show up to an audition without like a proper headshot, correct?
Yeah, I mean, now, Ali, you know as well as I, the
Yeah.
casting director basically has the headshot on his computer. So,
Yeah.
but I would have the headshot. Yeah, the headshot that I'm
Like, what would
sending-
you bring with you to an in-person casting? A headshot? Would you staple your resume to the back,
Yeah,
old school?
my headshot and resume, I would definitely staple that to the back. I mean, it's good to have. It's a good calling card. And some of those some of all of the headshots can be converted to a small card, Ali. You can use that after you get that nice headshot. You can put it on a card and you can hand it to, and it's, let me tell you, it comes in handy. You might be the casting director at a play. Hey, here's my card. I got nothing to lose. Take the card. You know, I mean, it's easy.
And that's all an actor's responsibility, guys. So yeah, you typically go with a headshot. Headshots, you obviously get the professional photos done. Then you have to pay for the prints, which is why digital is so great, because you would physically leave the headshot with them, because a lot of times they'd go through all the headshots at the end of the day being like, oh, I really like Bobby. Oh, I really like this person. And they'd flip at the back. Oh, look at this resume. Oh, okay. And that's kind of how the business worked. I mean, now that everything is on Zoom, kind of how quickly you guys, decide yeah or nay, like on Tinder, you just be swiping. And that's the same way with the casting director. If you don't have a great headshot, they're not going to care if you can act or not. You've already, even if you don't have a resume, we're going to go over that.
Very important. The headshot is very important because
headshots are super.
it's
It's
a
first impression.
visual. If you want to see headshots, okay, go to IMDb and look at actors' headshots, and you'll see that the actors that are working have fantastic headshots. Mine, if you go to mine,
Keyword, actors that
chose-
are working. Yeah, for
I
sure.
chose a more of a character actor kind of shot, a tough guy kind of character, because I like the quality of what it looked like, that filmic visual power that I like to kind of portray, because films are visual. In plays, it's a little bit different. They might be looking at your resume too, a lot more than just the visual. Of course, you got to visually look like the part, but
Do you have different headshots? Like I still want to see you in like a romantic comedy, because I know you're like the nicest guy, but then you
I know,
always
I do
mob
that.
boss, police chief, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Like,
know.
do you ever have different headshots?
I do
Like-
have different. Yeah, I use them from the ones that I got professionally made. I use them and I submit them.
Okay.
I'll submit a different headshot.
So like choose, oh, I'm gonna use this headshot for this role, and oh, I like this one
Commercials.
for this role.
Commercials, modeling too. I mean, of course, you only need the headshots for the voiceovers, but at the same time, for different jobs, I will submit a different professional headshot. They're very important. It's like that calling card. It's very important.
Yeah. So now that it's all done on Zoom, I mean, you get submitted out. Are you submitting yourself, or is your agent submitting you out?
My manager, agent is not right now, but she's submitted me. But I have to also say to people that I get calls from people. Excuse me. Last week I did an independent film in New Jersey. And they asked me my rate. Well, the rate is the same as the SAG rate, so I do it. I negotiate, but I always try to keep busy, skin in the game, Ali. It doesn't matter. You're not going to wait for that phone to ring. You might be able, let me ask you something. Everyone here, would you like to do one TV role for the whole year? Or would you like to do one TV role for the whole year and maybe 4 independent films? Well, I choose this 4 independent films and the 1 TV role. And what are the 4 independent films? It was me networking, talking to people calling me up. I want to continue to work because I know I'll get better and better. And I want to continue to get coached because I know I'll get better and better. So
And the
always
coaching
keep
never
moving.
stops, guys. You're
No.
always in training. And Bobby, not only do you do TV and film, but you also do theater. You've also
Yes.
been a voice in Grand Theft Auto. That's pretty badass.
Yeah, it was
So
good.
can you talk about like voiceover theater? Do you think doing theater and really learning how to project your voice, do you think that helps you be a better actor?
I think so. I think there's a certain chronological order to doing a play where it has a beginning, a middle, and an end. A character has it's didactic. It's theses, antitheses, and then you have contradiction, antitheses, and then you have the cathartic thing, the solution. So that's what you kind of learn in doing a play. Now that is all staccato. So you really have to know your shit, so to say, when you're doing a film, because you might be shooting the ending in the beginning.
Everybody's freaking out right now about Grand Theft Auto. What character did you play?
I play
Everybody's asking.
Corrado in Grand Theft Auto.
And how did that work? Did you go into a studio? Did they make you wear like one of those outfits with like the little dots and capture your, how did it work? Tell us everything.
I did a dot thing.
Did you?
You look ridiculous, but it was fun.
Did you really do that? Where they capture your man? That is so.
I remember
freaking
doing
badass.
the dot. Yeah, they had like little ball back then. It's little balls on you and everything. And I said, "Don't worry about it. I look ridiculous, but it doesn't matter." They put.
Did you wear a bodysuit?
Yeah, the black bodysuit
So
with
cool.
balls on. If you can.
That's so fun. So you went into a studio. Now, do you get paid on one time, or how does that work?
It really is it's a one time. That's what they're trying to figure out now with the video game strike. We're striking with the video games. It's a one time payment. They pay you well for it, but there is no residual. If there was, forget it. You'd be a millionaire.
So even if your game is like the most coveted, they're like, here's your paycheck. That's it.
That's it for that. Yeah, it's not, Ali, I don't think the reuse of your image once a person owns the game.
Yeah.
There's no back end in that. Like the live streaming, which is what we're negotiating now, and the regular
Yeah,
TV.
that's my next topic for you, the live streaming now.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's, everybody's freaking out about Grand Theft Auto. Okay, we're gonna move on. So back in the day, Sopranos used to be on HBO, right? And it was a really big thing. What was it, on Sunday nights, right?
Yes.
Sunday nights, Sopranos. Did you ever get together with the cast and watch the episodes? I want to hear like the food on set. I want to hear like these like behind the scenes stories about you hanging out with everybody. You could spill the
Well,
beans.
we did there were a few
I
sessions.
want to hear about the viewing parties and why I wasn't invited to one, but it's okay.
There really weren't any. There
Not
weren't any viewing parties. There were numerous bars throughout New York where Sopranos cast members were standing on the bar and having drinks. And
Michael Popkin would have done anything to be there.
toasting champagne and stuff like that.
And you couldn't talk about anything, even like the girls you were
No.
dating, you couldn't talk about anything going on. It was like non-disclosure.
Unless you wanted to be written off the show, so you had a choice.
Well,
I know
also
some
working
people- I know
on The
few people
Sopranos,
that-
I'd be afraid of something a little bit more dire, but yeah.
Yeah.
Open your mouth, right?
Yep. But, it's much more controlled. Instead of you losing your life, you just lose your job and that's it. So,
I think that you would probably never get hired again if you spilled the beans. All right.
Yeah.
So back in the day when it was, so when you got booked for Sopranos, did you think it was going to be a one episode? Like just here you are? Did you know you were going to get reoccurring?
yeah, I knew. I was hired for that to be,
Okay.
which happened was I was a recurring character. But at the same time, you got to remember, guys, you first get on a show and you have bills and you get your pay and you're doing well, but then it ends.
Did you know you were going to, for those of you guys that don't know, Bobby dies on the show in an episode called Members Only, which I will never watch because I don't want to see it because I'll have PTSD from it.
Like my
But
mom.
did you know you were getting killed off or did they just wait for like the script and you're like, oh shit, I'm dying this week? Did they tell you?
David Chase called me up. He had a way of calling all the people who were going to leave the show, who were on the show for a little
Like the
time.
Grim Reaper coming for you.
And he said, I got great news for you. Bobby, and I got some bad news for you. What do you want to hear first? I said, well, tell me the good news. And he said, we got a great episode written about you, and you have a great trajectory.
Yeah.
You know, it'd be a great platform for you. I think really people are going to really enjoy you in this particular show. And we got a wife for you and a kid. And I said, well, that's fantastic. And so what's the bad news? They said, well, you're dead.
Oh, just like that.
You're dead. And I said, okay. And I just went with it. But I was
You
really,
didn't have a choice. Yeah.
yeah, you're gonna have a choice. But the thing was, it really was, you know, to end my stay on Sopranos with that episode was really a blessing. Because, I mean, everyone wants to get out from underneath where everyone, it's a universal theme of humanity. We're stuck in a situation that we want to get out of. And many of you who are taking the VIP Ignite, this particular workshop, this boot camp, and also the coaching sessions, that you want to get out from what you're doing. And you can empathize with, you might be working at the airport, but you want to be an actor, you want to do something else. And this is what my character wanted, to leave and retire, go to Florida.
But did you really want to leave? Did you ever go to the writers and go like, did you ever ask them why they killed you off?
No, you know, I think that part of that was, Allie, I didn't really question it. I just went along,
Yeah.
but there was something
Because
inside.
it's best for the story, I guess, at that time.
There's something inside me that said what I was saying here also was that I think this is really good for me. Even though I'm dying, it could be a blessing because of the fact that a lot of people can empathize or have a feeling of, wow, I feel bad for the guy. He wanted to get out and he never could get out. Right?
Yeah.
People can empathize. So they'll remember.
You live and die by the mob.
They won't
I mean,
remember
literally.
the snapper bottle that I smashed over little Carmine,
Yeah.
little Paulie's head, but they'll remember me for that.
Paulie.
The guy, the
Yeah.
kid, the guy who had a family and his son was in drugs and he was being cornered and he ended his life. But I think he did it for my person, to liberate his family, to have them have a better life. That was the only way.
He loved them so much, he literally took the ultimate sacrifice. I mean, all right, so let's talk about now. So Sunday night, Sopranos, fine. Then they start doing reruns. You get paid for when it's reruns, correct? Back in the day.
Yeah,
So
residual.
then HBO decides to go HBO Max, which is still considered cable. So you're still making residuals from that, correct?
Yeah, very small.
Very, okay.
Not very.
But then
big.
HBO decides to go from cable straight to streaming, and now your contract pretty much is null and void because you were only getting paid back in the day on residuals from cable.
Right.
And then they pull a dirty and they're like, hey, we decided to do streaming. We no longer have to pay our actors. And that happens quite a bit. I mean, we saw Scarlett Johansson, Black Widow. Think about it, guys. This is what the whole kerfuffle was about. Because what happens is when Scarlett Johansson was paid based on ticket sales, and then Disney decided to simultaneously stream it, she didn't make any of the money from any of the subscribers streaming. Do you guys understand that? Could you imagine? That's your only source of income. I mean, yeah, she got paid quite a bit, but that her contract, she had no idea she wasn't going to get the stream. She didn't even know it was going to streaming. So for you, did they talk about, hey, there was no vote or anything? Then they put you on Max, and now you don't do you make residuals from it now that it's on Max?
I haven't seen any. I know that they're doing
that's dirty.
Talking Sopranos on,
Yeah.
and they're using our images, but I don't know what the parameters, the SAG.
Do you guys see why there's a fight now? Could you imagine being on a hit show? I mean, that show, you guys won numerous awards. #1 show on HBO.
I mean,
then getting sold.
To tell you the truth, Allie.
Tell us the truth. Yeah.
HBO, even with the cable contract, it was really, I mean, even when they went over to A&E and they sold the show to A&E, it still was very small residuals. Now, for the Law and Orders that I had done,
Law and Order.
Even to this day, the Law and Orders and the American
Blue
Gangster,
Bloods. Yeah.
American Gangster goes on Paramount.
Oh, yes, that's right. You're an American Gangster. By the way,
it goes-
so gangster.
It goes into a good, it's a good residual, but HBO, They found a way of, I mean, I should really be making I should have been making 6 figures a year just with the residuals.
Living off the residuals,
Yeah,
right?
even during the COVID crisis, where new generations found out about Sopranos. So really, the scales are they tip more towards the producers in terms of these, and that's why we have to kind of try to get a little bit of more balance on our side, you know?
So when you did American Gangster,
Yes.
I mean, that's an iconic movie. I mean, if you haven't seen American Gangster, so how did you get picked for that role? And can you kind of walk us through? I mean, I can't even imagine being with that cast. That is insane.
I think, you know, I mean, I auditioned for it prior. My dad got sick, he had a stroke, and I had auditioned for the callback a week prior, and then he had the stroke, and I think that had something to do with that, me getting that role. But that was a good audition. I'm not sure if it was Ellen Lewis, but whoever I auditioned for with that, I did a good job. I liked what I did. I felt good about it because, you know, if you find yourself calling your manager or your agent, my agent at the time, I said, no, I really feel good about this. And that was one I had to wait, Allie. I had to wait about a good week, 8, 9 days. And then I got the call after Dad passed away. I mean, and then we buried him and everything. And then I got the call the following week on a Wednesday, I think, and then I got the part. I mean, it wasn't Joe Jam, but I know it was a good audition. And Ridley Scott, he was wow.
You say Ridley Scott, and I get like my palms get all sweaty.
Yeah, I'm working with Gladiator and the director of Gladiator. Oh,
no pressure, zero pressure.
Yeah, zero pressure. Holy cow.
I'd be like twitching, and then like you're sitting there waiting by the phone, like waiting.
Yeah, it's nerve-wracking. No matter how you put it, it's still nerve-wracking. The waiting is the hardest part, like the Tom Petty song, you know?
Yeah. But I always laugh when people want to get into this industry and they want like stable income and they want like a salary. Not in showbiz, kids. It's a gig by gig basis. You never know when your next paycheck is coming. But that's part of it. Like, it's almost like being a gambler. That's the best part because it's not consistent. You're constantly pushing the rock up the hill and it never gets old. So the cast of American Gangster, can you talk about working with some of the cast? Any tidbits or aha moments that they gave you?
Yeah, I'll just say.
We're going to live vicariously through you right now. And we're all very sorry about your dad. I didn't even get to say that.
That's okay. That was some time ago. But what I wanted to say was that you might find yourself after you get like an American Gangster working still in a department store. Don't be discouraged. It's okay. You still have your eyes on, keep focused on what you want. What is that? To make a difference, because we're all making a difference here. Everyone is important in this boot camp and everyone in the coaching.
I respect that so much.
So, I mean, it's so important. We all help each other. But I mean, to work with the cast of American Gangster with Josh Brolin, who was a trickster. I call him the Trickster Crow. He was a real, and James used to say to me, how's Brolin? I said, is he like me? No, he's not like you, Jimmy. He's kind of berserk, you know?
So James Gandolfini was asking how Josh Brolin was.
Yeah, he used to.
I love that.
That was it.
Be a fly on the wall. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, the first day on set, meeting Russell Crowe, he introduced himself to me. So that was wonderful.
And he was a nice guy. Or he is a nice guy.
Nice guy. I mean, tapped me on my shoulder. I turned around. I'm Russell Crowe.
Like your first day at school.
You're Gladiator, aren't you, Gladiator? No, I said, no, hi, I'm Robert Finau. I didn't say Maximus. Nice to meet you. I would have been looking jerk.
Were you a huge fan? Do you ever get starstruck? Tell me you get starstruck.
I told the boot camp before, and I just let them know that I had to sit down. We would go having a couple of drinks, and James would say to me, you know, if you're worried or you have anxiety about working with other actors such as Sean Connery or Josh Brolin, or you should get out of the business because you are as good as them. You know, I mean, you have to think outside the box of getting around that. You know, I mean, you have to have humility and give respect, but at the same time, they want you to do good because they're only going to be good if you're good. That's what I found out with Robert De Niro. He wants you to do good. He wants you
It's
to.
a team thing, like the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a team thing. It's like football.
We're all gonna win.
Yeah, well, football.
You know,
we're on
Denise's
the same
listening,
side.
thinking about Tom Brady right now, but yeah.
We're on the same side, Ali. But
Yeah.
you know, it's hard because human nature wants us to create that enemy for some crazy reason. We want to,
Well,
it's
just
like
the
me against
gladiator.
them.
I mean-
Yeah, it's me against them, you know. So
Yeah.
but it's not like that. Everyone wants to see you do good, from the wardrobe person. They're fixing you up, the hair, makeup, they're fixing you up. It's all good. And then you forget all about it and you do numerous takes. You got hired because you had the right stuff. You got to keep thinking, I got the right stuff. We're gonna get this. I have the
And
confidence.
you're easy to work with. And that's something that Hollywood has a no asshole policy. And that's the truth. I mean, I don't know if you guys know, but I managed one of the heads of Francis Ford Coppola Productions. And they don't hire assholes. So like even I had somebody on this boot camp and I saw like our team members like combating him. He's already been removed. He would bring the company down. Bye, Felicia. We're not going to miss you, right? I don't even know you exist. And the problem is like you said, like you're going into hair and makeup, you're going into wardrobe, there's so many components that if you even going in like thinking that you're a diva, they're not going to cast you, even if you are the best, right? Thank you for removing him. You're welcome. He's not meant to work with us. He's meant just to go up on a website and tell everybody he's going to be famous, and he could do that on his own, not here. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
And I think that's so important that you guys know that.
yeah. I mean,
You know, and you can tell a lot about somebody, Bobby, without them even opening up their mouth, correct? Just by their body
absolutely. And
language.
that's why Marty, he hires, you know, when you start with him,
Yeah.
he hires the same people because he knows he's worked with them already. He hasn't had any problems with them. And he's
Like he loves Leo. Yeah.
yeah, he's confident in their abilities, and he has fun with them, and he doesn't want personalities and prideful people. You basically are not going to get work with that person again if you become that way.
And he's also not like black or white. He's very much into gray. He lets you improv sometimes on takes. Can you talk about that?
Oh yeah, I mean, we had done the scene, my main scene in well, I guess the first scene that I did in Vinyl, he always comes at the end and says, all right, everybody do the way you keep to the script, but you know, let it, whatever comes to your mind, just go ahead and you're free to do it. And in that scene with Otto Essendow, who was great in this film called Reptile, he went on.
Oh my God, I'm watching that tonight with
Yeah.
Benicio del Toro. Yeah.
He's great, but it's
on Netflix, kids.
Otto, I hit him with a baseball bat, basically, but
Bobby.
but it was made out of plastic, and
All right.
that take that we did was the last take. Same thing for The Irishman. That was the last take where he gave us the freedom. Okay, you know, come up to you. All right, everybody can just whatever you feel like and whatever you want to say. It's okay. It's keep the script, but you know, just let it just be free. Do what you feel. Do what you feel, Bobby. Okay, do what you feel. And that was it. And that was a take I did. And I had created some of the dialogue that was my own dialogue. He trusts in you. He hires you because he has trust. And a lot of film, there is a bit of improv to film, that it's higher. The person that's playing the role makes it come to life. And they're really kind of embodying the role, inhabiting, so to say, the role, that whatever they say that's off the script really makes total sense, because you got to think it's a visual thing. That part with Taxi Driver when De Niro saying, "You talking to me?" That was just a rehearsal. That was a rehearsal. And then Marty saw it and said, geez, we got to get that. Let's.
I'm going to share some photos of you right now, just so everybody can see.
Okay.
There you are. Do you like relive that? I would frame that and put that right in my dining room, in my living room. I mean,
I have a picture of you. Yeah.
I remember when you brought Michael and you guys had espresso and you thought, this is the coolest thing. I'm hanging out with one of my favorite cast members from my favorite show. Just hanging out. I think you guys went to Fortunata's and
yeah, we had a great time. Hey,
there's Brolin, the jokester.
There's Josh. Yep.
Vinny. We need to get Vinny on a call. Big pussy.
Yeah,
Pastore.
for sure.
Yeah, I got his number. He's always so busy.
Yeah,
But I mean, that's what you do. Do you guys love this? It's one thing to listen to an actor. It's another one to see them in their craft. And you know, we're always so proud of you, and we'll see you in New York soon.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, December, baby. We're gonna do
December,
it.
baby. And I know Deneen has never met you live and in person.
I
so
know, I'm looking forward to that.
Get the gang back together and go to Little Italy, and
Yes,
let's just get the gang back together. Let's just
gang's all here, Tina's here.
Gang's all here.
Everybody's here, Piomi's here.
yeah.
There she
How many
is.
of you guys? It's one thing to watch
Soraya.
TV, but to have Bobby as a coach. And Bobby, you've worked with a lot of our talent. You got Leon here, Solange, Christine Harding.
A lot of people, a lot of people. that have
Yeah,
seen a
you
lot
got
of great
Reginald, Lewis.
strides, made great strides.
Yeah.
Yes, Roxanne, and they made really great, but those are the people who stuck to it, Ali. They kept going, they kept coming to the workshops, learning.
You got to
and
show up.
teaching.
Bobby's there.
Yeah.
Why aren't you showing up?
Well, you know.
All
if
my
you don't-
friends and family don't believe in me. Who the F cares? You got Bobby Finaro from The Sopranos. Like,
Yeah, thank you.
stop with
Thank
the
you.
whining. I don't even want to hear it. Stop.
Yes, stop whining.
Stop whining. Forget about it.
Yes,
Jackie is an amazing coach, for sure.
thank you,
Yeah.
thank you.
Let me ask you a question. What do you wish somebody told you about this industry now that you've been in it for a year? I mean, what do you wish somebody told you?
I mean, that's a good question. I guess just be patient, Ali. Have patience. You don't want to, if you have patience and you stick to it, everyone's going to get their time. But
Yeah.
you don't accept, some of us might get it quick results, but then the quick results turn into like, oh, I did that, and then you forget about it. Then others are going to plant the seed and it's going to slowly grow and have patience and it's going to come to fruition. I wish somebody would have told me that, just to have patience, because eventually your group is going to get there. And then you're going to see, you look to the left and right. Oh, I know that guy. I auditioned with that guy. And all of a sudden you're working on TV and film and you're working on a great play because you had the patience. Your group is going to
You don't book stuff right away, like you said, but they remember you and they may call you for something later.
Yes.
So don't ever burn your bridges, kids.
So,
Ever.
you got to just be patient. And that's what
Yeah.
I wish someone told me, because I was very impatient. I wanted it now. And that doesn't work that way.
So let me ask you a question. So when you were on The Sopranos, did you ever have any side jobs, or were you doing okay? I mean, because there's so many people that want to get into this industry and they think, oh, I'm going to quit my job and do this full time. Really?
Yes, I did. I had a family. I had to work. And
Yeah.
besides collecting unemployment, because you can collect unemployment, I did things on the side. My cousin has a very big recyclable business.
That
in
sounds so
Baltimore.
Sopranos.
And
We're into recyclable.
waste management. Yeah.
Waste
And,
management.
he said, all right. I said, I need to make a few dollars. He said, well, I'm going to drop off my van and you're going to go to Cyclone Stadium in Brooklyn after the games the following day. And I need you to, because I'm doing this for charities and you're doing it for charity too, but I'm going to give you a salary because all this stuff is good for my business. It's charities. I give it to charity. So don't think that, you're just doing this for yourself. You're not making money off these cans and bottles. You're doing it for charity. I want you to collect the stadium. And I used to walk through Cyclone Stadium and put the stuff in bags, hundreds of bags. And I used to drive out to Brentwood, Long Island. And every week you give me a check for, a check. And this is what I did for maybe I think it was one season I did, maybe 2 seasons I did it. But I mean, you have to humble yourself and say, and look, I'm in Cyclone Stadium and I'm saying, oh, I'm on the greatest TV show in the world. And I'm collecting what? Bottles and cans. What are you doing? People don't
The
know.
hustle is real. And that's the
People don't
truth.
know. They don't know, but you got to know. This is
Yeah.
why you come to VIP Ignite, to know. Knowledge is power and we can do it together. But that's the most thing is it's in the knowing. You get hurt, right? You go to a chat. Well, I have this little illness. People in that chat say, well, I did this, I did that when I had the illness. And that little person, that person who says that in the chat, that could help you, right? That alleviates the pain because, I'll do what he does. And they say, wow, that's great. Have prune juice or whatever. I don't know what you want to do. But that helps you, right? It's the same thing for us.
Or sometimes it's not going to help. Like when you guys go on websites, a lot of times those are people that can't do anything in this business and they're miserable, which is why they want you to be miserable, right?
You got to go to the right place. That's for
You
sure.
got to go to the right place, like here.
Yes.
Just because you audition doesn't mean we're going to accept you. Does that make sense? Yeah, misery definitely loves company. Anybody ever
Yes.
been single during Valentine's Day? They want everybody else to stay single. Nobody ever wants to hear that you're happy, right?
Yes.
And that's the truth.
Yeah.
Safety in numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
So
want
what are you
your
working
love.
on now?
A lot of
Any-
people are going to want your love when the dream comes true. I mean, but
That's
you're
true.
going to know the difference between those people when the dream came true, they wanted your love, and the people who were supporting you and the others. But I got to tell you something. It's a waste of time to say to them, "Oh, screw you. You didn't like me." Just keep doing what you're doing and just let that go. Just move on from there. Because I did it myself. I didn't do any of that. I just wanted to focus on the work. And that's the most important thing. Not those people who really didn't, who never supported you.
They're
just
energy
gonna stay-
vampires.
Yeah, they're going to stay
Yeah.
where they're going to stay. And that's it. You can't do
Let them
anything.
be miserable.
Yeah.
Don't rain on my parade. We're going big places. And it's the truth. I mean, Bobby, I love following your social media and you're such an amazing guy. And yeah,
Thank
you're
you,
always
Ally.
booking work and doing fun stuff. But
Thank
you
you.
also, I know it's Sunday, you also make mean Italian recipe. I mean, like, okay, I'm going to ask you, is it gravy or sauce? Because I need to know.
It's got to be gravy.
It's got to be gravy.
With the meat inside, it's got to be gravy. But I will say this: there's
Yeah.
a little, what do you call it?
He always makes me hungry on his posts. I'm like, is that chicken franchise? I would love for you to come with us. We're going to be cooking soon
We're gonna be
with some of our
cooking.
inner circle.
Yes.
So maybe have your people call our people, which means Deneen.
Yes, let's
But
do
I
it.
think it would be so fun to cook with you.
Yes, this would be great. I can't wait. But
So
I
fun.
mean, it's gravy. But I won't argue with anyone. I just say, okay, I'll taste your sauce because it's good. If you want to call it that, I'm fine with it. You know.
I'm
What are you
not.
making
I'm
tonight?
Italian.
I mean, it's
gravy.
Sunday. There she is.
I love your hat. I love the look, baby.
Thanks. Do you
So
think I should?
Halloween.
Do you think I should rock this a little more often? Do you think? it
Yeah,
would make-
baby. Yeah,
You could totally wear it in New York City. Nobody would even look twice.
I
No,
know.
no way.
I had to
You've
go
been
out.
sipping-
I had to go outside, and my neighbors were like, "Oh, hello."
You sip coffee, in Dunkin' Donuts with that. No one will
I know,
know.
right? I think during our next speaker, I'll go to Starbucks and see if they give me a free coffee or something. What do you think?
Right on. Right
We
on.
were talking about getting the gang back together and going to Little Italy because you've never met Bobby in person.
You
Yes.
know, that is very true. It feels like
Yes.
we've known each other for years.
years.
but-
I know, it's true. And
I
I can't wait for that. That December thing's gonna be really great.
Oh
December
my
1st.
gosh.
It's
It is going to be
happening.
phenomenal.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
We're so
So,
excited.
Bobby, this was awesome. I was listening
Thank
in
you.
the background. Thank you so much. I can't
Thank
wait
you.
to
Thank you, Ally. Thank
see
you.
you
Dee.
in New York.
Thank
Thank
you.
for
We
being-
love you.
Love you too.
Oh, awesome. Thank you
Everybody.
so much.
I'll see you, everybody, in the workshop in another week.
Would love
And,
Coach Bobby to be your coach, type Coach Bobby.
I miss
We're
everybody.
so
I love
honored
you.
to have you.
Thank you. I'll
Thanks,
see you
Coach
soon.
Bobby.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao. Ciao, Bella. Yeah.
Ciao, Bella.
Ciao,
Ciao,
Bella. Awesome.
This is not
Mike
the same
said,
when I say
Mike
it.
said, forget about it. I
Forget about it. He and Bobby are like besties. I love it.
have a question for you guys. How many of you who are going to Hollywood or who are scheduled to go to Hollywood would love Bobby to prepare you for Hollywood? One in the comments if you think that would rock your world and get you ready in ways that you can't even comprehend at this moment.
You do it your way. He's going to give you constructive criticism and put you on the right path.
Yeah. I mean, we have our next guest here, but before we introduce her, I just want you guys to think about this. How many of you enjoyed script analysis yesterday with Mike? Raise your hands. How many of you would love Bobby Finaro to take that and help you prepare for self-tapes, help you prepare for roles? Do you think that might be valuable? Yes or yes in the comments. Yes or yes in the comments, because you know what? This whole weekend is about transforming you into being the people that agents or managers want to work with, not you. No. It's going to be like, hi, this is who I am. And it's going to be obvious. Oh, okay. You know what? I see your preparation. I see the work you've done behind the scenes. You know what? Let's make this happen. That's what we do at VIP Ignite. And guess what? It works consistently. You heard about Avinash earlier. Literally, you heard about Avinash, right? One day I'm going to have him come back on and like do a call with us. But you heard Avinash. You've seen Brandon Hunter. I just got pictures from Brandon Hunter and Masharad walking New York Fashion Week, one of the hottest designers in New York. This is the opportunity that you guys have. This is what we do here at VIP Ignite. So, been amazing. This day is like, it's getting better and better and better. And every time I think, okay, it can't get any better, then I have to introduce the next guest and it gets even better. I like my head cannot comprehend all of this. All right. So how are you guys doing? Are you guys doing well? Are you doing good? Can you take any more? Can we add some more goodness to your day? Would that be okay with
Nobody
you?
wants an agent. I mean, this is what we do.
This is what we
Let's
do.
do it.
All right. So what I'm going to do now is, because I was remiss in not introducing Alicia officially to all of you. So we're going to introduce Alicia Kabak, and you guys are going to celebrate her and thank her, because if it weren't for her, you wouldn't be sitting here. And then you're going to celebrate our guest speaker, and then you're going to buckle up and get ready for the ride of a lifetime, because you're going to hear two of the most forward people tell you all about the entertainment industry. Are you ready for that? Like I need you guys to get the smelling salts out. I can't have people passing out. I need you guys ready for this. Okay. Okay. So let's introduce Miss Alicia Kabak to you officially. So Alicia is the co-founder of VIP Ignite, which allows talent to network and connect with high-level industry professionals in modeling, acting, and music. She has launched multiple seven-figure businesses. She executive produced 5 Broadway shows that have won 38 awards, including 6 Tony Awards, and in 2013, won the Tony for Best Play. She had a successful radio show on CBS Digital. She opened NASDAQ with the cast of her Broadway show, Dinner with the Boys, starring Dan Lauria from The Wonder Years. She is a Guinness Book of World Record holder, but it's not there. It's covered in cobwebs, so I'll show you guys next time. She is a co-author of the book Finding Fame. She emceed the Israel Film Festival in New York City with the Prime Minister of Israel in the audience. She has been featured in Forbes, Huffington Post, and Entrepreneur. She has shared the stage with such greats such as Greg Reed, Russell Brunson, Lee Steinberg, Brandon Steiner, and Les Brown. Her first film, Target, is now streaming on all forms of streaming networks. She is a Fox News music expert. She currently manages Francis Ford Coppola's protege, and she has helped over 10,000 talent successfully get booked and signed work through her program here at VIP Ignite. Everyone give it up for the one and only Miss Alicia Kabak. Come on now.
Thanks, Deneen.
You're welcome. All right.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much for being here. So now let me introduce our next guest speaker. Having a well-known and prominent musician as a father, she grew up around many famed and celebrated artists such as Jimi Hendrix, The Beatles, Shirley Bassey, Nina Simone, and Billie Holiday, which inspired Tanya to pursue music. The power-packed combination of her ability to play many different instruments, hands-on music industry knowledge, and college degree in music earned her a position as a sound engineer. Tanya worked in many British studios with amazing artists and legends, including Led Zeppelin, Tina Turner, and The Who. For 30 years, Tanya has worked her way through the talent agency and management system and has been wildly successful. Along the way, she has earned a reputation as a straight shooter and has a fiercely loyal clientele following. She has one of the series leads on Wednesday for Netflix and All American and The Walking Dead, alongside many large recurring roles on the morning show, This Is Us, Stranger Things, The Patient, NCIS, The Rookie, Station 19, CSI, and Outer Banks, and the list goes on and on. Everyone give it up for the one, the only Miss Tanya Kleckner.
Hello, friend.
Hello,
Hi.
Tanya.
Can't find my video.
She loves technology.
Oh my gosh, she's a tech genius.
Oh, hold on, like
There
seriously.
you are.
There you
Oh, there I
are.
am. Hi.
Peekaboo. Are you on your phone or are you on your iPad?
No, I'm on my iPad. Am I sideways?
No, you're okay. There's a lot of sun behind you.
I'm
We're
in my
gonna
office.
coach
I'm
your
in my
lecture.
home office.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm gonna
There
do
you
this.
are.
Can I do it this
Yeah.
way?
Yeah, that's good. Is this the iPad that zooms in and zooms out? Because we always love that. It's
Yeah.
every time you say something really important, the iPad just does whatever it wants.
I'm sorry. I'm a little under the weather today. I'm a
Oh,
little
no.
feverish, so I apologize. Yeah. But I'm here. I'm present. I'm all good.
Because she's a professional.
Yeah.
There is no calling out sick, just so you guys know.
Thank you. It's not COVID. I think it's just like a cold or something. Something's going around, I think. But I'm good and I'm excited to see you. And I was excited to see Janine and Mike, and I love you guys. So hello everyone. Good
And we're
morning.
gonna
Good
see you
afternoon.
soon in New York City.
I know, I'm so excited.
I'm so excited. We don't see
I'm
each other
excited to
enough.
see
We just saw each
winter.
other. When did we see? We saw each other in Hollywood, Miami, a couple weeks
It
ago.
was Miami. I forget last month. Was it last month?
Yeah.
Yeah, August. Yeah, so
We were hanging out with my kid, hanging
Yeah.
out. I mean, this is what we do.
Yeah.
So
I went to
fun.
Versace.
Glamorous life.
Yeah, it was fun. It was good. It was good.
It's always
Also,
fun when you're there. But
I'm a little
for anybody
feverish.
here who wants an agent, meet Tanya Kleckner. Now, Tanya, you're not just an agent. You are a kick-ass businesswoman. And there's no fluff here. I need a disclaimer very quickly. I need you all to type blunt. Okay, because welcome to the two most blunt women on this call. And we're
It's
gonna
true.
battle it out, right?
It's true. Yeah. Yeah.
Gladiator
Do you
style.
mind if I just open my window real quick? I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have to. I'm turning my thing off because it's really, really hot here. I have AC on and I have a fever, so I apologize.
Where's Stuart? Why isn't he taking care of you?
He has gone to soccer. He actually, funny enough,
Oh, he went to
runs
soccer?
Rod Stewart's, yes, he runs Rod Stewart's team, and so they're all like older men running around with a soccer ball.
Has he watched?
And I actually enjoy it when he goes. So you know, I have the house to
Of course
myself
you do.
with my doggies. So there you go.
That's okay.
So I'm here. Sorry. Go back.
You're here. Did he watch Beckham yet? Did you watch it?
I watched Beckham with him. It's amazing.
I started last night.
It's so good. I was like, I never had a thing for Posh and Bex, but now I love them after watching
Yeah,
it. I didn't
they're
realize
kinda
how
funny.
awful he had it. Yeah. He was
Yeah.
the Brits weren't very kind to him.
No.
So yeah, so it's so good. It's so good. And it was nice to see Posh smile.
Yeah. I'm still
So-
waiting to see her eat, but other than that,
Oh,
I
no,
mean,
she doesn't eat. She doesn't
I
eat.
know,
I know people that have been in restaurants with her or gone out with her, and she just doesn't eat. That's why she's so tiny.
she is tiny, and we're not saying to do that, guys. Disclaimer: you don't have to do that to get into
No,
Hollywood.
I'm sure she does like healthy shakes and things like that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. The Gwyneth Paltrow goop cleanse, we'll call it.
Yes.
Where you
Oh,
just don't
no.
eat. You just
no
keep
need for that.
working through your
No.
hunger.
No
Okay.
need for that. So what's
let's
going
talk
on?
about
I love your
you.
necklace, by the way, too. Yeah,
You what?
I love your necklace.
Oh, thank you. I have my star on, and then you can't see, but I always have my Caden on. This was
Cute.
my
That's
push
really
gift from Michael, my business, my business partner. And
Of course. That's my
this is what we do. You gotta support each other. So let's talk a little bit about your childhood, because you had an extremely, it was amazing. And not like I was there, but your father was in the music business and you were always around some amazing people. So let's take us back, and then we're on a journey to where you are today.
Well, I didn't really know much about it. I just know that we had big parties. I grew up, in a nice house, with lots of big parties going on, which were fun. We weren't allowed to go to the parties, of course. My mum would go upstairs to bed. I had the best mother in the world, but she would send us up to bed. So we'd always like sneak down and watch everybody at these elaborate parties at my house, and lots of.
And who was there?
Lots of crazy
Your dad was in the
outfits.
music industry.
Yeah,
You
my
had
dad
some
was in
pretty
the
cool
music-
people in your house.
Yeah, my dad was in the music industry, so we'd have a lot of big celebrities. But me being like, I used to go to quite a posh school. So, you know, as children think they would be embarrassed, all parents, like a lot of children are embarrassed by their parents, because my parents wore kind of crazy clothing, you know, they'd wear the long leather jackets. It was the 70s, and the crazy clothes. My mum was very stylish. I wanted them to be more like the other kids' parents, like very straight laced and
Go to a
boring.
PTA meeting.
And then my
you're
dad
like,
would show up with his hair all wild, with a big long leather jacket, smoking a cigarette. And I'll be like,
Did he
oh
ever
my
wear a
God,
hat
Dad,
with a
oh my
feather?
God. He didn't do that, but
Okay.
his hair was pretty big. So yeah, so that was kind of like, oh God, Dad, just so embarrassing. Like, park around the corner and pick me up. So yeah, it was one of those kinds of childhood. But looking back, it was pretty fabulous. Yeah.
you had John Lennon. I mean, you had some of the biggest names that you
Mhm.
as a child. I mean, did you even know
Yeah.
who they were?
No. I didn't know. I didn't care. And I like, my dad would be on TV. They would be playing on TV. And I would be more interested. We didn't have 3 channels growing up. You know, on the TV, you'd have to press the buttons because we don't have remotes, because that's how old I am. And my mum would be like, okay, you know, Dad's on the TV. We're going to watch Dad on the TV. His band are playing. It was a TV show called Top of the Pops. And so I'd be like, but cartoons are on the other side. It's my time to watch my cartoon. So I'd be mad that I couldn't watch my cartoon, you know, because you obviously couldn't record things back then either. So you have to watch it like
Yeah, no
live.
DVR, no VCR. Yeah,
No,
I just
no.
showed
So
my age.
I'd
Yeah.
scream because I wanted to watch my cartoon, not watch my dad on
course.
TV. Yeah.
So
it's
your
fun.
dad worked with, I mean,
Frank Sinatra loved my
Frank
dad. so
Sinatra.
yeah, he brought my dad to Vegas, his band, and then they played. They were the first British band to ever play in Vegas at a residency in 1968. And then, and then their songs were played on Breaking Bad, the TV series, and
And you didn't even know. And this was funny
whole
because we
catalogue of
discovered
music,
this recently.
yeah.
You
So the
had
whole
no
catalogue of
idea that
music
they were
was open.
using your father's music on Breaking Bad until you were watching it, and you're like, those assholes. They didn't ask permission. And so you knew that you weren't getting any type of like residuals or royalties or
Yeah.
anything. So you had to contact them. And what did they tell you when you
We
called
thought
them out?
they thought my dad was dead. It wasn't Breaking Dad, but they'd been told by the record company that they thought, because there wasn't that production company that got, you know, obviously to EMI Records at the time, and they'd said that they thought he was dead. So we figured it out. My dad's getting the residuals because he's still alive. And there you go. Now the whole back catalog's
Saved
on
the day.
iTunes. Yeah.
That's
So there you go.
crazy.
That's the record company for you. That's the record business.
I thought your father was dead. You're like, no, he's very much alive. He's right here. Did you
Yeah.
want to talk to him?
Yeah.
But could
yeah.
you imagine guys
exactly.
listening, like going on TV and all of a sudden they're playing your song and then it's you against them?
Well, I was laying on the couch with my husband next to me, and all of a sudden I'm like, what? That's my dad. What? And it was a huge montage scene, so I had to Google, and I'm like, there he is. That's my dad. So because it was all listed on there, but I hadn't obviously heard it. So there you go. Anyway, it's all good now. It's getting
But you're also an expert at like striking contracts and like following like protocol. So I'm sure you knew the verbiage and who to contact. Because if it were me, I'd be going on Google, asking a chat, you know, like somewhere, like, can somebody help?
Yeah.
Getting
yeah,
the whole
luckily I
peanut
know
gallery
some-
trying to respond.
I knew some music attorneys and things like that, so I had them reach
You
out.
had connections.
We had connections, yeah, and they sorted it very quickly for us.
So let's transition. So you grew up in the music industry. I mean, but your dad was in the music industry. You were little. You kind of saw everything your dad was doing. So then you decide to get into music yourself, not like singing, but behind the scenes.
Oh, I cannot sing at all. I wish I could. That's one thing I wish I could
It'd
do.
be
But
so
I played.
fun. Note to self: karaoke night, New York City, Denise.
Oh, it's
okay.
so bad.
I'll
I
get some
do love
drinks
a-
in you.
I
It'll
do
be
love a
fine.
microphone. Get me on a microphone after a few glasses of wine. It's
Christine
fun.
Harding will
That's
be
terrible.
there. Mia will be there. Solange, we'll be there to support you.
Yeah.
Karaoke night. We got
Just
this.
don't video it. It'd be terrible. You'll get that'd be like a ransom video. Yeah, no.
So
I
let's talk
played
about how
music-
you went into music.
Okay,
What
I
you
went,
went to
sorry,
school.
so
then-
I played a lot of musical instruments growing up. Like I played the piano and blah, blah, blah. And then I went into live sound. So I enjoyed doing live sound. So I got into a job in a music studio, worked in live sound. And then after a while, I wanted to come to LA. My sister had come out to LA. So I was like, well, I'm bored of doing this and I want to go spread my wings and see what's out in LA. Came out to LA, worked with another producer out here who worked with a band called the Scorpions and Pink Floyd. So I worked with them for a little bit. And then I needed to really kind of get my green card. Well, I was with a man. We got married. I got my green card. And I needed a job quickly to pay my bills. And so landed a quick job at a big talent agency, which was just kind of a fluke. It just happened on the reception desk. At this time I was 24, so I was young. I really loved the people there. They were very vibrant, big personalities. It's just very quick, big turnaround, lots to do, and I love the energy. And then I saw the partner's assistant was really kind of shit at her job. So I was like eyeing that job, and I really kind of became close with the two partners. That the assistant was rubbish at, so I was kind of like weaving my way in. Luckily for me, she got fired, and then they offered me that job. So then I became assistant to two of the partners.
Right there in the wings.
Yeah,
You were waiting.
so I was there, and I
You're like, I'm gonna get
loved
that
the
job.
partners.
You're shitty.
And they were tough. They were tough because they were old school agents. They'd been around for a long time. They had A-list clients. It was a very, very busy desk, but I'm very good at multitasking, and I loved it. And then after like 2 or 3 years, I managed to get myself into a corner office to be a junior agent. And then I was there for a long time. Yeah. And then the rest is history. And that was 30 years ago.
30 years ago. And I picture you like Mad Men, getting that corner office, the coveted.
Yeah.
I'm sure you had so many people not happy with you, especially
Yeah.
as a female, which
There was a guy that
back
wasn't
in the
happy with
day,
me.
that was
a young guy.
it was
yeah.
unheard of to have a female in that position.
It was tough. It was
Yeah.
tough, but I loved it, and I was aggressive too. And,
And you were passionate about it, which is the one thing I think people don't understand. Like, in order to do great things, you have to be passionate.
yeah. And I
Yeah.
love the people I work with. They could be tough. They could be really tough, but I just took nothing personally. But they also knew I worked really hard. So they gave me a lot of respect. So I was lucky to be able to have these
You earned
mentors
it.
train
Yeah.
me, and so I did work really hard. I did. And
So why did you leave? Why did you leave?
I actually moved back to London.
Okay.
I decided that I wanted to go back home to England after 10 years of being there, and because I missed my family. And then I moved back to London with my son, who was young then. He's now 27. And I got a great job in London, and it was great. I loved who I worked with. We had a great time. I was actually doing some stuff on Band of Brothers actually before I went back and started to carry on working with them as well.
Yeah.
And then after about 10 months, I was like, well, this is shit. I hate England. It's so cold.
Carry on. Yeah.
So I came back to LA after nearly about a year with my son, and I landed another job in a really good, very big management company, and worked as a manager for a little bit, and that's with a lot of big people as well. And then I realized, well, when you're a manager, you're not technically allowed to do the negotiations for the studios and networks. So I went on to go and be an agent at another company. Yeah, so I'm still an agent. Yeah.
And you're a SAG-AFTRA agent.
Yes, I'm franchise SAG-AFTRA agent. Yeah. But I'm still in touch with some of the other folks from the initial company, but they were older, and a lot of them have passed away. But they were my foundation, and I stayed loyal to them, and we stayed in touch for a long time. Yeah, one of them was Betty McCart. If anyone's seen the show The Offer, that was how The Godfather got made, and that was Betty McCart and Al Ruddy. And Betty McCart, after The Godfather was finished, Al Ruddy then bought her an agency because she wanted to be a talent agent. And that was Betty McCart. I went and worked at the talent agency. That was where I initially started working.
Hollywood legend. I mean, that's royalty in this business.
Yeah.
Taking it old school.
Yeah.
All right. So you're in Los Angeles now, and you represent some of the most amazing actors on the planet. Can you go over some of your, I guess, success stories or success roster of people that
I have working actors that just work all the time. So I just call them my working actors. I literally book them weekly on shows, like doing a guest star role on a 1-hour procedural show, or they're on a show on Netflix or Apple TV, just regular booking, or we'll get an offer in for them for a movie. I just got an offer in for a very big film pending the end of the SAG-AFTRA strike. So it's obviously we've got red lines in the contract.
So they're still doing offers even though the strike is happening.
Well,
just to get stuff in place.
Just had one come in to say pending the strike's finished, we want to get going as soon as the strike's over. That's all redlined within the agreement. So yeah, so that's kind of like what we're doing. So, and then I have my developmental clients, and I love obviously my working clients because that pays all the bills. It's great. And then I have my
Because you only
developmental
get paid,
clients.
guys. An agent only gets paid when you get paid.
Yeah.
Essentially,
So
she's working for free. Yeah. She makes
so
commission off of your
we
work.
call it the 3 S's: sign, service, sell, right? That's what we do as an agent. We sign somebody, we service them, which is when we're looking after them, we have to sell you as an actor. So sign, service, sell, it's the 3 S's. That's how we basically do our job, right? So the working actors, we're servicing you, we're going through the contracts, we're making sure that we're servicing you, we're looking after you, everything's okay on set, all of that kind of stuff. Also with the development, we're still selling you as an actor when you're known as well, of course, because sometimes people might oversee you as an actor, they don't think about you, a director won't think about you on a project. So, you know, and then I have my developmental clients, which obviously I'm going to have to sell you to everybody around town on projects that I think you're right for. I'm developing you. So I'm creating a fan base for you. So I'm getting you seen by shows like, you know, once season 2 of Wednesday comes out, I can get you in front of that casting director as long as I know you're ready to be seen by that casting director, or All American, you know, with Leah Daniels Butler, or, you know, The Morning Show, or Stranger Things, or, you know, these kinds of shows, all these regular shows that everybody knows. As long as you're right for the role, what I do is I'll have you self-tape for a character on the show that you're very right for.
And what is this self-tape?
A self-tape is when I'm going to get a breakdown, and a breakdown is basically a rundown of this particular show. So say All American, we're going into season 6. So the first episode of season 6, it will come out to me, it'll be emailed to me, and it'll have 601. That means season 6, episode 1. So I'll see that, okay, this is episode 1 of season 6. So then I'll get the rundown, the storyline of that particular episode. And then I'll see guest star. Okay, so this is the storyline. This is going to be the guest star for this particular episode. They want, you know, Caucasian girl, 20 to 25. This is what she needs to look like. This is the kind of character they want, blah, blah, blah. And it will go down, you know, 16 to 18-year-old Asian guy, da, da, da. And it'll just keep going, da, 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 all the way down to from guest star to co-star. And I will submit the actors that I feel are right for every role. Then the casting director will give me an audition ticket.
Wait, let's go back. I'm going to put you in the hot seat. So when you're sending out, and I kind of want to say this on the side, these castings that you're getting, they're not available to freelance. So unless you have an agent, you can't get breakdowns. So again, I'm going to say this again. If you ever go on like these websites, that's sweet, but that's what amateurs do. You cannot audition for speaking roles for hit shows like Stranger Things.
No.
Those castings are not real, guys. Do you understand that? You have to have an agent. The agent, she's SAG-AFTRA licensed, right? She's franchised. She's the only one, and the other agents of that caliber to get breakdowns. You don't have access to breakdowns. And I really
we have to prove to breakdown services our life, the whole big vetting process to get those breakdowns. And also, even with the vetting process and the amount of agents and managers that there are, you know, for one role so again, go back to All American, for one role for a guest star, they're going to get about 5,000 submissions. That's with people that are licensed to do this. So can you imagine if they did like a worldwide search?
Oh my God.
There's once in a million times they might do a worldwide search when they're looking for a 10-year-old kid, which is rare, but it happens occasionally. But if they're looking for a great actor that's 20 to 25, they don't necessarily have to do a worldwide search every time, right? For a guest star role on All American, because they're going to get 5,000 submissions for that one role.
5,000. Somebody type 5,000.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's, as a casting director, they're looking for that one person to fill that need. And they're going to agents. So all these agents know, hey, this person's professional. This person's going to show up. This person has training. This person is perfect for this role. 5,000 different submissions.
Yeah. So, and, you know, luckily I get, well, not luckily because I've worked my ass off to get these auditions, but I will get auditions for those roles because they know that I'm going to send them good actors. So I have a vetting process that I have to make sure that you're ready for me to sign.
Right. So I'm going to stop you there. So like, yeah, she only gets paid commission. True. But you have to come with all your shit done. She doesn't sign. Oh, but I'm a natural.
Right? I love that.
Before, I'm a natural. Nobody gives a shit. You need training, you need headshots. So we do all this here at VIP Ignite. Do you guys understand that? You're at the right place. So for those of you that want an agent, you have to trust the process because, I mean, this is what we do, step by step by step. You're not in this by yourself. Okay.
And yeah, I love you guys' headshots, by the way. You know I love them every time
Thank
I say
you.
that. It's so good because the amount of times I even have my professional access come to me, I'm like, oh my God, your headshots are so shit. Because that's a big tool. Like when you don't have anything, like when you don't have the right tools for me to sell you, I can't sell you. Like I need those tools. Like you have to have the training, you have to have the headshots. Headshots is important. Like that's the first thing the casting director is going to see. And then the second thing they're going to look at is your resume. And you know, you're not going to have anything on there because you're going to be brand new. So the most important thing they're going to look at on your resume is your training. So your headshot and your resume with your training on it. Those are the two most important things that we need to see. And that's it. But if you have, even if you have training on your resume, which is great, but your headshot is shit, that doesn't go well together. So they're not going to see you. And you have to look
And
like
if
your
the,
head.
if the headshot is shit, you're going to make them go out and get new headshots. So for those of you running out and you're really quick, oh, I just need headshots, you're probably wasting time and money because you're going to have to do them again for real if you want an agent, because they're not going to submit out shit. Does that make sense? Now, Tanya, one thing I have to say is, if somebody did training back in the day, but they're not currently in training, would you ever sign somebody like that?
No.
Okay.
You have
So
to
you have to have training.
Don't ever tell an agent, and this is our pet peeve as agents, well, I did a few plays in high school. No, that doesn't count. I mean, it's great. I did plays in high school and I'm a terrible actor. Well, no, I'm actually pretty good on the phone. I'm a good saleswoman, but so I lie. But, you know, you have to currently be training. There is so much to learn about acting that is very important. These productions cost millions of dollars. So when they're hiring you as an actor, they need to make sure that when they hire you, it's costing them money. Why would they hire you if you haven't had any training whatsoever? They're not gonna hire you to babysit you.
You're high risk.
So they want to hire you so you know exactly what you're doing from the moment you walk on set. They're gonna give you your lines, you're gonna memorize them, you're gonna hit your mark, and you're gonna know exactly what to do. When the director gives you notes and redirects you and wants you to do something different, you're gonna know exactly what he's talking about. That's where your training comes in. If you haven't got a clue and you think, well, the more I do this, the more I'll learn, that's not going to happen. They just won't hire you again. This town is a very small town and word gets around very, very quickly. You will not be hired by anybody ever again.
And you're not going to risk your credibility and everything that you built up to submit somebody who is going to make you look horrible.
You'll be fired very, very quickly. Everybody in this town is replaceable. Everybody. So I have to make sure that you are very, very well trained. I'm not saying you have to have 2 years of training or 3 years of training, but enough on your resume that warrants being hired by a network or a studio. That means you're going to know what to do when you get on set. That means you're not going to fall under pressure. That you're also going to make me look good. It's my name on the line as well when a network or studio hires you. I mean, I've had times before when the client has just crumbled on set or when they haven't shown up on set. I mean, I've been an agent for 30 years, so of course this is going to happen from time to time. And the amount of stress it puts on me, it's a effing nightmare. So I need to make sure that the clients that I represent also represent me too. And that is very, very important to me, especially now I'm getting older. I don't want to deal with this shit. I really don't. And I will fire you and nobody else will hire you because again, the agents are a small community that will be telling each other about your, how you've acted and how you've behaved.
You swear for anybody here that's been on my calls, you would swear I say that. Like, that's what people don't understand. We all talk.
Well, there's a whole secret group of us agents and managers, and we're all kind of on it together. And we do help each other out. So if we're looking for scripts, so we'll send each other the script. Sometimes we're not allowed the script, so we get the script. Or there's been a couple times when I've worked really hard for a client and they've been getting great traction. They're doing really well. And then an agent will say, hey, so-and-so just emailed me asking me if I can meet him for representation. I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? He goes, I know you've been doing an amazing job. What an asshole.
You guys love that. Does that make you feel better to know that, like, that's heartwarming?
So it's like, I'm like, oh my God, we need to call him out. Like, how dare you? Because they know I would do the same to them. Now, if I wasn't doing a great job and I can't get him out, they would say, look, do you want him? I mean, he's not auditioning, like he's not getting callbacks to you. I'm like, you know what, take him. Maybe you can do a better job with him than I can. because obviously it's not working out, which is fine, right? But if you are working really hard for someone and you are getting great traction, you have like put, 150% of your energy into this person, and then they suddenly think, oh, I'm going to go to someone else. Like, why would they do that? So
Can you have multiple agents? Somebody had asked, can you have multiple agents?
No, LA is an exclusive town. You can have one TV film agent. You can have another agent in New York if you want to, but I don't allow that because I do cover the New York market as well. If you're living in like Tennessee or Texas, you can do the local market there. That's fine. But I do want to cover all the major markets for TV and film.
And that's different than a modeling agent, just so you
Yeah,
guys
modeling
know.
agent's different. You can do local markets for modeling, yeah. And for modeling, we do have LA. LA is exclusive. You can't have multiple agents in LA and New York. You have to have one agent in both markets.
Are you guys learning anything here? I hope so. Okay, so you have actors on Stranger Things and All American and Outer Banks and all these amazing shows. Let's go over pay rates, because like you said, you only get paid when your actors get paid, but you don't just sign everybody who wants an agent. Like, you're very specific. So there's a lot of money at stake here. So let's go over some of the pay scale.
Yeah. Well, hopefully it's now, SAG-AFTRA, fingers crossed. I mean, I don't know why they're going in every other day last week. Why couldn't they just go in every day, which was a little annoying? But I'm hoping and praying that this happens
This
this
strike,
week.
man, I'm over it.
It's
You
getting
just need to
there.
work
And
it out. Yeah.
by the time, I think it'll start, we'll really hit the ground running by the beginning of next year, because I don't think anything's really going to go back in before the holidays. I don't think they're going to want to start and then stop. But who knows? I'm hoping. We'll see. But that being said, because they're upping everything 11% with the new SAG interim agreement, and I haven't got those figures in my head completely, but it was originally $10.82 a day. They'll buy you for a co-star role, for a smaller role on a show. For a one-day co-star, it was $10.82 a day, and that rate will go up 11%, which is like $1,200 per day. That's a one day, and there's a plus 10% because I make 10%. And then they would buy you weekly, so 5 days. They would buy you on a weekly scale rate, which is a SAG scale rate, which is $3,756 a week, but that's now going up to $4,169 plus 10%.
I'm so proud of you that you know all these numbers.
That's if it goes. I'm not even reading this. And then these are for co-star roles, and sometimes films will buy you a scale rate. These are what we call SAG scale rates. And then when you get like a bigger role, so when you're kind of like more of the main storyline of a TV show, someone just said it's $1,200 is a lot of money per day. Now, when they only buy you for one day and you're working sporadically, you have to remember I work in 10% in my head. So when somebody's working sporadically at $1,200 per day, I'm only making $120. That doesn't pay my bills. So I need people to kind of build up their credits to make more money. So that's when we start getting into the guest star roles, which is a bigger role. So that's initially was $9,522 when they buy you for 8 days. I'm going to go back. Sorry, my brain's a little multi. So for a 1 hour guest star, they'll buy you for 8 days, and that's $9,522, and then add 11% on that, which is just over 10,000, right? Now for an 8 day. So I need more of those. I need a few of those a week, right? That's how
that keeps her happy.
That keeps me happy, right?
Yeah. So,
or you can get a guest star on a half-hour show. They buy you for 5 days. So it only takes 5 days to film.
So hour-long show, 8 days. Half-hour show, 5 days.
5 days.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's just over
you will all be
$6,000
quizzed later. So take care.
Yeah.
Kidding.
So I kind of, that's what I want to do now. If we get onto series regular roles, that's when we start making money.
That's where the money is.
Yeah. So like if you start from Disney Nickelodeon, they kind of pay the least. And now I've got builders right, so I apologize. That's like 15,000 plus.
So Disney is 15,000 plus.
It's normally about 15,000 plus, and then we can go on to the major networks. It goes $25,000 to $100,000 an episode. Plus, it depends on how popular and how successful the episode could be. Yeah.
Now,
but
would you rather have one of your talent on CBS or Netflix? Like, is there a different pay?
Well, there's not necessarily a different pay. It depends on the deal. It depends on the show. The only thing is, it's nice to have somebody on CBS if we could get someone at like 35,000, 40,000 an episode.
Does that sound
because
good to you guys? Would you get out of bed for 35 to 40,000 an episode? Just wondering. Because I had somebody that logged off and sent me pictures saying, can you please get these photos to Tanya? I can't sit on this call anymore because I have cramps. Oh, you sound like a perfect candidate for Tanya.
that's great. I'll remember that. And then good, thanks for sharing, Ali. And then so like a CBS show would, you know, if it's good and it's successful, you can have 22 episodes. So you think about it, you're making $35,000 an episode at 22 episodes. That's not a bad.
Because CBS does a whole run.
Right?
And
They do a whole run.
Netflix, it's like 8 episodes, and you're like, that's it.
Yeah, so,
that was quick.
So you can. So the other thing is like we try and fight for more money on Netflix because we try and have them justify, but they're only shooting 8 to 10 episodes per season. But then, you know, on the plus side of that, it's half the time that they're shooting, so they have a bigger hiatus to go and shoot movies and other projects.
But can they work with other? Can they do, if you're on Netflix? Can you work with other?
That's where I was going. Yeah,
Oh.
but they hold a big exclusivity clause,
Okay.
which we're trying to kind of open the doors on. But you can go and do a mini series. You can go and do other guest star roles. You can go and do a movie. You know, I had my client who's a series regular on The Walking Dead go and do 2 Shazam films. You know, and he's got major roles in both those films while he was doing this, while he was a series regular on The Walking Dead. So you can go and do those during your hiatus. Yes. So
that's awesome. How many of you guys would love to have a series regular on The Walking Dead and get 2 movies? Like, so do you have to get permission from The Walking Dead in order for him to do movies?
Yes,
or
for this contract, yes, I did have to get. Sometimes the contract says when you're not in production, you can go and do a film. Some productions will say when we're not in production, you have to come and get permission. But with this particular one, we had to go and get permission. And they're great. They're fabulous. So it was all easy. Yeah, we're not in production. Go do your thing. Have fun. Great. You know, because it was a great film, and it's and he's a great character, and it's good for the show. You know, you're going to do a great film,
and it's good for you.
It's promotion for them. Yeah.
Double dipping.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So when you get breakdowns, now that everything is digital, do you miss going into the office every day?
No.
Do you want to think about your answer?
No.
I used to love seeing you at your office.
I've got a home office. Now I've got someone banging. I might have to go and shut my window. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Can you hear it?
We're on Zoom and this is live. It's all
Is
part
it
of the
really
experience.
loud?
Yeah.
Can you hear him banging?
No.
I'm
It's
gonna
just
go out
you.
there. Yell at him.
I'm gonna tell you guys. Oh, I hear it now. I'm
Sorry.
gonna tell you guys a funny story. When I
Tell the
first
story. I'm gonna shut the window. Sorry.
Okay, it's fine. I'll tell a story while you're gone. So Mike and I, once we were in LA, our show that we won the Tony for was Sigourney Weaver. We found out that it was opening in LA. So we're like, oh wow, our show that we won a Tony for, they're gonna license it and we're gonna have red carpet events in LA. This is so cool. Michael and I get out there and we find out it's the next week. And we're like, oh shit, we just landed in LA. We had the date wrong. Are you kidding me? So Ryan Colby's like, hey, I want you to meet my good friend Tanya. You know, she and Michelle, they're at Universal. They're on the back lot. They have a great agency. You guys should, since you have time, since you're out there, why don't you go see Tanya? So Mike and I, we're so green to all this. We show up to Universal. We pay for, the parking at Universal Studios. Oh, you're in the Frankenstein lot. For those of you guys that have ever been to Universal Hollywood, we park, we go into the park, we buy tickets to Universal. And Tanya's like, where are you guys? We're like, oh, we just got into the park. Where are you? And she's like, you guys are assholes. We're on the back lot. And Michael and I are like, oh, okay. So then Michael and I get back into our car. We leave the parking lot and we're looking for like the Universal movie lot. No kidding. I don't even know how you did this. Like, to go to this office. It was so cool. She had a trailer on an actual like movie set, and it gets better. So like Michael and I get out of the car. We're like literally in like barren land. It's kind of like going to a carnival where you just park like, in the grass. And we get there and there's people on the trams that are part of Universal waving at us. And Mike's like, wave. And so we're like waving. I have my Starbucks, my sunglasses. We're not even sure where we are. And I should tell you that when we got to Universal, especially the back lot, they have security guards. They like swept the car to make sure we didn't have any, firearms or bombs. I mean, you had to have a reason to be there. It's not open to the public. You can't just be like, oh, let me check this place out. We had to be on the list. And I'll never forget, we walk up to your trailer and like I walked in, and I'll admit it here, I was a huge Twilight fan. And I walked in, and who is your neighbor?
Well, no, that was the production office for
Oh, it
Twilight.
was the production office of Twilight. And I walk in and I fangirled hard. I was like, like pictures of like Bella, and I was like tears running down my face. I remember I held my first Hollywood Reporter, my first Variety, and you come out and I'm like, I want to work here. And that's exactly what you said, anytime you want. Because
Well, you met Mark.
and-
I think you would have met Mark. He was in
Yeah.
the office right
And
next door.
Michelle, yeah.
Mark Morgan was there next door. He's the
Yeah.
one of the producers of Twilight.
So cool. That is so badass. I have to tell you,
Yeah.
that's like one of my favorite Hollywood stories is, going to
It
your
was
office.
fun.
And I'm
It was
sad that
fun.
you don't have it anymore.
Yeah,
But I'm
they
glad that you
knocked
get
it
to
all
work from
down.
home and, wear
Yeah.
sweatpants and, not wear a bra most days because we're up here. That's the truth. Putting it out
It's
there.
true. Yeah.
That's what
I mean,
we do.
we go in like once a week and I see everybody. And
Yeah.
then my assistant comes to my house once or twice a week to go over everything. But we Zoom as well daily. And I do my meetings on Zoom and I sit in my office all day and just work
Yeah.
from here. And I love it because I have my 2 dogs.
And you don't have an hour commute each way and dealing with traffic.
No,
and craziness.
I love it. I just get up in the morning. I get
You
my
just get your
coffee
shit done.
in my
Yeah.
office, and I've got my husband leaves the house for work, so the house is empty.
And then you
So
got
I
9
like my
o'clock
husband. I do
anytime
like
you
him being
want.
here, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's nice. It's
I
nice.
know you. You got the plan, you're like, wine now. Janine and I are running. That's usually how it is. But I really want to, do you miss, just the people? Do you
No,
miss the people? See,
No.
you
no.
don't.
I mean, I see people. I go out.
I know.
I have a social life. I have my friends that live
But who
nearby.
else was
I
in that
live in a great
vicinity where you
neighborhood.
were?
Sorry?
You had a lot of like A-listers right there. Who else was there?
We had right across the way. What's his name from Fast and
Was it
Furious?
Vin Diesel? Who was
Yeah,
there?
Vin Diesel. Vin Diesel would be there all the time. Yeah, he was very nice.
Fast and Furious. That's so fun.
You'd see people all the time. And it's funny because a lot of casting officers would be right around us as well. And obviously
Yeah.
I knew the casting directors, which was nice, but you'd see celebrities or standing outside with scripts because they would be going into audition.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you'd literally see, you'd be like, wow, they're auditioning.
Cruise,
It was
yeah.
crazy.
You
Like,
know.
yeah, like not Tom Cruise, of course, but people that
He
you
didn't have to
wouldn't
audition.
think,
Yeah.
no, of course not, because he
It's
he
tough.
makes the films. But
Yeah.
people that you wouldn't think would have to audition, these people are auditioning for projects, for leads in studio films. Yeah, they have to
That's
do a
awesome.
screen test.
Of course.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
now that this is all digital, take us through the steps now that the whole world had to pivot. Do you like the fact that other than the fact that you work from home, do you feel like there's a lot more competition now since it's all on Zoom?
There is the good. There is a lot more competition, but the casting directors are seeing more people, so I don't get that pushback now. So when because I pitch my clients all day long, because I want to get the most auditions I can get. I hustle like crazy because I just want to get so many auditions. So I feel the more auditions I get, the more chance I have of booking, the more money I get to make. Right.
It's rolling the dice every time for sure.
Yeah. So I don't get that pushback by the casting directors saying, "Oh my goodness, the room's full. We haven't got any more room to see, any more people." So I
And
don't hear
people
that anymore.
physically had to live in LA then.
Yeah. So I don't hear that anymore to say our session's full. Well, now it's not going to be full because you can see as many tapes as you want.
Now what's
Right.
your
Because
excuse?
now we have
Watch
a deadline. We upload
Yeah.
the tape to the link of the deadline, and then that casting director is going to watch all the tapes on that one link. So as long as we get the tapes in before the deadline and I upload it to that link, they're going to watch that tape. So
Which
it's
is
very
now
important.
your responsibility, kids. Everybody that's watching this, in order to
Yeah.
have an agent, if she gets you a casting, you have to
Yeah.
get your shit done.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like there's more competition, but you've got just as much chance if there was less competition, because if you're really good at your craft and
Right.
you're really right for this role,
And you have a right
then
agent getting
if
you
there
in
were
front
10
of those
people or
people.
20 people or 50 people, then you're going to
Yeah.
really stand out and you're going to put the job, right? So that's why, you know, training is key. You have to really make sure that your self-tapes are amazing. They're really going to stand out because the casting director is going to watch the link at home on their couch on a Friday. So the deadline's at 6 p.m. on a Friday. That means the casting director's got Friday night and probably Saturday morning to go through all the tapes, to then pull out, if there's 100 self-tapes that they're watching, they're probably going to want to pull out 20 of those tapes to put onto a producer's link, right? Those are the ones that they're pulling out and they feel those are the best ones for the casting.
And
director
how
to
much do
keep
they
up.
watch of your tape?
I would say probably they're going to go into the first 15, 20 seconds.
15
So
to
you
20
really-
seconds. Everybody write 15 to 20 seconds.
So you really need to pull them in,
Yeah.
you know, immediately. You know, so that's why your self-tape needs to be so good, so spot on. You need to be off book. You need to have it done properly. Don't do like my angle. I mean, I'm the worst person here right
Do
now.
as I say, not as I do.
Yeah, exactly. Thank
Yeah.
you. So, you know, you really need to make these self-tapes stand out. It's very
Do you
important.
feel like because you book roles on like these big shows, do you feel as though listening to the constructive criticism or knowing what actually books, do you feel as though like you kind of know what they want to see and like what not to do?
Yeah, I mean, I never know what's in the writer's heads or what's in the
Yeah.
director's heads. But I know, you know, I know the casting officers pretty well. So I kind of know the do's and don'ts with these casting directors. I also kind of know what helps these tapes. Is like, you know, we want to be pulled in by your self-tape. We want to be able to feel it. I know that's hard to say, but when we're watching a self-tape, I want to, because I watch so many, but I want to sit there and go at the end of it, like just be silent because you're so blown away by this read, right? That's how we want to feel. So
And sometimes people start and they're just dead on arrival. You're like, oh, already no.
yeah,
Correct.
yeah, you need to be pulled in immediately because you know very quickly, oh, this is going to be bad. You're like,
Yeah.
this is not good,
If
right?
there was only a way to have our talent learn the right way, taught by you, step by
Yeah.
step. Oh, that's right.
And listen, you've got if you've got like, you know, 72 hours to do a great self-tape, you can do that self-tape over and over and over and over again until it's perfect.
Yeah.
So then what happens if the casting director likes your self-tape, your callback will be via Zoom.
Oh.
So your Zoom callback will now be with the director or the producer or even just the casting director, because they now want to work with you on that Zoom. So what they're going to do is now test you. So
Oh.
they're going to start working with you. They're going to have you do that read. And then they're going to start working with you a little bit and then go, okay, let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. How
So
do
you
let's-
want them to kind of go back and forth. Because
So
I remember
you
this
want
one
them to
time
play
you
with you a
said,
little bit.
oh, the actor came out so confident, like, yeah, they loved it. Oh, that's it. They just said great. Like
They
you're
said
like,
just
you
great,
didn't get
great
it.
job, bye,
Yeah.
and then hung up. And I was like, oh, because
That
I
sucks.
want to see if they want to work with you a little bit.
Yeah.
Because they're like, because what
They
they're
wanna
doing
play
is they're
with you.
seeing something great in you. They're like, oh, okay, we like her or him for this role. Let's
Right.
see how they do it this way. Let's see how they do it that way. Because that way they're getting a feel for you as an actor. And now they're seeing how would you do this? How would you
Right.
play it this way? Because now they're seeing how you adjust to their notes. Are you listening to them? Do you take notes well? Do you do these redirects? Are you know, because this is how you're going to be on set. So if you don't do these redirects well, if you don't take the notes well, they're not going to hire you.
So, okay. So when somebody's doing.
It's not
a
called
self-tape-
chemical reading, it's called chemistry reading. And that's not chemistry reading. So chemistry reading is not with the casting director. Chemistry reading is when that's normally a second callback or a third callback. That's when that's when they're, you know, if you've got a love interest in the script or someone like that, that's when they want to start playing with you with the character you be opposite with, and they want to see how you are on camera together. That's chemistry reading.
To see if you have chemistry. Hence the name. So when someone's doing a self-tape, do you have them slate at the beginning or at the end?
It depends. It will say in the it's called an eco cast or like an audition ticket.
Okay.
It will tell you that if we want the slate at the beginning, the slate at the end, or the slate separately.
Okay. Are you guys writing? Is
depends.
this helpful? Are you guys learning a lot? I hope. Now, do you suggest when they do they do it this way or this way?
I can't. But you disappeared.
Oh, I'm here.
Where have you gone?
Ooh, it's my Halloween.
Oh, there you
costume,
are.
the
Because
ghost.
it all went to like the whole thing. Do I do it this way? What?
Do you do it vertical or horizontal when you're doing these?
Horizontal.
Horizontal. Okay. And backdrop, I mean, obviously.
Plain backdrop.
Plain backdrop. And what do they wear? Any makeup?
It really depends on the character. I mean, you know, if you're young ladies, if it's high school, maybe just wear like a t-shirt, something young. You know, if you're detective, maybe something a little more hard edge, you know, like a black t-shirt or a jacket. But don't go over the top.
So don't go to like Spirit Halloween. Oh, I have to be a doctor. Let's pull out the coat.
Yeah, you don't need to put the lab coat on or anything like that. Or you don't need
for
to wear
those of you that want an audition with Grey's Anatomy, just keep the dress up for like your love interest, not for a self tape. Okay.
Yeah, you don't need to do
Role
that.
playing is fun. Wow.
And then watch the makeup, ladies. Don't wear too much makeup. Try and keep it as natural as possible.
Okay.
Don't wear bangles, loud bangles that are messy. You know,
Clack, clack, clack.
clack, clack,
Yeah.
clack. Don't wear too big earrings on the self tape. Too much jewelry. Your earrings are beautiful, but you're not doing a self tape. You know, hats. Don't wear any hats. Things like that. We want to be able to see your face. Yeah. Watch the props. We don't want to see all these props, guys.
Okay.
I know you've got a gun. You're playing a cop. You want to do that.
What about glasses? Glasses on or off?
If you wear glasses in real life, wear them. If you don't worry about it.
So like Charles Berry, I wouldn't wear those glasses, but Larry Anderson, I'd wear those glasses.
Yeah,
Charles
I'm
looks
looking
like the
at I'm looking at everyone. Yeah.
Oh, she's looking at everyone. Everybody smile.
I'm going through everyone. There's glasses and no glasses. Yeah. I mean, I've got glasses on, I can't see.
All right, this is true. We've hung out one too many times. Actually, the last time we were in Miami, we all stayed in a big house, and you're like, I can't see. She's like, literally,
I
can
can't
you
find
find
my glasses.
glasses?
I've got, like,
I think my
10
little
pairs.
boy like probably had
I'm
them.
terrible. I've got 10 pairs in my house and I still can't find any.
It's okay. It's all part of the experience. All right. So, do you ever represent someone who's not a member of the union?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's talk about that.
I've done that, and if I find someone special who I think is very talented and is
Thank goodness you'll be in New
working
York
hard,
meeting talent live.
I'm always, you know me, I'm always.
I know you.
I've seen people with you, and I'm like, who are they?
And then you whisper, "Are they nice?"
I always say, "Are they nice?"
If they went through the interview process. I mean, sometimes you get some people that slip in that aren't nice, but.
Yeah, I want to make sure that you're nice.
So you watch them for a while before they even come up to you. You watch them.
Yeah.
Just to see how they are. Yeah.
Yeah.
See how they're interacting. Are they nice? Are they?
I want an easy life. Yeah, I just work with nice people now. I don't want to deal with just any dramas anymore. But I always look for people, but I want to find if you're passionate about this, you know, if you're invested in this. By that I mean, you know, are you willing to put the time and the energy into this, because it's not easy. You know, it's a very tough business. But if you're invested in this, I'm going to be investing in this, not financially, but my time. And by time, I mean a lot of time and a lot of energy.
That's a good point. People always think that if someone wants them, they shouldn't spend any money. What do you pay for as an agent?
I pay for nothing, but I tell you what, I'm giving you a lot of my time, and that time is free. And trust me, if I charged you for my time, that would not be cheap.
She'll give you
I'm telling you right now. So, you know, that's what we all say, us agents, like when people, we bust our asses for our clients and they haven't worked in 12 months. And then finally they book a job and they're like, finally, you know, I'm like thinking, well, I've worked, let me calculate how many hours I've worked for you to get this job, you know?
But they have to come to the table with photos. They have to be in training, whether or not you have any IMDb credit.
Like I just found this one girl. She's very talented. I found her just at like my friend's showcase. I saw her and oh my God, she's amazing. But she was brand new, but she had talent. And I could see she was passionate. She's like, I want this, I want this, I want this. She's been in class now 2 times a week. I'm like, I need headshots. So she got a list of like photographers. Within a week, she went and got her headshots done. I chose the headshots. They're already up on the site. So within 2 weeks, headshots are done. They're already up on my site. She's now studying class twice a week. So this girl is like, boom, boom, boom,
so
boom.
You don't
boom.
ever hear, I don't have money.
No.
Help me.
And that is who I want to work with. I don't want to hear,
no red flags.
I don't have time. What am I doing? I don't want to hear that, because now this girl is really working her ass off. She's really passionate. She's really dedicated. You know, it's the same one. If I have somebody who's out of state, Now, a lot of the stuff, a lot of the things I work on do need to have, you need to be an LA local hire.
Okay, this is important, guys. So listen up for those of you that don't
Oh.
live in LA or New York. What? Okay.
Yeah, so I do LA, I work out of New York and LA.
Yep.
So you can be either, it doesn't matter. If we work together and you say, I've got friends or family in New York and I've got friends or family in LA. So if you book a job in either state, say, we'll go back to, I don't know, NCIS, which shoots in LA. If you book a guest star on NCIS that shoots in LA, you have to be a local hire in LA, which means
So
you
you
have
to have an address in LA.
You have to have an address in LA. Now it can be a friend's or a family member's address, but I need an address in LA to put on that contract because technically you're supposed to be hired as an LA local hire. So
And
you need
not
to
a
fly-
PO box, but there are
No.
other ways. And for those of you that are part of Rising Star Academy, we go through that on a training on how
I don't
to
know
get around
about
that.
I don't know about
Yeah.
that.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. So you need to fly yourself here. You need to,
Oh, so
get-
they're paying for their own airfare.
You're paying for your own airfare,
Yeah.
and you need to
Hotel,
figure it
whatever.
out while you're here, transportation, everything. But you know what? If you want to do this, I'm going to book you. I'm going to send you those auditions. You're going to audition. I could get a call on Friday night, and they're going to go, right, the job starts Monday, and I've negotiated your contract. I'm like, fine, you need to be here Sunday because you've got wardrobe Sunday afternoon, right? I don't want to hear about it. You're going to go done. I'm booking my flight now. I'll be there Saturday night, ready for wardrobe on Sunday.
I know. How many of you guys could do that? If you could, type count me in. Because being financially stable is a really big thing in this business. And I don't
Yeah.
think people really understand that. They're waiting for somebody just to put their hand out and, oh, I'm going to make you a star.
Because I've
Trust
met
me.
people before,
Yeah.
which I get people have lives and all of that kind of stuff. But this is my life, this is my job, and I only work on commission. So,
But if you
I've
sign
had-
with an agency and you're on call, legit 24/7, do people need to tell you when they go out of town?
yeah, I need to be. And if you go out of town on vacation or you've got something coming up with family, you just need to give me your date so I can book you out, take you off the calendar.
Have you ever had a situation where someone's traveling and they didn't tell you and you book them and they're like, I can't get there?
Yes, several times. Or they tell me they're traveling and I book them because I've forgotten they're out of town. That happens too. I'm like, oh shit. And sometimes sometimes it's worked in our favor because it's been a really big job. They're like, oh my God, let's do it. And they've come back to do the job. But they've got out of town without telling me. That happens quite often. Yes.
I can imagine as an agent that would be very frustrating. You're like, why didn't you tell me?
Oh, it happens a lot. Yeah. And we've had times when we need an audition, they've had the audition for a week and we can't find them. And then we're told, oh,
For
I'm
a
so
week,
sorry.
did you say? I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then I'm told, oh, I'm so sorry. I've been so sick. I think I have COVID. Da, da, da. And then I go on their Instagram and I'm like, well, that's weird because there's pictures of you on the beach yesterday at a bar.
Whoa.
If you're going to lie to your agent, make sure you don't put shit on Instagram.
I warned you guys, she's blunt. You can see why we're friends.
Yeah.
But it's the truth. So wait,
Yeah.
it took somebody, you got them a huge opportunity and it took them a week. And then they said they were
Oh,
sick
it
the next-
happens. It happens. Yeah, I have, a few people.
I
that are
can't
like,
even
"Oh,
get
I
over
can't
that.
do it. Can't do it.
Oh my
Because
God, that's mind boggling.
They just start losing their passion. I'm like, well, then you need to tell me because I'm going to book you out. Or
Yeah.
they just, it's a lot. So I remove those people from my roster and I make room for new people.
And that's why we put you through a 2-day boot camp and you have a link to schedule. And if you don't show up, just so you guys know, 856 is the area code when we do our confirmations. If you don't show up, we don't reschedule. Why?
Alicia-
Because we represent and partner with people like Tanya. If you don't show up for us, you're not going to show up for her. Thank you for coming. Thank you for leaving. Don't, let the door hit you on the way down. So many people, they don't understand this is a business. And nobody would want to book you or your talent again if that were to show up, if they didn't show up to a casting.
Yeah.
Or,
And my business also runs, like I said before, like on auditions
Yeah.
and the amount of auditions. So
Yeah.
when I know clients don't show up or don't do their self-tapes, I pitch clients into casting directors. So I pitch clients to casting directors for huge shows. And I only pitch the clients that I know are reliable because I'm only going to pitch clients that I know are, number one, really good and very well trained and will also deliver. So I'm only going to pitch those ones that will deliver, that I know that I'm going to say, if I'm going to pitch somebody to say who David Rappaport, who's a huge casting director, and he's going to come back to me and go, sure, I'll take a look at her, have the tape to me tomorrow by 5 p.m. I can then phone my client and say, okay, Rappaport wants to see you. Here's the material. You need to get the tape to me by 5 o'clock. And I know my client's going to send me an amazing tape by 5 o'clock tomorrow. Those are the ones that are successful. Those are the actors that will make me money. So the ones that I have to chase to get the tapes in, then they're the ones that won't make me money. So those are the ones that I want to keep, and those are the ones I fight for and work my ass off for. So those are the clients.
You don't sign bench warmers. You don't just sign people because you like them.
No.
And that's the truth. I mean, I want you guys to understand this. And I'm going to say this one time, and I'll probably get yelled at for saying this, but like when people go through my interview process, I get called a bitch if I don't pick you. But if I picked everybody, then I'm a scam. Wait, pick one. Oh my God, pick one. So as a business, we reserve the right to say, no, you don't have what it takes. I don't feel that you can work on this type of level. And that's not me being mean. It's called protecting the integrity of what we built. You're welcome. You know what I mean? So for those of you that went through the interview process, great. For those of you that scheduled again, that just went through interviews last week and you couldn't figure it out financially, or your mom wouldn't let you do this, what changed in the last 7 days? And that's the truth. Yeah, I am the queen for sure. Because you can't get this way without busting your ass. This isn't about being self-righteous. You have to earn that right. And it's not easy. I mean, Tanya, you've been in Hollywood for how long? You see the bullshit. So as far as the SAG strike, what are you doing in the meanwhile?
Well, I have a lot of video games, luckily.
Yeah.
I have like Kratos and God of War. I have a bunch of other video games that my clients are working on, but then obviously, I still have them working, but obviously that agreement hasn't been agreed upon. So the tensions are high on the video game strike right now. So I was like, oh my God.
What video games did you book, Tanya? Because you've got some pretty big names.
I've got a very big game working right now, which I cannot tell you what it is, because
you can tell us the past ones.
The past ones, the Call of Duty games, Mafia games, obviously God of War and God of War Ragnarok. Yeah.
And there's money in video game voiceover?
Yeah. And then I have a big Sony game, big Sony franchise happening right now. Call of Duty, yeah. My son actually works on the Call of Duty games too. His names are in those credits. I'm very proud of him.
I need him to get on a call. That would be so fun.
He's fun. Yeah. He's very direct.
I can't imagine where he gets that from.
Yeah.
Daniel says you are my childhood. But think about like when you watch a movie or you watch, you're playing a video game, it's somebody's voice. Somebody had to, and think about it. I want you guys to think about this next time you go and play a video game. That person had an agent. That person had, what do you need when you're submitting? A self-tape?
If anyone plays video games here, they're very story driven.
Okay.
So, when I initially got God of War, the first one with Chris Judge as Kratos, that was given to us as a script. And we thought it was a film. So eventually the casting director, Emily, said, oh, no, it's actually a video game.
Oh,
so we didn't know that. And so, Chris, when it's in the Washington Post, he talks about me and him getting the job in Washington Post. But so we went them.
I'll have to put that in the Facebook group so everybody
video game.
Yeah.
So it was. So they're very story driven. So they're very actor driven. So they want real actors to play these games. And funnily enough, I do have a lot of clients audition for video games, and we do the self-tape initially, and when they get a callback, they actually do callbacks in person video games. Yeah. So, it's funny that TV film, they do the Zooms, but video games do them in person.
They want live in person.
They want to do it on the stages. Yeah, we normally do it like in Santa Monica or the stages here. So
do you ever go for the tapings? Because we were just talking to Bobby, who did Grand Theft Auto, and he talked about the one man like unisuit with like the ball.
Back in the day, but then COVID hit when we were doing Ragnarok. So
I'm over it.
Ragnarok during COVID, so I couldn't go during that time.
So I always joke around about the unglamorous, glamorous life. You have a lot of friends in this industry, but for people that don't know you, what do they think you do? Like just
Well,
walking red
well, like if I
carpet.
go back, because I grew up in a, look at Janine, I love that hat. You look fabulous.
Janine, bring it with you. When we
sorry.
do karaoke, she can wear
Yeah.
that.
I'll bring it to
Gives
New
you
York. I've
special
decided
powers.
I'm a hat person now, Tanya.
Yeah, that's so good. What people think, like, 'cause like when I go back to my small town in England, when I go and see everyone for drinks in the little
Yeah.
pub, they're like, oh, you
The
know,
pub.
you're from Hollywood, you do all the like premieres and the red carpets, and it's so glamorous.
Sometimes you do. Yeah.
And I do the red carpets. I do the premieres. I do, you know, but the thing is I'm getting older, so I have to wear my heels. So I can't stand in my heels for too long anymore. So I go and find the stool by the bar. But you know, it's fun, it's nice, but I don't like crowds too much anymore. And it's too loud. But you know, it's fun for a minute. But yeah, it's a lot of hard work and there's a lot of stress. It can be a highly stressful job. You know, not compared to other, you know, being a doctor or nurse or anything like that. But you know, there's a lot of multitasking. There can be a lot of yelling.
And you don't clock in and clock out. There is no Fred
No, it's
mentality.
very long
It's
hours.
7 days a week.
Yeah, the strike has been slower. So, you know, it's been stressful because, you know, we're not booking as much, but we're being able to breathe and reset a little bit, that's a little bonus.
Yeah.
But, you know, obviously we want to get back working again. But normally, you know, a day-to-day thing is, you know, I cover New York. So I'm up at 6 a.m. covering everything on the East Coast, and I go through sometimes till midnight. So it's a very long day. And I've got several contracts with studios and networks that I'm negotiating for the clients. So, you know, there's a lot of back and forth. There's a ton of multitasking. You know, I'll get a contract that's 35 pages long that takes a while to go through. That I have the red line, and I could have like 6, 7, 8 of those a day. You know, and I'm also pitching clients to casting directors. And you also have to remember that, you know, I get a lot of no's as well. Like, so, you know, I get close on jobs. I get close on very, very big jobs. I can name several jobs that have huge shows right now that was almost going to go to one of my clients, and would have got paid a lot of money. And we didn't get it. And so there's a lot of disappointment. You know, we get those yeses, which is great. And there's, you know, we've got those, you know, exciting stories, but there's also a lot of just shitty stories where we didn't get those jobs. And it's
heartbreaking when you know somebody
we've
really
had a lot of
wants
hard
it,
work. They really want it. We really want it too. I really want it too, you know, because that's also 10% commission for me. You know, we're really counting on this, you know. So yeah, there's a very big show that my client almost got the lead in, actually just before the actors strike. Yeah, I'm very disappointed about. I can't tell you what that show is yet, but I'm like, oh, it still makes me feel sick. So, you know, there's a lot of disappointment too. But, you know, when you do find somebody and develop somebody, that just takes that all away. You know, when you find actors and you put them on shows and you see how happy you make them, it just makes it all okay.
Did you guys love this? Come on, scale 1 to 10. Somebody type, how much did you love this? And I don't know if you hear, I know you had like banging on your door. My son hears your voice. There's Kaden and Tanya.
Kaden.
So Halloween candy. My nephew's over here, so they're going crazy over here at my house. So I'm glad you can't hear it.
Oh, I bet you go crazy on Halloween.
We go crazy over here. It's crazy.
Imagine we do lockdown in my house.
That's what we do too. We turn off
the
the
lights on. Yeah, no one's coming to my house. I'm terrible.
Tanya.
That's what we do too.
Yeah.
Although I should this year answer the door and scare some kids away.
You should.
Awesome.
And for those of you guys going to New York City, you will see Tanya. We're very excited. And obviously LA, we're just taking the show on the road. But guys, Tanya, we do have opportunities where, how many of you guys would love to have Tanya working with you on your self-tape? If that's what you want, type self-tape.
And I love doing that with you guys. It's fun.
We're the first company you ever did it for.
Yeah,
let's just ask
so
her.
Much fun.
Yeah,
because and I see the improvement too. I'm not to my horn, but you know, it just
you should toot your horn.
Nice.
You know what you're doing.
It makes me feel good when I help people too. So it's nice.
Yeah, and I remember it's funny because Christine on my box is right, Christine Harding is right underneath you on my box. And I remember when Christine did her self-tape with you, you're like, let's do it again, but do it this way. And just coming out of the gate, it was like a totally different self-tape.
Yeah.
And I love that because had Christine been home and she was doing things her way, not saying it's not right, but just that one thing that somebody on the outside could teach
Yeah.
you just to kind of change the trajectory. And I think that's so
Yeah.
important.
Yeah.
How do we get her help? Well, you're here at the right place. This is what we do. And if you're going to New York, you can email me and I'll go over how to do that with Tanya.
Awesome. Well,
And
Tanya,
you
this
have
has been
myself.
amazing.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
It was fun seeing you.
That love you, see you. Give my love to Mike. Nice to see you, Deneen.
Nice to see you.
Love you, ladies.
Love
See
you.
soon. Bye, all of you.
Bye. Thank
Take
you.
care. Bye.
Make sure you get your
I know it's chilly up here today. I went outside. I was like, I think I'm in the wrong state. I need to go somewhere warm.
Come back to
immediately.
Florida. We missed you.
Well, that's in the works very soon.
Okay, good.
Awesome. Well, guys,
That was amazing. You know,
That
I just
was
want to say this thing in closing real fast. Everybody comes on these calls. I want an agent. But the question should be, are you ready for an agent? And are you what an agent is looking for? Don't just think about yourself. Think about, well, if I were an agent, would I sign me? What am I bringing to the table? And I think that's so important.
it is. It's very important. Awesome. All right, guys. So did you learn a lot with Tanya? Oh, hold on. Charles, are we having a hat off? Is that the deal? I see you, Charles Berry. I saw the hat before, but now I'm like, oh, do I have competition here on this call? I see you.
How many of you
Awesome.
guys would love to do voiceover work? Like for a video game? I know Daniel Bernstein was freaking out. Everybody was freaking out about God of War and Call of Duty and
I think everyone here wants to do some voiceover for a
Yeah.
video game. That would be a tremendous opportunity. Awesome. All right.
if only we knew people that can help you.
I know. We're so not
We
connected. I
do.
don't know why people are even here.
Gamer here. Cool, Julie.
Oh my gosh. Oh, okay, awesome. Well, guys, we're gonna bring Mike back on in a little while to talk to you. But I thought, since we've had some amazing mindset talks over the last day and a half, this is what I want to do. What I would love to do is ask you guys, how many of you have had some kind of mindset shift over the last day and a half? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. How many of you remember yesterday when we were talking that in order for you to really start succeeding at the highest level, you have to cheer for other people? If you remember that, type a 3 in the comments. I learned a new trick from Jen. Ha ha ha. Want to keep y'all on your toes. Awesome. So this is what I want to do. I want to open it up for you guys. I would love to hear some of your mindset shifts that you've had. So if you've had a mindset shift over the last day and a half and you would like to share it with us, raise your Zoom hand. Not your physical hand because I can't see all your hands, but raise your Zoom hand. Okay. And this is what we're going to do. And I need to know that I'm going to ask you, I want you guys to follow instructions. So listen to me carefully right now. You're going to introduce yourself and you're going to tell me what your mindset shift was. And the thing is like, I don't care if it was like, okay, you know what? I realize that sometimes I have thoughts that are negative and I learned how to stop. I had learned how to, I don't care how small or how big your shift was. Okay. And this is what we're going to do. So you're going to introduce yourself. Hello, my name is Deneen White. My mindset shift is, and then everyone in the gallery who's not speaking, you're all going to celebrate for each other. So let's practice really quickly, celebrating for one another. Okay, I think you guys got it. I think you guys are ready to celebrate. We got this. The other thing is I'm only calling on you if your camera is on. Don't get salty about that. It's just that I'm not calling on a empty box. All right. So let's see here. Daniel Bernstein.
Can I go second? Because
Nope,
what
you're
you
going now. Good try. She's like, can I go second? I've never had anyone ask, can I go second? Are you having technical issues? Okay, so the first part of the instructions is introduce yourself, tell us what your mindset shift is, then everyone's going to celebrate for you.
You got it.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Daniel Bernstein, and my mindset shift is going into voiceovers. Voila.
That's awesome. Good job. Okay, so now you're considering voiceover.
I just have to say, when she was talking about Kratos, that was the first video game I played at 3 years old. I know it's a very violent one, but that made my childhood. You guys had, like, my feet have been tapping for the past 30 minutes. I'm absolutely in awe of you guys at the moment. Like,
Daniel, I can't wait to talk to you later this week. We're going to have a completely different conversation. It's going to
that'd
be
be
amazing.
incredible. I can't wait.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much for sharing that. That's awesome. All right. Okay, let's see here. Pam Jones.
Hello. I'm
My
Pam
name is
Jones,
Pam Jones.
and I am excited about like looking more like into voiceover and different areas. And I really learned a lot when Jen was on about like how to, go back and think about the moments that you were trying to deal with a situation, where you're trying to be, curious and your power or gold ring, and how to draw from that, when you're going through a tough time or making a tough decision.
I love that. That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you for having me. I love being here.
We love having you. I want to see
I love you
everyone celebrate.
guys. I mean, I'd love to be able to meet you all because you guys are so awesome. And I can't believe it all started for me, an ad on a game I was playing, and then it turned into a Zoom call.
Okay, hold on. Which ad was it? Was it the sushi taco?
No, what it was an ad with Alicia about the Rising Star, the first boot camp I ever joined.
Okay.
It was for that. And it was so interesting because I was kind of, not sure if this was really legit because I did
here
sign up
you
for
are.
backstage. And so it was like, okay, is this something real or, are they trying to, pull a fast one? Because, there's so many ads, that are like
But
that.
we're not pulling a fast one.
I
Here
know,
you
I
are.
know that now,
That's
but I
awesome.
mean, when I saw the ad and everything and she's, on the phone and she's walking really fast and talking, it's like, okay, all right. I'm kind of not
Here
sure.
you are now. So I'm glad that you overcame
Yes.
that limiting belief. Awesome. Thank you, Pam, for being here.
Thank you
That
for
was
having
awesome.
me. I love you guys. Nice.
Oh, sorry. All right. Christine Harding.
Hi, my name is Christine Harding, and my biggest change or elevation is that I'm going to be able to work on technology better by working with Jan. I appreciated Jen's approach to putting things behind me. So it just kind of turned a little key that I needed, even though I teach the same thing. A lot of times it's great to have coaches. So every coach we get here, I would say just grab onto them, take the opportunity to now to join. If you are questioning it, don't question yourself. If it's really something you want to do, I started with less than $2, so there is no excuse.
Awesome. Thank you, Christine. And we love having you as a part of our community. You add so much value to us. So thank you so much for that. Awesome.
I love you guys.
We love you. I can't cry because my cobwebs will fall off. So don't even try to pull that on me right now. I do not want a cobweb situation, but we love you, Christine. Thank you. I'm like, my cobwebs will fall off. I never thought I'd ever say that sentence out loud. Okay, O'Neill, you're up to bat, sir.
Hi, my name is O'Neill Rose. Well, personally, my mind shift change was when Robert was talking about it doesn't matter what you do, what I mean, just keep pushing on, keep moving on. You kind of give me a little motivation right there. It's been a while since I'm with VIP Ignite, and I won't give up. So I just keep on going. I mean, I learn every day I come on this platform, and I really appreciate you guys. So thank you.
We appreciate you. We can't wait to talk to you this week.
Yes, for sure.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Thank you, O'Neill. I love that. All right. Let's see. My BFF, Chanel.
I'm sorry, I was premature with the trying to unmute myself without your permission. Okay, my name is Chanel. My biggest mindset is, if anybody knows me, it would be fixing my lack of time. I literally work 7 days a week. I don't take care of myself like I should. I don't sleep like I should. So I decided to take one day off of work and have time for myself. So I put my 2-week notice in on my one client. So I would officially have one day off to come in soon. And just not being in my head so much, not caring about what other people think. I've always been like that. Growing up, I've always been like, my own worst enemy. And I'm learning to not be that person, or learning to compete with that person, I should say, and letting them know I got this. So
I love that.
Thank you.
You can't pour from an empty cup, so it's really important to take care of yourself. And I'm
Yes.
talking to myself as much as I am talking to you. So that was great. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Ryan Clapham.
Okay, I am Ryan Clapham. Others know me as Mrs. Ryan Clapham, so we'll go with either. My biggest mindset change has been today from Jen's path to mastery, knowing that now I'm fluctuating between 2 and 3, and how I can move forward on to that 3rd level.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing
You're
that. That's
welcome.
awesome. Y'all, I want to see some more celebrations. When people are sharing their takeaways, celebrate them. All right, Jaylyn.
Hi guys, I'm Jaylyn. Hi. The one thing that I took from this was the fact that I forget sometimes that I'm the product. So when it comes to people and their opinions, if I didn't ask you, I don't want it. But in this industry, you're gonna get it. But I also have to remember that no matter what, everybody is always looking at me as a product. So I can't never be slacking. It's always self-care. If you're realizing that you're not taking care of yourself and you're forgetting that self-care, then you need to stop and you need to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because we get caught up in time in life all the time, that if we're not here, we can't be our 100 if we're not taking care of ourselves.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate Jen for doing that exercise with us, because it was kind of like the mindful meditation stuff is vital. Any industry you're in life, it's vital for humans. So I appreciated that. Everybody has good insight for that, but that was one thing that I really got emotional during that, because I am fucking amazing.
You are.
All my
I don't even know you, but I
all
know
the
you
things
are.
that I've had to write down, all that stuff I had to write down on the paper. It was just like, I did that. And it was, I don't know. I'm really proud of myself, and I'm sure there's a lot of people out here that forget to be proud of themselves too. But know that you are the shit. As long as you're taking care of yourself, everything else will fall into place.
I love that. Thank you so much. That was awesome. Everyone type, I
Sorry,
am
thank
the
you.
shit in the comments. Type that in the comments. I am the shit. I love that.
I've never been prouder, Janine.
I know, right?
Never
Like,
been
what's
prouder.
going on here? We have a new best friend. I love it.
I see that.
That's
First impressions
awesome.
are everything. I like you.
All right. Soraya.
Hi,
Hi, Soraya.
how are you? My name
Fantastic.
is Raya Scarano. I change my mind when I decide to take care myself, and I say I can do whatever I want, and I need you, and I'm doing little by little, follow my dream. I'm recovering my health little by little, and I feel so grateful to preparing myself with the best team. So I'm happy. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Soraya. That was beautiful. You know,
Thank-
you know what I love about you, Soraya? Every time you're just like this ball of happiness. Like you're like, I'm just so happy. And I love that so much. Thank you for sharing that. That's awesome. All right, we have time for a couple more. Let's see here. Oh, it looks like we're gonna have an angel and then a devil back to back. I know, Roxanne, I know that you're not an angel, but you are wearing pink. So there you go.
Oh,
You're on.
there I go. Okay, thank you. So what I wanted to share what that did for me, the turnaround, my turn up gonna be me holding myself back, because what I realized is I was struggling to try to figure out how to get it. I know what I need to do, but struggling to get the time to do it in my head, and then all kinds of things happening around in my life. With that thing she did with us today, it really helped me focus more on what I need to do and how I need to do it. It made me realize I had to put myself first. I'm putting everybody else first. So I'm about to focus, put myself first. I'm gonna get it done. I gotta get my monologue done. I gotta get my resume done, and I gotta put my stuff out there because I'm gonna be prepared for New York.
Good. I don't want you to half-ass New York. You better show up.
I
for
don't want you to
yourself.
half-ass New York
That's
either.
right. Yep. So that's right. So that's what it did for me, and I'm focused, and I'm gonna get it done. Okay.
I love it. I love it. Awesome. Thank you, Roxanne.
Yeah.
I feel inspired to get ready for New York now. I don't know about anyone else. All right, now we have the devil coming up next. Melania.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hello. I don't mean to correct you, but my name is Melena.
Melena.
Sorry.
No. You have to correct me. I can't call you the wrong thing for the rest of your life. That would be horrible.
Or you just think like Elena, like me,
Melena. I see it. It's just like it's spelled. All right,
Yeah,
Melena.
it's
What was your biggest
confusing.
takeaway, or what's your biggest mindset shift?
Mine, it's definitely I really like the crabs in the bucket scenario, and then like that alone like speaks volumes, because not only can it be strangers or friends that want to hold you down, but it can also be family members or even people you have a relationship with. And it's so important to just like the visualization that Jen did today. It really puts in perspective, like, even though you may be going through a hardship or experiencing resistance, that you're able to push through all those like negative emotions and use it to like fuel yourself.
Okay.
So taking like what everyone said and like summing it up, I feel like that like heavily impacted me, because you have to just believe in yourself, because there's going to be a lot of people that don't take you seriously or think that that this is a joke, but it really is like a risk it all kind of industry. And if you don't have what it takes and you don't believe in yourself, then you're not going to make it anywhere.
True. I love that. That's a great takeaway. Awesome. Thank you so much. Awesome. All right. Heather McCord.
So I'm Heather McCord. I think my biggest takeaway was learning that anybody to do this as long as they, basically have thick skin and put time and effort to it. You definitely have to work on it. You cannot do it half-assed.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you so much,
And
Heather.
it's
Oh,
a big team, so.
yeah.
So
We're a big team. We're a family here.
definitely. I
Awesome.
love that.
Thank you for sharing that. All right, we have time for one more person, and that is going to be the one and only Janie Snyder. Janie, how the fluff are you? I haven't seen you in so long.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Well, actually, I am doing well now because the mind shift changed. I call them drones. I had a couple of drones recently that just turned my world upside down, but this has been a super positive weekend. And so there's just been a nice shift, in my
And what has
mind
that shift been?
to just keep looking forward, going through the storms, but also what Jen said about, that discipline of 21 days to make a break or habit with the gold ring will be so helpful because the tests are going to keep coming in, right?
They are.
And so each time they come in, I could apply that principle, the gold ring, and go in, in the gold square, in the gold circle, and deal with the emotions, put them back to positive, step out, and, just keep turning it into a positive. So that was where the shift took place, and I appreciate it. Yeah,
That's
it was
awesome.
awesome.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. I love that.
Thank you.
That's awesome. All right, guys. Thank you so much, everyone who shared. If you didn't have an opportunity to share, don't worry. I'm going to give you an opportunity to share on a much bigger scale soon, okay? But I want you guys to think about something. So for a lot of you, you got on here and you're like, oh my God, I want an agent, I want a manager, I want to learn all about the industry. And you probably thought like, why would you talk so much about mindset, right? You're like, because I've seen that on so many of these boot camps. They're like, people are like, I just want an agent. I just want an agent. I just want an agent. But the thing I want you all to understand is this. A, what we do works. Over 10,000 success stories. Actually, Jemima, if you can share the Trello board, if anyone wants to, again, take a look at one of our 10,000 success stories, please take a look at the Trello board. What we do works. We have a formula that works consistently. Okay. And the reason that we do mindset like the way that we do is for this reason. If I sat you down in front of the most amazing agent who had a hole in their roster that fit you, that said, you know what, there's only one person that could possibly fit this role, and I sat you down in front of them, and your mind was all cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, if your mind wasn't straight, if you didn't believe that you could do this, you would shoot yourself right in the foot and not get an opportunity. And I've seen this over and over and over again. I've seen the most amazing people, hot, like I'm talking like beautiful people, extremely talented, but I'm going to swear, so plug your ears if you don't like swear words, but completely mind fucked.
I'm sorry, what was that? I'm just kidding. But Tanya does not do second chances, guys. She does not.
So I want you
Zero.
guys to understand that. And I'm going to tell you guys a cautionary tale. Like we actually had a talent that was standing in front of a huge, absolutely an agent that could have literally snapped their fingers and changed his life within a blink of an eye. But he asked a rookie question, and now that guy will never work with him again because he asked a silly question. We had a talent at one of our events sit down with Tom DeSantos, who loved him, but he was like, he thought he knew better. And
well, he was argumentative. And so just so you guys understand, and this is why we do the interview, how many of you see what we do works? Like there's a formula. We are the only company in the world that's backed by Hollywood. We have some of Hollywood's biggest people that are partners with us. Do you guys see this? And we're not going to tell you the question as much as I would love to. But how many of you guys see, okay, well, I need training. Okay, great, we can do that. Deneen, the obstacles we face all the time, I don't have time. I don't have anybody in my life that supports me. I don't have the right people. I don't have training, or I don't live in New York or LA. Okay, all those things we just literally, all those objections, I want to see everybody go squash. It doesn't matter if you live in New York or LA because you're on Zoom. We have access to the biggest agents and you're live. I don't have training. Well, we do that here. I don't have any connections. We do. My friends and family don't support me. Oh, well, they'll be supporting your ass when actually you're supporting them for booking a hit TV show.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Right? Think
So-
about it. So I think it's important that you see that, like all those little like, oh, I can't do this. That's you saying that because we don't understand that. We don't see it that way. We knew squash. Oh, I don't have, you know, and for anybody here, oh, I want to do this, but I don't have money. Poor mindset. If you want to change your life, take action.
And
That's it.
And I'm gonna add to that, and then we're gonna have Mike come on and talk for a couple of minutes too. But you live in the richest country in the richest country in the world. You don't lack resources, you lack resourcefulness. Okay. Mike and I watched a video on a kid who actually lives in the US, went to Paris, and Mike talked about this yesterday, had a goal of, he like literally went with, I think he had like €1. And he had to like make his way through Europe. You know what he did? He washed windows. He drew. He's
You
an
saw
artist. Like, he
Bobby
drew
picking up
caricatures.
cans.
Yeah. So
Figure it out.
So I just want you to think this. You don't lack resources, you lack resourcefulness. On that note, is it okay if we bring Mr. Michael Fomkin back on to talk to you guys for a couple of minutes? Is that okay with you guys?
I think you guys need to be a little bit more excited because he's watching. He's like Santa. He sees everyone.
I
He
want to
knows
see
who's on
everyone
good list and
excited
who's
because,
on
you know,
bad
I'm going to be
list.
talking to some of you guys this week. And if you're not excited now, I'm going to show the same level of enthusiasm to you that you're showing to us right now. All right. Some of you are going to get, okay. Thank you. All right, guys, everyone give it up for the one and only Mr. Michael Fomkin.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? All right, I'm just gonna go through a couple of things really quick. I'm just gonna review this. It's not gonna take just a few minutes, actually, honestly. So a couple of things. You guys did great this whole weekend. Where we have probably one of the biggest casting directors, one of the most amazing people is going to be coming up next. Like this is like, I'm super excited about this. And then Ryan's going to be calling in from Maine with some really good stuff. He's gonna kind of walk you guys through the entire process of preparing for Hollywood, especially whether you're brand new, you've been doing this for a while, and this is something we've never done before. So he's actually going to walk you through the whole process. Deneen's juggled around a few spots. Couple of things, so I'm just going to explain to you now. We're not going to drop the link quite yet. There's only 8 spots left. That's it. So she canceled out some people. There are a few people that are still on the call that you were canceled out. You're on a 1-year wait. So I just want you guys to know, like when we do the interview process for people who don't make it through the first part of the interview process, we don't reject them completely. We put them on a 1-year wait. And the reason why, you may sound like a long time, but it just really gives you time to get yourself together, right? Like just to figure things out, to attend, additional boot camps, to start studying on the industry. Because again, if you're going to want to work at this level, we want to make sure you're prepared, that you're ready, not only financially, but emotionally and so forth. And there's just some people, I get it. Everybody wants to do this, but there's just some people that it's just, for whatever reasons beyond their control, it's just not the right moment, and totally acceptable. If for some reason your appointment was canceled and you do attempt to schedule again, I'm just going to let you guys know we are going to remove you from the database. So you won't be able to attend any more boot camps. And you guys know me, I love everybody 100%. I'm not being mean or anything like that, but I just want to give the people who are serious a chance, and people who've never had the opportunity to go through the process. So please do not schedule if you've already been canceled, since there are only very few spots available. Since you guys did so great, I got a couple of little things to talk about real quick before I go through this. New York is closed, right? We already established that, but we have our RSA Academy for the people who, are headed to New York, they're headed to Hollywood and so forth. They're working with all of our coaches and so forth, getting everything prepared. What I'm going to do is, for anybody who's scheduled for Hollywood or schedules for Hollywood, we're doing a special mastermind in New York City, okay, with Bobby Finaro. So you won't be able to attend the whole event, but what I'm going to do is anybody who's on their way to Hollywood, if you want to, you'll be able to come to New York actually for that event with Bobby. Okay, so that's something stood out because I understand like New York's so far away and so forth. So I kind of like everyone was so cool this weekend. So I'm going to allow people who are doing that to be able to do that. In addition to that, I'm also going to give everybody the opportunity. You'll be able to start working with Ryan Colby immediately. He's actually going through a whole training and preparing our talent, not only for New York and Hollywood, but just for working in the modeling industry. So you'll be able to start working with Ryan Colby immediately. And then since everybody's really excited about voiceover work, we have Haviland Stillwell, who's one of the greatest voiceover actresses in the planet. She's just phenomenal. Been friends with her for over 18 years, star of Broadway, TV, and film. She's actually working with our talent now on voiceover. So you guys will be able to start with Haviland also immediately and also start with Bobby. So you'll have the opportunity to build your relationship, your friendship with Bobby before coming to New York and then preparing you everything for Hollywood. So that's in addition. So that's not all covered on here. And then also, because I know we have a lot of our inner circle on here today. This is not 100% confirmed, but I've been going back and forth with Tom DeSantos for our inner circle. And he's checking his schedule. So he's the writer, creator of the X-Men movies, Transformer movies. I told him, I said, hey, would you be interested in going back out to dinner with myself and some of our special guests, our inner circle, and we'll go to Frank and Musso. So the steakhouse I was talking about, doing a special private dinner in Hollywood for our inner circle with Tom DeSantos himself. So super exciting. So obviously, as you guys see, even in the background here, I continue working, trying to make things happen. And then obviously I would love to get him to come to the event. So you guys like literally, it's not even the end of the year and I'm already planning, like I said, to make this event in Hollywood the biggest event ever. Super special, lots of exciting things. So obviously with Tom's schedule, we'll get, once we get closer, he'll be able to confirm it because he does travel. He does scout his own locations for his movies. He's working on a couple of different trilogies. One of them is based upon artificial intelligence. Another one's kind of like a Matrix type of film and so forth. I can't get into more details with that, obviously for non-disclosure reasons, but just to let you guys know, he's got like 6 films that are currently in the works. So he's a super great guy, but everyone in our network is awesome. So I'm just going to go through this really quick for anybody who's scheduled and I did this yesterday, but obviously we put together things. Obviously we can only spend so much time with each other on these events. Some of the bonuses I just talked about, obviously when you're a part of our Rising Star Academy, you guys will be able to get started with this, like I said, immediately. So it's not like you have to just wait for Hollywood, but you'll be able to have the opportunity to come to New York and so forth. But obviously our events are designed for getting not only the people the right training, getting them prepared for the events, but getting them not only for us to represent them through our agency, to be their mother agency, but then being able to elevate them so that they have the opportunity to work with people such as Tanya, Ryan, and, a host of other superstars and, some of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. And we put everything together. So people who are brand new, everything from getting your acting skills together, getting your modeling skills together, making sure you're totally prepared, your voiceovers, everything that you need, your resume, really going through social media. Like it's like a full entire thing that we're consistently improving upon. We're always ahead of on technology. We're always ahead of that. And we do everything from implementation calls to coaching calls to accountability calls and all kinds of fun stuff. So this is going to be going over the event. And I'm just going to kind of go through this really quick. So obviously for everybody who's scheduled, you'll be able to come to our 3-day live event, which will be in Hollywood, May of 2024. In addition to that, you're also going to get your forward-look photo shoot. You'll be working with Ryan Colby himself. He'll be on night to start the process of getting everybody prepared for that. We work with the most exclusive people. Ryan's been doing this for almost 4 decades now. Former art director of Vogue magazine. He's ran some of the biggest magazines in the world. He's worked from everybody from Wilhelmina to IMG to now he's established. He has his own agency now, very successful, for almost a decade going on now. In addition to that, he's just phenomenal to work with, right? He's just the best at what he does. And his roster of photographers and makeup artists are some of the best people in the world. These are the people that have shot major covers of Vogue. And the most important thing is they love working and developing new talent, saying they were the ones who shot that person first. So you become a part of their resume as well as they're becoming a part of your resume. And again, you're getting exposure to all of their clients, all of the people they work with. We show you how to do all that. We know everything from down to testimonial videos when you're there on set, where they're talking about their experience with you and so forth. You'll get to meet our entire team, our production team, our production assistants. So we have a full crew there that are there to help guide you through the entire process. A lot of our production assistants are full-time working models and actors, mentors within the company. So they're there to help you, guide you. And it's really great because, again, you're surrounded by the right people. So in addition to the 4-look photo shoot coming out to the 3-day event, Ryan Colby himself will personally work with you on styling, getting you prepared for the event. We do multiple preparation calls. Like right now for New York, we just completed our first preparation call. We still have 3 more to go as we get closer to New York. And plus our talent now are working with Haviland. They're working with Bobby. They're working with a whole bunch of renowned experts, not only on getting their acting skills up, their modeling skills up, their posing skills up, their mindset up, their language that they use, how they present themselves, everything. So Ryan will talk a little bit about tonight, like, about maybe if you have to change your hairstyle, maybe you need to start toning up, like things that you can start working on immediately. So whether or not you're going to New York or you're brand new, I highly suggest that you stay for the entire call today, because this is going to be really great information from somebody who's helped develop and manage some of the biggest names in the industry. So in addition to that, when we start people off, we also give them access to all our online training. The first thing we do is we give people access to our insider access to the business side of modeling. So this really breaks down everything you need to know about the modeling industry, everything from contract negotiations, rights of usage, the whole casting process, and so forth. The people who complete this program, that you will probably have more knowledge than the person that's actually auditioning you. There's a reason why we're the best at what we do. There's a reason why, like you'll see in 2024 next year, we're going to be expanding at such an accelerated rate that it's going to be beyond amazing. Like if you think what we're doing now is cool, for those of you, you're getting on day one, right? You're getting on day one of a really amazing opportunity. In addition to that, we also have Robert Galinsky, who's 50 Cent's acting coach. He's a Broadway playwright, a writer, producer, and actor. So he'll take you through the whole process of creating your monologue, writing your monologue, kind of giving you that foundational skills. What's great about all of these is these are all online. These are all access. This is something we've created. We invested probably close to $500,000 in this content. What's great is as a part of the Rising Star Academy, you also have the opportunity to have the live coaching in addition to being able to have this access, and everything's recorded. So that means that even if your schedule's crazy, you can still watch these at like 3 a.m. Like, I'm going to be honest with you, a lot of content, I can't make it to it live. I'm up at like 5 a.m. Denise's mentioned this, and I'll catch up on anything I missed during the week, in addition to like learning other things. So I'm really, really hardcore on managing my time, but to make sure that I'm always up to date on anything that I miss. So what's great is you have access to this 24/7, and even on the live calls, those of you that are part of the Rising Star Academy, you can we record them, so you'll always have access to them. And then, of course, my favorite person in the world to work with, we talked about him over the weekend. He's going to be coming out to us from Cancun. He's great. He really loves us. Phil Sullivan from America's Next Top Model. So you'll actually get to go through all of his content, where he really walks you through the entire modeling industry, the mindset, what it's like. And I'm going to be honest with you, like, he's been signed by Ford. He's worked for the biggest designers in the world. He's a professional photographer. He's an interior designer. He travels with his fiance all over the planet. He's actually too tall to be a model. I don't know if you guys know that, but he's actually too tall. He does not qualify. He was actually too tall, but yet he went on and he made a career working with some of the biggest designers, and he will show you how he did that. So again, it's all about what makes you unique. It's about your personality. It's about being positive, right? It's not about what your problems are. It's about what you bring to set. You solve your own problems. When you're stuck somewhere in the industry, that's our lane, right? We went over a lot. We went over, how to break through a lot of limiting beliefs that most people have. What you went through this weekend, this is something we do for free. Imagine when you make an investment at the next level, what it's going to be able to be like. Imagine being able to work with us at our highest level, being a part of our inner circle, sitting down with the writer producers of the X-Men, Transformer films, being able to be at these private dinners, being able to be at these private functions, traveling around the world first class on a private jet. Okay, this is all what's available to you, but you have to take that first step. You have to always move forward and so forth. And of course, our 21-day challenge, what we just recently launched, absolutely incredible. What we found, we have over 600 hours of content, and it was really overwhelming. Like, there were times like I didn't want to log in. You get your own private access and log in. I was like, oh my God, this is just crazy. So we take the content and we put it in a way where people are able to follow for the first 21 days. And it doesn't mean you have to complete it in 21 days, but it gives you like a guidebook. Like it literally just gives you the simplified instructions step by step. This is step one. This is step two. Like Ryan tonight, he's going to take you through the steps of how to prepare for Hollywood. What are the first things you need to concentrate and focus on as you're going through the entire program? Okay. And then, of course, it's all about empowering you, right? It's about getting the training from leading experts, right? Going over critical topics such as acting techniques, audition preparation, self-marketing strategies, and so much more. So we really go deep on so many things. We talk about AI. We talk about a lot of different things. Everything that we do leads to why we're so successful and the best at what we do. Okay. And again, it's not like traditional acting classes. Like I know what's out there, right? I know the things that are out there. I understand that. I understand the people that offer paid for services where you just don't get the opportunity that we give you. That's why, a long time ago, I made a decision. If I'm going to work with the people, I'm going to invest money into myself. I always believe in that. I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in my own self-development. I'm good friends with Jen. Jen's probably spent at least the same amount, if not more. So, you see what happens when you invest in yourself. You see how much your life can change, right? So we're giving you that opportunity. We're literally taking that $1 million we invested and we're passing that information on to you because our goal is to make you successful, right? That's how we build our company. Your success helps build our success. A rising tide raises all ships, okay? And of course, you'll have the opportunity to be a part of our Facebook group, our private community, and so forth. We're actually working on new technology that'll be launching next year. Like Facebook is cool, like I said yesterday, but there's a lot of distractions on Facebook. So I want to be able to make sure that everybody has the content all in the same place, has access to all the live trainings, all the news, everything that's going on. You saw some of the stuff like yesterday. We launched our newsletter this past week. Everybody should have access to that. If for some reason you didn't get access to that, if one of my team members could drop the link to the newsletter, that's free. Right now it's weekly. In the next month or so, it'll go to daily, and it's great. Like I've seen the future editions that are coming out, like they're phenomenal, right? So that's something that it keeps you in tune with everything that you need to know, not only just on the modeling and acting industry, but on mindset, on technology, on creating brands and so forth. Some amazing partners that we have with that, people such as Gary Vee, Tony Robbins, Peter Diamandis, some amazing people. So make sure that every day or every week you check that content, check that newsletter, because there's a lot of great thing there, and it's all a lot of great information there that's going to help accelerate you as a person, right? Investing, there's going to reach a time, there's going to be a point like when you get to the level like a Jen, where you're investing millions of dollars into real estate, right? You're making $35,000, $45,000, $50,000 an episode. You're earning $100,000 a day, okay? This is what we're pushing people towards. We want to work with the most successful people in the entertainment industry. That is our goal. Our goal is to consistently create mega stars, okay? And we're doing it, right? Just like you were on that journey, okay? And obviously you get to make friends. You're going to meet people that will become a part of your life for decades to come. The talent that we work with, they've been friends with each other now. We have talent that have been with us since day one. They're very successful. We've had talent of ours now who've come back, spoken from stage. People have traveled around the world. So what's great is this is where it starts for you, right? We talked about yesterday about the gentleman from Power, the star of Power, Tommy. That person who sat in his acting class with them, 15 years ago is now his co-star. When they were casting, he said, well, you know what? There's this one person. He's been a part of my life for the past 15 years. He's a great actor. He may have not reached the same success as me, but I would love for him to be on the show, right? So this is where you create that community, right? This is where you're surrounding yourself with the people who believe in you, right? This is where your peers are, the people that are going to be your support system, the people that are going to open up doors for you. Okay, so really cool. So obviously this is a crucial asset, right, for being able to be a professional model. So you'll have access to that. And of course, just to go over everything, not only are you going to get the Hollywood Connection 3-day live event, $39.97 value. You're also going to get your professional photo shoot, elevate your image, $24.97 value. You're going to get Ryan Colby to style you, $19.97. Remember, Ryan Colby styles some of the biggest stars in the industry. I've been on the phone with him, with Leo Nelson, right? I just get giddy every time I get to talk to him. He's like, I just love those movies and so forth. So I want to meet him in Hollywood. I actually want him to leave my voicemail for me. I think that would be the coolest thing in the world, to have Liam Neeson leave my voicemail for me. So not only are you gonna get the 3-day live event, you're gonna get the professional photo shoot, you get styling by Ryan Colby. You can get access to all the bonuses, right? I'm not gonna go through this in super detail. There's only 8 spots available. And then you're gonna get access to our entire vault of content. So if you total that up, including the Facebook page, you're looking at a total value of $58,979, okay? But obviously for you guys today, it's $49.97. Obviously, those of you guys that were on here yesterday know that I always do a special price for everybody. I call it our fast action taker bonus. Okay, so for those of you ready to move forward, it's only $29.97. Okay. And we do everything with $1 million guarantee, which means that there's no risk in this, right? Come to our events, go through the training, go through the entire process, work with Ryan and so forth, and come to that event in Hollywood, right? And come for the first 2 days, come for the third day. By the third day, lunchtime, you say to me, Mike, I didn't get $1 million worth of value. We give you a full refund. Name a company in the entire planet who does that. There's nobody. Why do we do this? Because we want to be the best. We want to over deliver. We believe in people. We want to lead from the heart, right? We want to build this community. We want to change the world, right? We're going to be building schools. We're traveling to Mexico, to the Caribbean. There's so many exciting things in our future, so many exciting opportunities. Kevin Harrington, Mark Victor Hansen, Les Brown, Paramount Studios. There's so many things. We're working on our streaming network. So there's so much there. So like I said, I just wanted to go over this really quickly. At the end of the day, if you have any questions or anything like that, great. There's only 8 spots available, so you will have to juggle your schedule around the spots that are left. You do need to be prepared to move forward. So if you know that this is something you can't do, you're still living in a mindset where you can't figure things out, we will work with everybody. We're here to help everybody, right? There's not a single person we're not willing to help. But if you're not willing to help yourself, there's nothing I can do, right? You have to be able to do this. You have to be able to figure it out. This is a life-changing opportunity. And this is something that's not going to appear again, okay? Once we close this out today, this is it. So there's going to be no more. You're not going to hear about this again. We're going to bring in our biggest superstar speaker. We're going to bring in Ryan Colby live from Maine. We're going to say goodnight. Everybody who was in costume, you're going to get followed up during the week. We're going to do a special call at Ryan Colby and so forth. Like the next few weeks for myself, we're going to be super busy. I have a lot to go on. I literally this week I have to fly down to Florida. I have some stuff to work on with Alicia. I have a big meeting down there. A couple weeks after that, we have another big meeting for an entire week. I'm going to be working with some amazing people. The week after that, I have a huge meeting with Alicia, with Kevin Harrington. And then from there, we're literally coming back to New York for this big event. So I want you guys to understand, like, our schedules are busy. So this is something, if you want to do, it's right now. You have to be ready to move forward and so forth. And if not, totally understandable. I get it. Not the end of the world. There'll be opportunities next year. Okay. But do understand something. I've seen this happen with people. Literally, they come back a year later, and the people that were on that call with them were going through their success stories. And I've heard this at least 100 times in 18 years. I wish I would have done it then, because that person was on the call with me, and now I'm literally listening to their success story. I could have been on that path also, because at the end of the day, my favorite quote, right, from the new book, Finding Fame, living your dream begins the moment you realize your passion and discover just how far your talent can take you. And I want you guys to know, we believe in you 100%, but I can never believe in you more than you believe in yourself. Okay. I will do everything in my power to make sure you're successful. I will even guarantee it. But at the end of the day, you have to be prepared to take that leap forward. So with that thought in mind, guys, I'm going to turn this back over to Ms. Deneen, Ms. Alicia. They're going to get you guys all prepared for the rest of the evening. Make sure we got a lot of exciting things going on. We'll have another challenge at the end of the day. And then, of course, we have Mr. Ryan Colby, and we also have a superstar. You guys are going to be so excited. Oh, and also one more thing. I forgot to tell you guys, other big announcement too. I'm not going to say the person's name, but all I can tell you is we're bringing on a new coach who's going to be doing 12 weeks with our talent. I believe it starts next month. I'm not sure the exact date, but she is one of the biggest writers in the industry for TV shows and films. So she's literally going to be taking you through the entire process of writing. So imagine that, like, not only are you getting these skills in acting and modeling and meeting all these celebrities and photographers and like living the life that people dream about, but now adding to that resume the skill of writing. And even if you never even thought about writing a film or a TV show, I suggest you be there, because it's going to take your understanding of script analysis. It's going to take your understanding of how stories are created to an entirely new level. So I am super excited about this. So that's one of the big announcements. And for those of you who know me, know if I tell you the surprises, that means I got even bigger surprises in store, because we want people to have the excitement of attending something and saying, oh my God, I expected this, and then VIP brought so much more. Like that's like my happiest moment at events when people say, "Oh my God, I came in expecting this, but it was so much more than I expected." So guys, with that thought in mind, I am checking out for the weekend. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys, and I can't wait to see everybody in New York and in Hollywood, guys. All right, I'll talk to you later. Make sure you schedule, make sure that the link's there. And once those appointments are gone, that is it. We are done for that. All right, guys, but just enjoy the rest of the weekend. Like I said, guys are in for a real treat. It's the finale now, so we're pulling out all stops. All right, guys, bye.
Oh my gosh, how awesome is that? Okay. I don't know what to add to that. So why don't we just do this? Are you guys ready to hear from our next speaker? Are you ready to hear from our next speaker? Look, we told our speakers how excited you guys are and how amazing you are. So I need to see some excitement here. Okay, you think they're ready, Alicia?
I do. And I
Okay.
see our guest speaker. Hi.
Awesome. All right, so let me bring our guest speaker to the stage, introduce her, and let's do this. All right, so our next speaker, Cynthia Fritz Stillwell, has worked in the film and television and live theater world for 45 years. She began working in theater during the 1970s in Savannah, Georgia, and successfully spearheaded a capital campaign to buy out and develop a full-scale renovation of the 1870s Savannah Theater, which had regaled audiences for over 100 years. Because of her knowledge of creatives, as well as benefactors in the Low Country of Georgia and South Carolina, she continued building an independent network of working with New York City producers of bus and truck productions, starting in New York and traveling down the highway to Miami. She successfully placed these productions along the coasts of South Carolina and Georgia. In the 1980s, Cynthia was well known up and down the Eastern Seaboard with her "let's make it happen" attitude, and Hollywood and New York film companies and directors came calling to Savannah to meet her. Cynthia became the go-to girl to find film locations, secure local film crew, and available actors who had trained and worked with her as the president of the Savannah Theater. Cynthia began to expand her film casting business to include Atlanta and all of Georgia as the state began to build a filming mecca. Cynthia is very proud of her work in casting films, including Selma, Remember the Titans, Fried Green Tomatoes, Glory, and others, as well as casting TV movies and series. Cynthia is delighted to join her partner, Philip Spartus, to collaborate and grow this talent management business for filmmakers and writers. Everyone give it up for the one and only Cynthia Stillwell.
Yay!
Hi, everyone. Can
Hi,
you hear me
Cynthia.
okay?
We had your
I love
daughter
it.
on yesterday.
I love it. I love
I
it.
love
What did you say? I'm sorry.
We
What did you
had
say?
Happyland on yesterday.
Oh my goodness. It's a family affair.
It is. You know that. It's so nice to see you. Where are you? Are you back on the West Coast or are you in Georgia? Where
I'm
are
back
you?
on the West Coast. I was visiting with my grandson, my almost 9-year-old grandson in DC, our nation's capital.
So fun. So now you're back on the West Coast.
Yes, yes.
So cool. So cool. So this is the first time you've ever done one of our boot camps. Guys, Cynthia was at our last Beverly Hills Power Lunch, our first ever. And I just want to
so much fun.
So much fun. I mean, Cynthia, think about it this way. So many people go to Hollywood with a dream. We go with a plan. Sit down face to face, pick the brains of amazing people that have done amazing things. I mean, in show business, that's unheard of in this business. I mean, really, it is. To be able to break bread with you, I mean, it's such an honor to have you here. Are you guys excited? I hope you are. Okay, so let's get down to you and how you got into casting. So we're going to start from the beginning.
Start from the beginning. Okay.
Start from the beginning.
So
it's the best place to start.
you heard a little bit about I'm in Savannah, and I grew up in Savannah, Georgia, and I was doing theater, and I'm an actor, and I was very excited about doing that. And I got my little self into the powers that be. And I was in a situation that the films, everything was working the way it should be. The films began to come to Savannah because this is 1985, 86. So yeah, believe it. And so they were in Atlanta, and all of a sudden they said, let's see what's happening in the Low Country. But we don't have anybody down there. It's like a brand new world. So what do we do? How do we find people? How do we open up the houses? How do we get the streets closed? So they said, well, there's somebody who just is a big blabbermouth, and she meets no strangers, and she's going to come in, and if whatever you need, call Cynthia Stillwell. And they did. And all of a sudden I'm thrust in the middle of filming and getting folks houses and setting up casting sessions, all of which I had done with my theater days, but never with film. So it was like learn as you go kind of thing. I had the
jump off
interest.
the bridge and build a plane on the way down, pretty much. But you were at the right place at the right time.
I
You were
was
obviously the
at
best
the
one
right-
for it.
I was in the right place at the right time. And because my love is theater and film and making sure that everybody is getting the best that they possibly can out of their joy and excitement, hey, it just all came together.
That's so awesome. I like the fact that you said blabbermouth. I love it. So, I mean, Georgia now is such a mecca of filming. I mean, we got
Huge.
Tyler Perry, we got Netflix, everything is out there. Huge.
Yes.
So what brings you to the West Coast now? What are you doing?
So what's happening is that I have an office in Atlanta, and I have my office out here in LA. And because despite the fact that we've been on strike and whatever, I'm now working with writers. I'm now still working with actors as far as casting goes. I'm working with theater companies out here in LA. If it's anything to do with this industry, because I can't imagine doing anything else in my life
Do you
rather
guys
than
feel the
working in.
passion? Do you feel the passion?
I do have a lot of passion.
She does.
People
And
say,
she's even
"What-"
nicer in person. She's a good hugger.
Oh,
But you walk into a room and you command the room. I mean, I know your daughter very
Thank
well,
you.
but I mean, you're a force to be reckoned with.
Well,
So-
thank you so much. You know what it is? It's
What?
love, it's joy, it's energy, and it's a willingness to say, I love this, and you've come to me because you've loved it too. Let's see if we can make this work. And you just leave yourself wide open to accept energy from both sides. I think that's the
I
important
love
thing.
that. I love that. Aren't you guys glad you're here on a Sunday on Zoom? Okay, so what are you looking for in talent? What are things that like stand out for you? I mean, you've casted Glory and Selma and Fried Green Tomatoes and Remember the Titans. I mean, that's a pretty extensive, I mean, that I can't even talk. But what do you look for? What stands out to you, or what really like sparks your interest?
I love to see energy. I love to see energy walk into the room. If you are a little nervous, if you are a little frightened about something, use it. Use it and say, walk in there, because that's going to up your game. That's going to make you, I can tell that you're excited to be there. And I'm going to work with you to make sure that we get that energy going in the right direction. But what I'm saying is, don't be afraid to come in and show yourself full on. That's always what I
That's the
want
secret
to
recipe.
see.
Energy, confidence, of course. But you know, I think a lot of people fear casting directors.
I know,
mean,
and that makes me very sad because, you know, this is the way I think. We have been given a task by directors, by writers, by producers. Find us the best possible representative to say these words and to make these scenes work and happen. Now, that's a big task. And if somebody is afraid and can't talk and they're upset and they're nervous, what are you going to get from them? So when somebody walks into my room, I say, okay, let's talk. Let's just really get down to it and tell me a little bit about yourself. Because I want them to open up. Everybody's different. And I want them to open up. And it's okay if they're nervous. It's all right if they, are shaking a little bit. It's okay if they're giggling. I love it because we are in a moment, and I'm going to use that moment to see what they can give me with the lines. That's the way I approach it.
Arbuckle doing this, we love that.
Yes, I love it. I love working. I love working with the actors. I want to say, bring it on. Bring it on. Come on in the room with me. Yeah.
Bring it on. I mean, when you look back at your career, I mean, again, you've casted some tremendous movies, but do you have a lot of friends not in the business? Like, I always like to ask the unglamorous, glamorous life, what your typical day is like versus what your friends and other than Haviland, what they think you do, like just red carpet, drinking with us. I mean, what is a typical day like for you?
Well, my day is, of course,
normally
for the last several months with all of the, it's been a little bit off the bar, since we know. But my normal day is this. I have clients. I have writer clients. I have people who are calling me about setting up auditions for them. I'm reading scripts. I'm working with writers. I'm reading their scripts. So my days are full. It's full of joy as far as I'm concerned. It's full of joy. I love my writers. I love my actors. I think what happens with me is that people can be so creative, and all they need is sometimes all they need is just a little self-confidence to say, you can make this work. Don't doubt yourself. Okay.
Well, sometimes it's friends and family that are chirping in their ears,
Oh, please.
Or somebody announces on Facebook or Instagram, hey, I'm going to be an actor. And the peanut gallery, don't do it. Don't do it.
Right.
I mean, you guys, most of you didn't have any connections before this call. We just had a cast member on from The Sopranos. We had your daughter on yesterday and all these amazing people.
Yes.
This is what we do. Networking is it's everything.
It's very important. And it's very important. And for me, what is very important is just be honest.
No fluff.
Just be honest about it. If you're nervous and you're feeling kind of out, I know it's frightening to think that you're going to be honest and give something like that away. But you know what? Honesty is a good thing. And I like it when somebody say, okay, tell me. I'll go right into a conversation. Tell me why you're nervous. Let's talk about it. Let's give it the best we can.
Yeah. So now that this whole business is on, are you primarily doing everything on Zoom, or are you still doing face-to-face?
Oh, I'm so old school. I love face-to-face. I love Zoom because on both coasts, it helps. But get me in a room and put me for 6 or 8 hours, like especially with my writers.
Yeah.
I mean, or if I'm working in, workshops with my actors, put me in the room with them so we can breathe the same air, and it's right there in the moment, what the movement is and the feelings are all coming out one way or the other. We're exploring together. Does that make sense?
Yeah. How many of you guys would love to be in a room with Cynthia? Right? Get a room. Okay.
When in the past, when I've done my acting on the East Coast or the West Coast, I like to have them come in and we book several hours, and I'll give them work to do and they bring it in and then we set it. We'll work with it. Sometimes we turn on the camera, sometimes we don't. But you know what? One thing is that I need to just see if we can be one-on-one with each other without any, camera. Although this is great because God knows what would we do. It opens it up for people all across the country. And
Yeah.
then you say, wow, I'd never have that opportunity to have this if you didn't have your business to do
Yeah.
this. I mean, that's pretty important to me
Yeah.
to get it out there.
Yeah, I see a lot of people wanting to work with you, and that's cool. We can talk about that.
Thank you.
But Haviland talked about growing up, and your husband was in politics. You're a casting director. Haviland was joking around, and we've had this conversation about how she would answer the phones when she was little and try to help you with the casting.
I know, 7 or 8 years old. I said, go over and answer the phone for me. The phone, I've got 5 phones and they're all going. And she goes, but I said, don't let them know you're 5 years old. And she didn't.
No, she's a great actress, and you must be so proud of her. And I've had this conversation so many times. Like, she's amazing. But one thing she really shares with people is you didn't welcome her and like, here you go, we're gonna put you in this film that I'm doing right now. She had to work for it.
She had to audition.
Yep.
She had to go in front of the director. She had to do all the things. It wasn't just a nepotism thing. Because I wanted her to feel that she earned it on her own.
Right.
And I want all my actors to feel they've earned it on their own. I think that's important.
Yeah. So back in the day, again, before something called Zoom, when you were working with these actors or doing castings, what were people coming in with? Did they have monologues prepared? What headshots? Did you care if somebody didn't have any experience?
No, I never cared if anybody didn't have experience because I'm looking for the raw talent. And we know, all of us know people who are so talented and they've never taken a class, right?
Yeah.
They've never taken an acting class. But what I wanted to do is I would bring them in, and normally they would come in and they would come with a monologue and they've got something that they will do. Some of them believe that, I think it's through their schools or whatever, not to put any kind of,
everybody teaches different, yes.
But everybody's different. But sometimes they'll come in and go, okay, I've got to do something which is one of the classics. They have no idea who this person is, if they're trying to say their words in the scene. They don't know anybody like that. They can't bring truth to it. And all of a sudden I'm going, put down the paper. Talk to me about yourself. Tell me about you. Because I need to have something, as my deal is, I need to feel like they're connecting with themselves and with me, not somebody else's work.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I got to believe something. Otherwise, it's just going to be meh, meh, meh. Right?
Yeah. What about famous monologues from like The Godfather? Things that we would know off the top of our head?
Well, the thing is, I bring it in, but once again, do your work. Don't copy Pacino. Don't copy and bring it in and give your part of your interpretation to it. Because I want to see what you're bringing to the lines, not what you've seen on screen that somebody else has created. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And bring it in and say, let's put it down. Many times I can see they got something and I'll say, put down the script. Now, talk to me. Who is this person? Who are you? What are you saying now? Give me your own words. Forget the script a minute. So I'm digging because, and I think what I would say, if you are doing a line, if you're doing a monologue, do those exercises. So when you get in there, you're bringing truth to it. And it's not like, okay, well, I've memorized it. And isn't that great? But I don't believe it. I don't believe what you're saying.
So
right?
What kind of exercises can they do, Cynthia?
You can look at the character and say, okay, let me see what this character is faced with. All right. Somebody loves him, somebody doesn't love him. He's in trouble with the law. He's trying to get over his girlfriend's death, whatever the situation is, right? And then you take a step back and say, let's think about how that would affect me. Who is my girlfriend? Who is my guy friend? How would I act if I was, using this example, how would I act if I was suddenly told that she or he was breaking up, or they had been shot, or they had been what? And then you start doing your individual work, because we're all different and we're all going to respond to things, good, bad, indifferent, in different ways, right? So I want to see, I keep using the word truth. I want to see your truth. And who am I to say your truth is not real? If you're giving it to me and it's authentic, hey, I'm in the room with you.
What are some turnoffs for you? Are you ever going on, like when you're doing castings, are you going through social media at all? Or any
Yes.
deal breakers for you? Oh, you are.
Yes, I'm doing that. You know what? I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say it in such a way that I think everybody will get it. And excuse me, I'm going to say something that might be a little off color to someone.
They're okay. They dealt with me for 2 days. They're good.
Oh,
I
okay,
brought them up
okay.
just for this moment.
Don't come into the room and try to kiss my ass. I don't want it. I'm going to see through, and I'm going to immediately say, stop. You got more. Give yourself enough credit of what you're coming in. You don't need to kiss my ass. You can come in and do your best work.
Anybody else love her? I love
because that's the biggest turnoff to me. Somebody comes in, oh, I've heard so much, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just saying, shut up.
Bored. Yeah.
Shut up.
You're boring.
Let's talk about you and what you can do and what you can bring to the thing. Don't talk about me. This is not
But I'm
about
sure people ask you for favors all the time. Oh, I've got a kid. Like, I know you met my son the other, I guess it was a couple of months ago in where were we? I'm saying Malibu, Beverly Hills.
Yes.
And do you ever just scout people on the street going, you should be a star? Have you ever scouted somebody on the street? And do people think you're nuts when you do that? What do you say?
Yes. Oh my God, people do think I'm nuts. I walk up to them and I'll say, okay, first of all, you don't know me, but I am, in fact, and I'll have a card with them so that they know that I'm not doing something,
because it sounds creepy doing that.
That's right.
We used to scout and people would look at us. I'm like, no, I swear, this is not Lifetime TV. We're
That's
real.
right. This
we
is
want to
it.
help you.
Exactly. And I'm saying,
But I'm
you
sure
have a
they
great,
have no
one of
idea
my
who you
favorite
are.
things is to say, you have a great look. Okay. And then their mouth falls open and they go, because they don't know who I am. And then I'll say, wait, I'm a casting director and I don't mean to, take you by surprise, but I'm looking for so-and-so and I'm just spontaneous like that. Right. And and here's my card. And I'd love for you to come in and for us to get to, you can call anybody. You can check me on IMDb. I'm legit. Because you know what? Think about all the folks that are out there that all they need is a chance.
Here, that's what we're doing here.
Yes.
Giving everybody a chance.
All they need is a chance.
One
and
chance,
if you
yep.
believe it, if you have enough, you can be nervous. Nervous is good. I'm not saying nervous is good, but you got to say, I want this and I'm going to come in and I'm going to see how I can move forward. And you got to want it and you got to be ready to say, I could be a little disappointed, but guess what? If you really want, I can't imagine not doing what I'm doing with film, television, and theater for all the many decades that I've done it. I can't imagine not doing it. Because
do you ever get somebody that has like a great resume, but they're just super arrogant or cocky, and it completely turns you off? Because it happens to us where I see their headshot, I'm like, oh, they're cute, and then they open up their mouth, I'm like, shh.
Yeah.
You ruined it for me. Yeah.
Exactly.
Like they ruined it by speaking. Like we envision them to be amazing.
I will say to them, DOYM, and they'll go, Cynthia, what does that mean? And I'll say, don't open your mouth. DOYM.
I need a t-shirt that says that. Anybody else want one?
Zip it.
But I would would love to, and again, somebody had posted old school, but going out and scouting, going, I swear I'm legit.
Yes.
Did you ever have somebody argue with you going, I don't think so? Or anybody ever like try to do that? Or did you just scare them enough to think that?
I think that they're so shocked.
Yeah.
They're so I've been to malls. I mean, nowadays people would say, oh my God, what's this woman over there? She looks like a
Yeah,
stalker.
mall security. Yeah.
I know, but back in the day, and especially in Georgia, you can imagine they weren't filming back in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
In Georgia very, very often. And so I would go to the malls. I would go to, I would set up a time in schools, talk to the principal and set it up and, go through all the channels to make sure that I was legit. But people were not used to it. Now everything's very open and, they're on all the socials and all of that. It's a totally different situation.
Have
But
you ever
guess what?
scouted
I still am
somebody?
looking for him. I'm sorry.
You're
What?
always looking. Oh, I was going to say, did you ever scout somebody that really made it big? Like somebody that you're like, oh, wow, I did that. Like,
Yeah,
pinch
like
me.
Ryan Gosling.
No shit.
Yeah. Denzel Washington.
Oh, okay.
I did Glory.
Yeah.
Glory back in 1986. He
Okay.
was just coming up and I worked with him and on the film Glory. And then I worked again with him on Remember the Titans. It's nice when you can go back and do it a couple of times.
Did he
When you've
remember
been,
you?
yeah. Yeah,
pretty
he
cool.
remembered me. In fact, he remembered me because he brought in a bunch of, especially for Remember the Titans, he brought in a bunch of his folks that he wanted to put in as football players, right? And I said, well, they have to show me they can play first. What? And he is, but I'm bringing them in. I said, I know, but I've got a
You need
commitment.
to
I
make
can't
it
just
look
throw them.
believable. Yeah.
I can't throw them out on the plane, if they're playing music and they've never held a football before. So he goes, okay. I said, you of all people, Denzel Washington, should know about how authentic you've got to portray things.
Yeah,
We
it's your
laughed.
movie, of course.
Right. We laughed. It worked, but it was funny that no, wait.
Did they know how to play football? Were they okay? Did you put them in?
Yes, they were.
Okay.
Yes, they were.
See?
They
And
weren't.
somebody's asking about Ryan Gosling. So tell us that story.
So he came to me to audition for, he had done a couple of things, but there were things up in Canada. He came to me to audition as one of the folks in Remember the Titans. And he was just magic. From the moment he walked into the room, he was just magic. And he had that wonderful sense of he was the one who kind of took care of everybody, his character, and he really was like that. He brought his truth. I fell in love with him. I just said, you are so natural, you're so real. Took him immediately into the director, took him in to meet Mr. Washington, and it was fabulous. And
It's amazing.
look at him now, and he's still just the nicest, kindest person to
You guys
everybody.
love this. I think, honestly, correct me if I'm wrong, but I know Hollywood has a no asshole policy. It helps when you're nice, correct?
Yes,
Very
it does.
So now that, COVID kind of slowed things down and the strike, you also said you're working with writers and now the
Yes.
writer's strike is over. Thank goodness.
Yes, I know. God, thank you. Yes.
Man, it was like the perfect storm for a while. We had video games and we had actors. It was crazy.
I
So
know.
let's talk a little bit about why are you working with writers? What are you doing with them?
Well, first of all, I have always loved, reading, and I've loved to, that's been since I was very, very young. And so I have, being in this business, you have a lot of folks approaching you. And so I started getting involved with people who would come and say, I've written this short, I've written this would you take a look at it and whatever. I got involved, and my partner in Atlanta, we have a very small boutique agency. Their talent management is actually a management company. And we are working with them. One of the things, especially with all the COVID and especially with all of the strikes, one of the most exciting things for me to do and to still keep my brain going and working with my creative folks is to sit with my writer on Zoom and go line by line by line and discuss the characters. What you're saying, is it truthful? Let's go it. And, doing that just, 6 hours, 8
Dissecting
hours.
the whole script. That's amazing.
It is. And that to me is such a joy. And so now we've gotten a couple of things that we're ready. And, I'm going to go back in the next couple of weeks and I'm going to call on some of my buddies that I've known through my producing days and casting days and say, hey, guess what? I got a script for you. You're going to love this one. Can I come in and tell you a little bit about it? I think if you love this business, you're going to find a way to stay in it and keep relevant.
But you don't just stay in one lane. You're kind of
No.
all over, which I love.
I know.
Because I
know.
feel like sometimes I get, I only want to act. I only want to model. Pull off the blinders. Let's learn a full 360 because it will benefit. Because as a casting director, it's awesome that you also work with writers, you work with actors. So like you see the big picture.
Right. Because now if I'm working with a writer,
yeah,
and I've had actors who have had trouble with this or that, I'm going to say to a writer, this is relevant, it's real, it's fabulous. Or I may say, you know what, this is not realistic. You're giving me pap. Nobody would ever say that. So, everything works in this business. We're all part of actor, we're all a writer, we're a casting director, we're a producer, we're all of that.
And I think that's something when everybody's so worried about AI taking over for writing, you need the human aspect and all, they can come up maybe with an idea or a tagline, but at the end of the day, AI cannot write a script.
They can't do it.
Yeah.
They cannot do it. No.
So can you talk a little bit about the strike? Because a lot of people, how many of you guys know what the strike was about? Like the writer's strike, the actor's strike. Can you discuss a little bit about what the whole strike was about?
Yeah. So one of the things that I think that was the disparity in the producers, the above the line people, all the moneyed people, and then you've got the writers who are creating what it is that you're making your millions and trillions and zillions of dollars with, right? And they have been at a point where their fees, their salaries, their whatevers have stayed at a regular space.
The bonuses even
the bonuses.
Shit, those bonuses.
Even the bonuses. And you've got people, because of your creativity, have exploded your producers into mega billionaires. But you as a writer and the creator of such have stayed at a certain thing. And you know what? It's just not fair. It's just not fair. And so finally, the writers all got together. And finally, because I think in many times, hey, look, I'm a producer in many things. So I'm, wearing the hat, but you got to be fair. You got to be fair. And right now there was such a disparity with all of that. And so you've got these people who are making billions of dollars off somebody's writing ability, but they're not sharing it with the writers. And to me, that's not a fair deal. So now it's about what I say is greed. It's all about greed. So we got to work through that, right? So the writers, even though, oh my God, I mean, it's been bad out here in LA. And I've been on the lines with my daughter. We walk the lines, we walk the strike lines. Yeah. And I think it's important because the little thing that I do to get out and sweat a few hours a day, are you kidding me? It's the least I can do, right? To show support with this. So the writers have finally, the writers have finally gotten through they held true to what they felt they needed to do and should be doing. And finally they got some breaks with some of the big boys. I don't know that there are any big girls on this. I think from what I could see, it's always about the big boys running the thing. You know, we need some girls. But anyway, that's for another time. But anyway, so they're now looking at this. Now, the actors who joined forces as a member of SAG, I've been a member of SAG since 1992. And so as a member of SAG, we still have a few little bits and pieces to do to get that going. But you can't write and you can't produce and not have actors to come in. So it's got to all work. It's just taking a little bit longer than what we thought. But I am really proud of the people who held their guns, who held to their ideas and said, look, I'm creative. You can't move forward. You can tell me all you want to, but what are you going to do if you don't have a script to produce?
Right.
And you don't have actors to say the lines in the script that I've written, right?
Yeah. One thing I wanted to ask your advice on. So recently, Drew Barrymore was in the news.
Yes.
And, you know, there was the whole writer's strike. And she kind of said, like, enough is enough. We're going to go back to air. And she tried to cross the picket line and it didn't go well for her. And now that the writer's strike is over, none of the like the headline writers want to go and work with her again. So can you discuss what happens when you try to cross that picket line when the strike isn't over?
Well, first of all, who would do that? Okay. I mean, I like Drew Barrymore, but are you kidding me? I don't, you can't wait in solidarity with the people who are making you the queen that you are on TV, the writers. I mean, come on, right? I just feel like this is when fair is fair and you are counting on them and they're counting on you, by the way, to have their backs. We're not. And so I felt that it wasn't fair. And as a person who decided not to go back to her, look, if she turned her back on them at that point, and now all of a sudden she says, okay, I'm going to wait. Why would they go back and why would they trust her? There's an element of trust. You did it to, you turned your back.
Me at my worst. You're not going to get me at my best, pretty much. Yeah.
Exactly. And so, right. So I would be very hesitant about doing it.
Because it was just, and it's crazy because she didn't want to host like the MTV Movie Award. She's like, no, there's a strike. I stand in solidarity. But then here she is trying to go to air without like crossing.
I don't know what happened and why that was such a crazy thing.
I want to know who gave her the idea that was a good, I mean, she's been in this business for too long. I'm thinking E.T.
5 years old or something from yeah. E.T. phoned home, for God's sake, right? And she said, right.
But even like the late night, talk show hosts, they're not that funny without writers. Writers are everything.
Exactly. The writers put words in their mouth to keep them from being boring.
So you go over acting and you work with writers and you work with castings and you said you're a member of SAG. What have you been in projects yourself as an actor?
Yeah, back in the 90s and the 2000s, early 2000s, I would do there would always be some quirky person that they would write in the script and they go, you know what? And the director would say, the person we need to play the madam of the whorehouse is Cynthia Stillwell.
Guys, we found it. I mean, this is it.
And hey, what can I tell you? And I said, can I name her? And they said, yeah, if you're going to come in, we've got some beautiful lines.
Yeah, you're doing the character development.
And I said, okay, I want her to be ice cream. And I want you to get me a big things of strawberry milkshakes that I can eat all day long on the set.
Is that where they say the milkshakes bring all? Okay, forget it. I was going to get, but I love this. Are you guys loving this? I mean, we did.
And that's a true story. For real. I've even got pictures. Haviland turns her turns her head away from it. But I even have pictures of me as the madam of the whorehouse. Yes,
Okay, well,
indeed.
I'm gonna get a picture of it. I'm gonna put it like right back there next to the Tony Award, and it's gonna be great.
For real.
For real. Do you guys love this? Yeah, my milkshake's bringing all the boys. So yeah, for sure. I didn't want to say it, but yes. Oh my goodness. So let me ask you a question. What is the biggest difference you see West Coast versus East Coast? I mean, Georgia, are they working a lot slower in this business, and LA faster? Why not New York? Is there really a difference in like the casting process or the actors that you're dealing with? Any big difference?
I think back in the day in Georgia, because it was not open, and everything was coming from the East Coast in New York or from the West Coast out here in LA. So now what's happened is people would come, and the reason I was able to get my work is that as you can tell, I would work very closely with the actors, and I didn't have where you had to do it this way, you had to do it that way. I'm looking for that because they're coming to that place and they're looking for a specific kind of raw attitude and this or that, and you can't make that up, right? And you have to understand what your character is, and so I would always be the person to go in, and still do. When I did Selma, even in 2014 or 15, I literally went over to Selma, Alabama, and I set up casting places for people, some of whom, many of whom had never done it before, but I felt and I knew that my director, Ava DuVernay, definitely wanted reality. She wanted those faces. She wanted the people to come up. She wanted to see that real fear in their faces, going over the Pettus Bridge. So for me, as a casting director, I go in, and I think what happened with being in Georgia is that we were able to find true folks. Now it's opened up, and there's a lot more folks you can be anywhere. But I think, the idea that you have enough self-assurance that you know what the lines are and you know who you are, and you go in, and like I said, keep saying before, yeah, you're going to be nervous, and that's okay. That's okay to be nervous and anticipatory and whatever. That is great, because that's great energy to bring it in. And then you come in and you give them as real as you can get.
Do you ever get any pressure from the studios to hire these influencers or TikTok stars, or have you ever dealt with that situation before?
To hire a specific person?
Yeah. Like an
high on
Addison Rae or any of those TikTok influencers?
Yeah. You know what? I tell you that I haven't had that, because the directors that I've worked with hire me because they know the kind of work, they know the kind of truthfulness I bring.
Yeah,
right?
I don't think they want to go to bat with you. Just putting it out there. I get scared. Yeah. And you're the nicest person in the world, but even I get nervous from this. Look at her. She's like, without kissing your ass. I mean, but think about how many people want to get into this industry. They go to Juilliard, they go to Berkeley, they go to Yale, they go to all these prestigious schools, Carnegie Mellon. And then you got some TikTok star, and the studios are pushing because they're going to get the followers.
Yes. You know what? It is awful. It is really it's a disgrace to me, a disgrace that somebody's going to come in. And is that what it's all about? No. Give me the real deal. I want the real deal.
Have you ever turned somebody down for a part that ended up going on to do amazing things, and you're like, what the hell was I thinking? Any stories like that? Not saying you would ever do that, but or anybody maybe that you casted that you weren't quite sure, like, okay, they could do it, but then they went on to do something tremendous, or any mistakes over the years?
Well, I don't remember I don't remember saying no to somebody who then went on to do something amazing. But I would stand open for anybody to correct me, because at this point, no one comes to mind. What I do remember is that people starting off with, a small day player role, just a great, but maybe 4 or 5 lines that you're bringing in. Lakeith Stanfield, for example, in some of these folks who was just so real, but he was on and off the screen for maybe 3 minutes. And now, people like that who have gone on and have become such amazing actors and built their career and whatever. And that makes me very happy, not because I hired them, but because they found what we could all see in that 3 or 4 lines, and they've gone on and they've stuck with it, kind of thing.
Are you guys loving this? Any pinch me moments, like, holy shit, how the F did I get here? Like, this is so cool. Any like career highlights where you're just like, thank you?
I would say every
Other than
show,
having Haviland, of course.
That's right.
She's number one.
She is amazing. She is my amazing child. I look at coming from Savannah, Georgia, getting married, having children, being a part of the Daily, running a theater company. And then I look at people that I've had the opportunity to work with on some of these shows and be in the room with them and be on the set and standing with them at craft services and whatever. Are you kidding me? I really do feel that I'm one of the luckiest people in the world to be in that situation. And I don't take it for granted, because, look at the strikes and everything else. It can all be taken away from us in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and you're here with us on a Sunday. Now, this is what I want you to do. I want you to put your screen on gallery, and I want you to look at everybody on here. And
how can I do that?
So if you go up to view and you look at gallery, like everybody's doing their hair, everybody's sitting up.
Oh, shucks. I don't know, because I'm.
Can you do it? Can you see everybody's faces?
Oh,
nope. I see your house. What a lovely kitchen.
Oh, shucks.
Okay.
How do I do that?
Do you see where it says view?
Yeah.
Like
Zoom.
Are you on your phone or are you on a computer?
I'm on my phone. Is that what it is? Is that why I can't get it?
Yeah, well, you should be able to see everybody. Here, you know what I'm gonna do?
Oh, here. Oh, no. Okay.
Oh, here. No. So what I'm gonna do. Hold on.
Can you do it for you?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it for me, for you.
Okay,
Hold
great.
on.
Thank you.
I'm gonna share.
I love the way you
no,
do
I
it
can't. I can't share the screen because you won't be able to see it. Just swipe left. Janie Snyder says swipe left. Up, now she's gone. There she is. She's back. Do you see it?
Yep. No, I see it. I see it. I see it.
Woo!
Yes.
You can't. What is it? Teach an old dog new tricks. This is it. This is how I'm directing you now. This is awesome. Okay.
Oh
so
my
we're going to do that.
God,
Thank
look
you,
at
Janie
these-
Snyder. Awesome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is what I say. I'm looking at the beautiful, beautiful faces.
Yay!
Okay. Pam.
Okay.
Roxanne. Jemima. Sequoia. Albert. Charles. Love those glasses, Charles. Is it Leah? Leah Missy? Okay. Chanel. Is it Chanel? Okay, great. Ryan, Catherine, Bonnie. Woo, woo, woo. I see you, Bonnie. Okay.
She's so cute.
Constance, Kim, Christine, Solange, okay. Janie, Jeffrey, Payomi, Oh, okay, good. All right. A AI Exa. I'm not sure. AIXA Cruise. Okay. Monique. Hello,
Angel
Monique.
announcer on the side. Yes.
Okay. All right. Angel. Yes. Arion. Yes.
Just so you know, they don't usually dress like this. In case you see some costumes, we actually had a little costume party today.
I love it. Are you kidding me? I love costumes. Bardiana. O'Neill, Milana, Isabel.
Now she's like a pro. All right, I'm good.
Diamond.
I'll just sit back.
Oh my God. Jaylyn, Yasmine. Gorgeous. Wow. Okay, Jessica, Roshan, and is it Marianne? White Marianne. Okay. Luisus. Angelo, Catherine, Reginald, Crystal. 1 second, I gotta get a tissue. Okay, let's see. Catherine, Reginald. Oh, Crystal. Okay. Heather, Andrea, Daryl. Yeah. Oh, somebody's out in California. Whitty, Kimberly, Julian, Kim, Christian, Dave, Marjorie,
Now
Susan.
everybody puts their cameras on. Isn't that, you got a huge casting director. Now everybody puts their cameras on. Aren't we lucky to have you? So nice to see your faces.
Oh my God, I love these faces. Every one of these faces are and you're bringing something so incredible to the table. I love it.
So let's do a little role play. Coming from you as a casting director, pick
Look at
one
this.
person here and tell me what you would like cast them as. Or
Oh
like
my
what you
God.
can see them doing. Or you'd be perfect for. I mean, we obviously know the title for like Whorehouse goes to you. So I can't.
I'm looking at Terry Jones. Is
Okay, Terry Jones.
All right, wait a minute. Let's see. Let me do. I'm looking at Charles Berry. Is Charles Berry
Charles
with us?
Berry.
Charles Berry. I think I just finished watching this amazing thing on with one of my good buddies, Vondi Curtis Hall. Do you know Vondi Curtis Hall? The actor Vondi Curtis Hall?
No, but I should.
Charles Berry, you better look him up because I think you would be one of his I could see you immediately coming in and being one of his folks working in his bar with him and helping him take care of some business. Can you hear what I'm saying?
Give her a thumbs
Yes.
up.
Okay. Vondi, Vondie. Check him out. Vondi Curtis Hall. Good friend of mine. I've worked with him since the 1980s.
Wow. Old school.
Stead Rasul.
Yep.
Look at that beautiful face. I think I am seeing you as this amazing person in I think in one of my NBC dramas, like a New York hospital kind of thing. And you're playing, I'm thinking you're going to come in, you're basically shocking everybody because you are running the emergency room.
Good for you, Sid. That's great. I love that for her.
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I know.
I know.
I don't know.
That's why I ask you. You're the expert.
I don't know you, but this is what I'm saying. Because you know what? You walk in, then the joy for me is once you get into the room, I'm looking and then I leave myself wide open. Then you open your mouth and boy, do we have fun doing that together. I mean, you can tell you got to love what you do, right? You love what you do when you walk into a room. And I'm asking you, bring that joy. Yeah, okay, fine, you're nervous. Who cares? Bring the joy of doing what you want to do into that room. It is infectious. Does that make sense?
Totally.
Yeah, I'm seeing people shake their heads. Yes. I love it.
I love it.
Wow, you are so lucky today to have these gorgeous faces. Look at this. Have you been doing this all weekend long?
All weekend. So we do these events, you know, back in the day.
Wow,
people
this
would-
is so
I
exciting.
know, I told you. So like back in the day, people would have to fly in to go to one of our offices. Actually, I met your daughter when we had our radio show with CBS. We had Howard Stern's old studio. And I met your daughter because she was on Broadway and, you know, and that was great because, you know, I was able to interview her. But then we became fast friends. I was like, oh, you should come out to one of my networking events. And so, you know, 15 years.
And so there you go.
There
Yeah.
you go. But now we do this on Zoom. And so we have people on here from everybody. Type where you're from. Don't give me a street address. This is not Lifetime. We're not going to come find you, but just city and state. Go type it. So like we've had people on here from Anchorage, Alaska. We've had people
Holy
Houston, Texas.
moly, look at it.
Look at this. Baltimore, Orlando, Washington, Boston,
Roswell,
Roswell.
Georgia. What?
Isn't that so fun?
Philadelphia. Oh my God. Grand Rapids. What?
No one had to fly anywhere, nothing. And I love this
I
because they're
love
talking
this.
to you guys. I mean, think about this. Some of you guys had no idea what we even did. And now you're talking to a casting director, Glory, Selma, just in case you forgot what you casted. Remember the Titans. This is badass. This is what we do. This is what we love.
I love this.
I
I
love
love
this.
this.
Let me ask
Wow.
you a question. If aha moments as a casting director, any big aha moments that you wish somebody told you about casting or anything that you want to share with us in closing?
I think the aha moments came when I realized every time, you know, when somebody walks in to the room, I leave myself open for an aha moment. I don't, and I made a promise to myself, I never want to be jaded. I never want to feel that I can't experience an aha moment, because that to me is the joy. When you look at somebody, you leave yourself wide open for what they could be doing or saying to you, or an attitude. Don't and keep away from having any kind of preset decisions when you don't even know. Just keep yourself open. Does that make sense? Keep yourself open, because this business, man, it is fabulous and it can be scary, but gosh, it is so amazing. Take it from somebody who's been doing this a long time. And still loves it.
Well, we love you. I'm hoping you're
What a
going to come to one of
joy.
our
Thank
live
you.
events. Deneen, I don't know about you, but I say we go to Savannah, we go to LA. I mean, we're already going to LA. So I will text you.
I'm all in on going to Savannah.
I'm
I've
all
never
about
been there.
Deneen's
so.
never been to Savannah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Let me know when you're going. I'll fly over.
We'll do
and
a special
open up the
workshop.
town.
We'll just cater it around you.
Yeah, you
I'll
tell
open
us
up the
when you're
town
there and
for
we'll
you,
meet
girls. I'll tell you. Yes.
And I have to show this. This was us at our Beverly Hills luncheon, and we had so much fun.
We did have fun. Thank you so much.
Thank
Yes,
you
we
so
did.
much. Thank you so much. And we also had a
What
writer
a
from
joy.
Netflix there. We had about 20 talent in Beverly Hills that came out, and you were there. Haviland was there. We had Mark Schoenfeld. We had Sharon. Sharon's actually going to be one of our coaches now from Netflix. All with Rising Star Academy. So,
Wow.
I know. Cool, right? So you are who you surround yourself with. So choose
Yes.
your friends wisely.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank
This
you
has
so
been
much. We
such
loved
a
having
joy.
you.
Thank you so much for letting
pure
me
joy,
speak to all
Cynthia.
of you.
It was an honor to have you without kissing your ass. It was a pleasure.
And
We
I'll
absolutely
say,
love this.
break a leg, break a leg, break a leg, and just have fun what you're doing with what you're doing. Okay.
Awesome. Cynthia, thank you so much for today. That
Thank
was amazing. I was
you.
listening in the background and it was awesome. Thank you.
Oh, it's been a
Aw.
joy.
Always.
We'll talk soon. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. My little boy was running in and out. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Did you guys love that?
That was amazing. I want you guys to stop and think about this for one moment. Do you realize that the woman that you just interacted with, who I heard mention all of your names, is the reason that there is a movie industry in Atlanta? When you think Tyler Perry, when you think the Marvel movies, when you think all of that, you now think Cynthia Stillwell, and you just shared a Zoom with her. What I want you to say is thank you in the comments. Thank you in the comment. Okay. I'm falling apart here, people.
You know, I kind
Glamorous
of want to say this, and I was thinking about it. Imagine going on set and seeing Denzel and being like, "Oh, I know Cynthia Stillwell too." Bam!
Hello there. You're welcome. All right, guys. So that was absolutely amazing. I can't say enough. I mean, I was sitting in the background listening. I was like, oh my gosh, this is so cool.
Even
But
I
speaking-
got like my tongue tied. I was cracking up when she said like, "Oh, we need somebody to run the whorehouse. Let's call Cynthia Stillwell. She's perfect." I was like, she's so funny.
All right.
She's a hoot.
Speaking of amazing, guys, this has been an amazing weekend, but we still have more. Checking in all the way from Maine. Oh my gosh, Ryan Colby's the most beautiful view I've ever seen in my whole entire life. We have the one and only Mr. Ryan Colby here. Everyone give it up for Ryan Colby.
Hey, how's everyone doing?
We're doing amazing,
I
Ryan
didn't
Colby.
even
How
know
are
how
you?
the pasta turned out. How was it?
It was amazing, actually.
course
We
it
had no
was.
power, but we had a generator that helped the stove work.
Nice.
The power went out because of a storm, and it just came on at like 2 o'clock this afternoon. So
Awesome.
yeah,
So not cute. Okay.
not cute, but we made it work. It's okay. We lived. We played
Hashtag
a
Maine life.
Scrabble. We played bananagrams and ate pasta. So
That sounds awesome.
because our phones weren't really working. So
Yeah, we were worried about you. Mike was like, I haven't had an update in hours. You make sure he's okay. We didn't know if it was like The Walking Dead going on up there. We were
You would have sent a
petrified.
helicopter to go rescue you.
Yeah.
No, it's fine,
Ryan,
it's
take
fine.
my hand.
It's fine.
Awesome.
It's good. Power came back on. Everything's good. Internet's back. Stove is back. Water is back. Yeah.
All the things.
Mm.
All right. Well, Ryan, I know you have dinner plans shortly, and I don't want to keep you from them.
Yeah, we're having drinks now. Liv and Steven are here, which has
What?
been really fun. Yeah.
Well, tell them we said hello.
Yeah.
And
They're so nice. They're so nice. Very much nicer than I thought. So
Oh, I hope you heard that. Lynn.
put him on the call. Let me tell him you didn't think he was going to do that.
oh no, it's fine. They're in the dining room. I told him I had a Zoom call, and I said, Liv was like, "What are you talking about?" And I said, "I'm giving advice to
Yeah,
talent
Steven
that wanna be in
Tyler's
the
daughter
industry."
Liv. Some of you guys may know her from Lord of the Rings.
But Steven
And
Tyler is
Armageddon.
there as well.
She's giving
Armageddon
us
with Matt.
really good gossip about backstage of these movies. It's actually amazing.
Okay, well,
Stuff I
we'll have
didn't
to get
know.
everybody to sign non-disclosure agreements for that.
And
We'll have
you
a
can-
lovely
Anyway,
conversation
she's
over
really sweet.
wine and pasta at the next inner circle.
Exactly. We're having wine and we're having arugula salad. So
Oh.
everyone's been
Very nice.
drinking.
I was
She got
thinking
here a
of
couple
you because
hours
I'm eating
ago.
cranberries over here, and I remember that time that you lost the cooking competition with your salad with
Oh,
the
please.
cranberries.
Please.
One of
I
I know
won.
Christine Harding
it
was there. Yeah,
It was rigged.
it was rigged. You had an arugula salad. You were hoping it was going to be cherry pie. Come on,
Nah. It was
it was
rigged.
so good.
All right. Well, Mr. Colby,
Mm-hmm.
as fun as it is to make fun of you for losing contests, she almost spit out her cranberries on that one.
I was thinking about the time we went roller skating for my birthday party in Hollywood, 80s theme, and Ryan was so excited about his like Michael Jackson outfit.
Hold on.
And he
And
was
he told
skating
me-
with a Cosmopolitan in his hand.
Ryan, as I don't know if you guys know this or not, but Ryan is one of the most humble people I've ever met in my whole entire
I'm
life.
joking.
And we were driving and we were driving through LA and he told me, he said, I just want you to know that I am the best roller skater. I was like,
This is
oh, and you're
never
so
gonna get
humble
old,
too.
Ryan.
I used to
He said,
be.
no, you didn't say used to be. You said, I am. And I was
It's
like,
a fact.
"Really?" He said, I was like, and you're so humble too. And he says, I do not speak in opinions. I only speak in truth. So within 30 seconds of him being on roller skates, he was
They had
flat
the
on his
80s
back. And I was
music
like, oh, is that
pumping.
the truth?
Whatever.
I just remember seeing you again. It was my birthday party. I remember the referee going, and you were holding on to the back of him while they were going around, and you still had your drink in your hand. You were holding on to their waist and like just going
I'm
for
not
a free ride around the rink.
sacrificing alcohol.
It was, I know the
It
skates.
was-
They changed the skates. We'll have to do a roller skating party again. That would be fun.
I'm not in on that one. I
No,
broke my
I'm not
finger
either.
that night.
Nope.
Mhm.
Everything's changed. Okay, perfect. So,
All right.
Ryan, you look absolutely stunning in that hot pink sweatshirt.
It's red. It's,
Is it red? It's hard to
I
tell
don't know
from
if
here.
it's not showing up red, but it's red.
Okay. We just had a big casting director on from Selma, Glory, Friday. Oh my
Good.
gosh, remember the Titans?
Fried green tomatoes.
Yeah, fried green tomatoes.
Very good. Very good. Yes. Very good.
So I
Casting
brought
director,
Models
but-
Garage up to a different level. And it was fun. It was good. But obviously
Good,
we
good, good.
missed you.
All right, Mr. Colby. So
Uh-huh.
can you talk? We have a bunch of talent on here who are going to be going to Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole theme of this weekend was taking action. So can you give them a couple things they can start working on now to start
For
preparing for
Hollywood?
Hollywood?
Which is when, in March or February, or when is it?
May.
May. May. Okay, so it's October. So you have 6 months. So advice I would give is definitely, start with a really good skincare regime. Start working on your body. It doesn't need to be in Olympic form, but whatever you feel is soft or moving too much or not, firm enough, start working on that now. It doesn't need to be perfect. No one needs to be on any bizarre diets, but try and look your best, whether you're a fashion model or a commercial print. Even if you're a size 2 or a size 20, try and make sure you look your best with your skin, your hair, your teeth, your nails, your feet. All of these things matter. Clients look at the weirdest things and pass judgment, and you should have no reason to give them to dismiss you. So try and look your best. I would start now, because sometimes it takes months for these things to come to fruition. If your skin is a little agitated, it could take a month or 2 before you even see results. Same with hair. If you have bad frizzy hair, or your hair is not in great shape and you need to grow it out, or you need to condition it, or you need to, all these things that could take 2-3 months. The body, that could also take 2-3 months. So start doing these things now, and look at some videos on shooting. Try and practice a little bit in the mirror. Don't ever over practice. Don't overdo it, because that's annoying. But just look at your angles, look at where your nose is placed, and your eyes and your lips and your cheekbones, and try and figure out angles that flatter you, and try and duplicate that when a camera is put in front of you. So try those things. I wouldn't, go crazy worrying about that, because there is obviously there'll be a photographer there that will help you. But if you can have the person not help you so much, that makes you look good. That makes you look like you've put some effort in. So therefore, they don't have to do everything for you. In addition to taking the photo, I don't have to do everything for you. In addition to having you dressed and ready to go, like, try and do some of these things on your own, because you do have 6 months. So, don't wait till the last minute to be like, oh, I need to get my hair done. Oh, my skin is problematic. Let me fix it. Oh, I need to, whiten my teeth, or I need to work out for a couple weeks. Like, don't wait till the last minute. start now so it's ready to go by May, because you're going to blink and May's going to be here. It's not that far away. So people plan weddings that are longer, so, you need to get prepared now. And getting prepared for a photo shoot is something I never had the luxury of doing. It's funny because Ben is here with me. Ben is one of my models, and me and Liv were talking about the 90s modeling days at IMG, because she's an IMG icon. And we remember each other from IMG, and she was like giving Ben amazing advice on like what it was like, running around. She's like, I never had any notice. I wake up at 8 a.m, my phone is ringing. I have an appointment at 9. I need to be there, or, or at least try and be there, so you have 6 months to prepare for something. So, there should be no excuses, obviously. Obviously, you'll get prepared through Zoom calls. There'll be clothing preparation. There'll be other types of preparation. But the basic things that I would tell you to do is what I just said. Work on the hair, the skin, the body, light posing in the mirror, just to get some basic angles down. Don't go crazy. Don't try and become a supermodel through your mirror, because it's not going to work. But just basic posing is not a bad thing to do through your mirror, so you can see what you look like. We will help you achieve that. But those things will help you get through the shoot a little bit better than if you don't do them. So that's up to you.
Awesome.
So I would try and work on those things immediately.
And what makes a good first impression for you, Ryan? So a lot of these guys you'll meet on Zoom calls, different things like that. But what is something that will make a really good first impression on you when you meet them on set?
If they've listened, like when we have the clothing call, you brought what we discussed. You look, presentable and marketable. Your hair is kept nice, your nails, you're not, you didn't bring too much. You're cooperative, you're attentive, you're listening, you're sitting down and you're waiting for your turn. You're not missing when I need you. You're, all of these things mixed up create a good feeling for me, where I'm like, oh, okay, this person is taking this seriously. It has nothing to do with your looks. It has to do with a demeanor. Demeanor is more important than looks sometimes. So if you're doing these things, then that makes a good impression on me. And therefore, I am happier to be shooting you, happier to make sure you get the best images. I mean, everyone will get the best images, but I may be a little more inclined to make sure it's a little, give you a tick above if you are complying and showing me that this is important to you. And this is not a party. You didn't come here to take numbers and do selfies and take Instagrams and turn this into a mini party. This is the beginning of your career. And if you treat it as such, I will notice it.
I like that, because so many times, like the one thing that drives you crazy and then makes me in turn go crazy is if you're like, sit here, and then someone goes missing and you're like, where is so and so? Because you know what, then he forgets about you. I get my heart rate goes, ooh, and then Ryan forgets about you and dismisses you. So you always want to make sure you follow instructions. And let's translate that to set too. Why is it so important for them to learn how to do this now before they go on set?
Because it's much worse on set. When someone, everyone on this call or everyone going to the shoot, will be adults, with the exception of, 1 or 2 minors. Sometimes everyone's adults. Adults don't like to be told what to do, but unfortunately, if you enter into this industry, that's exactly what you'll be doing. Is you will be told what to do on every level, what time to be somewhere, where to sit, where to stand, where to walk, what to wear, etc. You'll be told what to do. So the simplest of instructions, if you can't follow them, then you may not be applicable or useful. You may not be useful for set, because when I tell you to sit and wait for a few minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and you can't even do that, and I turn around and you're missing, you're outside, you're taking selfies, you're on your phone, I don't know, whatever it is you're doing, you know, why would you survive in a green room on set when sometimes you have to sit there for 2-3 hours waiting for production to get back to you on when you're shooting a scene or whatever it is they need you for. So it is indicative to someone's personality that when they don't listen to simple instructions, how could you possibly be expected to listen to more complicated instructions? So that's why.
Yeah, and let's put this into dollars and cents, like on a production, and I know you've had this experience, and I'm not trying to give you PTSD when you're celebrating your birthday weekend, but you've literally had talent where they were like, okay, you know what? I'm not being called. I'm going to leave for a little while and go get lunch. Like, what
You can't do
implications does
that.
that have on you, and what implications does that have on the productions? Like, let's talk dollars and cents.
Well, when you leave to go to lunch and 20 minutes later they're ready to shoot a scene, the tech guys that are there, the lighting guys, the camera guys, the grips, they're being paid by the hour to be there. So when that hour comes up that they're actually going to be motivated and working, and you're missing, they can't shoot. So now it goes into overtime, which is sometimes time and a half, sometimes double time. You never know. The production has their own separate, you know, agreement with these people, and you've just cost them money because you weren't present. When they're ready to shoot, they're ready to shoot. You cannot be missing. And you know, there's normally food on set. And if for some reason there isn't, you will kind of already be told that, and you'll be told to bring things with you. So there's no reason for you to leave. And also, if you do leave, it's kind of against the rules, and usually they don't allow you to leave. So that means you broke the rules and you weren't sneaking, and you probably snuck out a back door or did some sort of sneaky thing to leave, because it's not like you can, there's no open door policy on sets. You can't just walk out. So you must have done something to sneak out, which is also indicative to your personality of why you can't be trusted.
And if that happens, if it's one of your talent, or is the casting director, is that client ever calling you back again, or what? Like, what are the ramifications? for
Probably
you?
not. It depends on how I handle it. I mean, yes, there are serious ramifications because they could never call me back again. It's happened to me a few times with a few different clients. I mean, 90% of the time I can smooth it out, but there are those rare times where they're just pissed and just doesn't matter what I say. So, and I never know when that's going to be. So I just don't want it happening, period, because I don't want to have to be defending something I wasn't even present for. So that's why I don't send people on set who aren't ready. I mean, have I made the mistake, you know, a few times in sending people who weren't ready on set? Absolutely. But I try and learn from my mistakes, and it rarely happens. You know, a couple times every couple of years, someone will screw me over on set. But I mean, I have a fairly good track record, which is why people work with me, but no one's perfect, and it does happen. And, you know, they understand it's not my fault, but unfortunately, when you're dealing with strangers who don't know you, meaning production people, producers, they don't know me. So they're like, this is his fault. And they just automatically blame you.
Yeah.
And then also
which
goes
isn't-
like going
which
to the
isn't unfortunate.
bathroom. One of your biggest pet peeves are people that need to just go to the bathroom, change real quick, and come out, and they're taking time and doing selfies and making phone calls, and you're like, let's go. Quick
Yeah,
change.
no, changing should be very, very quick. 2 to 3 minutes max, depending upon what it is you're putting on. And anything more than that, this isn't couture season. You're not wearing, you know, none of this is Dior, none of this is Galliano. You're not wearing anything from Balmain. Like, nothing should take more than 2 minutes to put on. So when it does, it annoys me because it slows the day down. And if you want to be a professional working model, you have 3 minutes to change, period. And nobody cares about your, you know, nobody cares. You have 3 minutes to change. That's it. These are the
You just have to
circumstances.
go pee. But a lot of times people go and they're
I mean,
like having
going to the bathroom is
calling
one
on
thing.
FaceTime, doing a video.
Yeah, going in the bathroom is one thing. People have to go to the bathroom, but it has to be in a believable setting, meaning like, you know, I need you back where you were sitting in a couple of minutes. So, people have to go to the bathroom. No one wants you sitting there and peeing on yourself, but you also can't be missing for 20 minutes.
And thank goodness we have our production assistant training. Thank you, Christine Harding, because Christine's going to go in there and be like, let's go now. Albert would do it. Let's do it.
I mean,
we don't want to piss off Ryan.
I've been on sets pretty much since I was a preteen, and I can, the amount of times production assistants or director's assistants or photographer's assistants or stylist assistants have gone in to scream at talent to get out faster is, I can't even count because it happens all the time, but it never happened to me. I can change in 2 seconds, but unfortunately there are people who like to be lackadaisical, and you got to scream at them. And when I say scream, I mean scream. Like, you are costing us money. It is 4:50. We have one more shot to do before 5. And why are you not out here? We gave you that outfit 5 minutes ago. And sometimes that 10 minutes can make a job, make or break a job.
Yeah, because what people don't realize that
lighting and other factors and
you're paying
studio
for the studio by the
payments,
hour.
and I mean, all of these things are factors that you're not aware of as a talent, and it's none of your business. You don't need to be aware of it. So, just follow the rules and you'll be fine. And it is a dictatorship. A lot of models think that they have the right to, what's the word?
Voice an opinion.
A voice an opinion, and you don't have an opinion. This is a dictatorship, and this is not a democracy. Nobody cares about your opinion. No one's voting here. This is a tyranny, and that's it. The modeling industry is a tyranny. Nobody's interested in your opinion on anything. Nobody cares what you think. So if you think they do, you're like delusional. So until you get to a point where you're of such value, then people will definitely listen to you. But until that happens, just listen and do your job and stop talking.
Yeah, pretty much. That sums it up.
Ryan's also working for Hallmark on the side. If anybody needs a heartfelt,
he's gonna have a TED talk later today. So
inspirational, like usual. But it's true. I mean, I really want you guys to understand this. Yes, I know. But I think that when someone, like, especially for us, like our program, if they're investing in photos, they're like, oh, well, it's up to me. This isn't your wedding day. You're going and you're literally being watched every second of the entire shoot. Everything matters.
Yeah, this isn't your wedding day. This isn't for grandma. This isn't for anything but for you to have marketing material to get jobs. If you don't want to treat it that way and you want to treat it like it's for grandma, we can do that, but you won't get anything out of it.
Yeah. And you found amazing talent through us at the photo shoots. Like, oh, I really like the way this person works on set, or, oh, I like this person, super easy to work with. And I think that's so important. I mean, you're on stage all the time. So,
I watch the shoots and I determine who is annoying and who I don't like very quickly.
Listen to nice list.
It takes you like 37 seconds. If that.
Very quickly, who I do not like, and I think that they're annoying, and I would never work with them, and you couldn't pay me. And that happens, and it's fine. I can still conduct myself. My models ask me all the time. They're like, "Oh, you're so judgmental, and you don't like people." I go, "I can work with plenty of people I don't like. I've done it for years. I've worked on sets where I literally could have gone to prison to kill this person, and you would never know it. You would never know it." So,
thanks for telling everyone how you feel about me right here on this Zoom, Ryan. I appreciate it.
I wouldn't do it over and over again. I'm saying if I'm on set with someone who I don't like, especially if I didn't know they were going to be there.
Well, of course you're judgmental. You're an agent.
It's your job.
That's your
literally in your job description.
So I have had to stand and deal with people who I do not like. So it happens, but I can conduct myself. I don't ever freak out. You will never know how I really feel because
you'll still look flawless like usual.
I'm not going to tell you, and I just move on with my day. I'll tell you later,
No, you won't. You'll just never talk to them again.
Pretty much. Yeah, probably that too. So I just don't. I'm not interested in working with someone I don't like. So
We feel
when
the
it's a
same
job
way.
and
I hope you
I'm
guys are
there
ready for your
a reason,
interviews.
when
Yeah.
I'm there for a reason, I can do it. Even Liv, it's funny because I'm talking to Liv. I've met her once or twice before at IMG in like the early 2000s, but I don't know her. But we've been spending all afternoon together, and she said, I've done plenty of movies with people I cannot stand, but I have to do
I can't wait
it.
to hear these stories offline. So fun.
Christine
And one
Harding's
of them
also
is a mega star who you definitely saw this movie. It was a big popcorn movie, and she's like, I hated every second of it, but had to do it.
Ooh, sounds good to me. I'll tell you right after this.
sounds like
It's so
Ryan
fun.
Colby needs to visit with us so we can talk.
Usually we spend Thanksgiving
happens.
together.
It
Come to
happens.
Florida for Thanksgiving. Everybody else will be here. Come
Everyone
down.
like who? Everyone like who?
Hey, Jaden, Jeff,
No,
maybe
I
Danita,
have
Mike.
we have the event December 1st. I can't be
Whatever.
missing.
Whatever.
Or
There's-
then come to
there's-
Pennsylvania for Thanksgiving.
There's gnats in here.
He's so dramatic.
Oh, everyone's back. I hear voices.
Uh-oh.
Ben.
All right.
Ben, come here. Snap your fingers. He loves it.
I just the dining room is kind of separate from the house. Like it's attached
Do you
to
want to
it.
walk over to the dining room? Did you want to show us the house?
Well, this isn't my house. I'm at Carter's house because we had dinner
Carter
here.
Smith.
Yeah, hi, Ben.
Hi, Ben.
What's up?
Ben, we need to go to Target again soon.
All right, I'll take you.
Target?
Okay, awesome. Thanks.
When did
I
you go
brought
to
Ryan to
Target?
Walmart once.
Wait, where's everybody else? Ben, where's everyone else? Are they still in the room? Oh, they're cleaning up. Sorry. I left after the salad because I had to do this call. Wait, what's happening with this lighting? I don't have time for this. What is going on? Any other
there
questions?
you
You're
are.
better. You're back.
Flawless again.
I was sweating for a moment.
All right. Well, this was fun. Ryan, we're excited to see you in New York and LA and first
Pennsylvania.
impressions are everything, guys. So even if you're on a Zoom, Ryan can see.
I can see everything.
Ryan, how do you like my makeup
Actually, I
today?
can't see on this Zoom call, but I'm in the bedroom. I'm sorry.
Where are you going?
Look at this color. It's so cute.
It is so cute. Are you going to go nautical theme with your next house, Ryan? Because I would take that for you.
It is nautical-ish. I guess you could say that.
Ryan, are you
Nautical.
moving to Maine? Is this your future?
Am I moving to Maine? I don't think so, but
He has a hard time leaving Manhattan.
Hi.
Hi, Tyler.
Show her that view.
so they saw the view. There's Liv, she's cleaning up the kitchen.
Oh,
She's
yes,
so
because that's what you
nice.
do.
We're like new.
You
We're
have
like.
Steven Tyler's daughter cleaning the kitchen, Ryan. Go in there and help.
I cleaned it the first time. There's a view. It's sunset.
Wow.
I'm on my way. I'll see you in like 12 hours.
Oh wait.
There's more.
How do I get it back? No, sorry.
He's so good at technology. I'm loving this.
He looks like he's in a spy movie now.
He's sneaking around.
So, yeah. So we're just flipping some wine. Ben is back.
Oh, Ben is back. All right. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall. I've been with you during snowstorms where there's no power, but I would have loved to watch you play board games.
Oh, I told him we played Bananagrams.
Oh yeah, I lost.
Oh, and he lied about the rules.
Oh
and
my
tried
God, is
to
his name
change-
Brandon?
He tried to change the rules in the middle of the game, and I was not having it.
Oh,
Out of the blue, he goes, "Oh, by the way, we could like change the words and like redo the words." I was like, "What? No,
you know what? Hold on.
we're not doing that."
You're the common denominator because you and I had a situation with that when we played Risk one time.
Yeah,
Changing the rule.
I think we needed
Yeah,
to do
we're
a
not
game night.
changing
Anybody
rules
here
in the
want
middle
to
of the
do a game
game.
night with us? Wouldn't that be so fun? That's good team
Like,
building.
I need to know
Tanya,
this
we're gonna get Tanya
before
to
I
do
touch something.
karaoke. We'll get Cynthia to come out. You know you would have loved Cynthia Stillwell, Haviland's mom.
But we played it again today.
Oh.
And we both conceded because we couldn't. Neither of us could win.
Oh, I was gonna say maybe
Oh.
it was a drinking game where you wanted to lose, but that's
No,
okay.
All
it's a
right.
word game. It's kind of like Scrabble, but you just put the words on the table and you make words. It's cute, frustrating, but cute.
You.
It killed time while we waited for the electricity. So.
Oh. How many of you guys, as Ryan was speaking, when he kept saying he was with Liv Tyler, how many of you guys were like, yeah, right, whatever? And then you saw Liv Tyler. How many of you guys are sorry that you dated Ryan Colby? I saw some of your faces go, what? It's the truth. All right, right. Well, I want to hear about this lobster. I hope you have a good night. I hope the power
It's a
stays
lobster
on.
dish that Carter is making with cream and lobsters and.
And who is
croutons.
Carter? Who is
Carter
Carter?
Smith, he's a film director. He
Okay.
directed a movie called The Ruins. He
Okay.
directed The Passenger, that's out right now on Amazon.
Oh,
He
good.
directed
Good plug.
Swallow, that's also out right now on Amazon. It has one of my boys in it, Jose.
Okay.
He directed a couple of other movies. I just can't think of the names. And he's
Well, sounds like
directing
we
a
need to
new
get them
web
both to an
series.
event. So
He's
talk the
directing a
talk.
new web series that Ben is going to be in. So
Oh,
Ben will
good.
be starring in it in the new year.
Awesome.
You guys see, this is how it's done. I mean, Zoom is cute, but we'd still rather eat lobster with you, Rye. Okay, well, we love you very much, and we hope go clean the kitchen, please.
I'm gonna go clean the
Oh my
kitchen.
God.
Well,
Bye,
I
Mr.
think
Colby.
it's already done. I think they were doing it this whole time I was yammering.
Well, you were on a Zoom call.
Okay, so they're clean,
Okay.
kitchen's being cleaned.
Okay, good.
All right, Mr.
Good.
Colby, thank you so much. This is
Thank
awesome.
you.
Take some pictures, Rye.
Isn't this a great kitchen? It's like a
I
chef.
can't see
Hold
it.
on, I
We
can't.
can only see the.
I don't know how to turn. This is
Oh.
chef's kitchen. I know, but it's still. You can still tell it's a chef's kitchen. Look at that stove. I would
Well,
kill.
see, Ryan, you do have work to do because they're not done cleaning it. So get to work, sir.
Okay. Okay. See you guys.
All right, thanks, Ryan.
Thank you. Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. We saw Liv Tyler. Just a day. It's just a day. Normal day.
We're
That was
allowed to
pretty
be
cool.
Awesome.
Armageddon, man. That's one of my favorite movies ever. How many of you guys remember that music video she did with Alicia Silverstone, right? Crazy.
Mm.
Unbelievable. Welcome to BIP Ignite. And Cynthia Stillwell.
I
Yeah.
know.
Like our favorite movies ever. Remember The Titans Glory, Fried Green Tomatoes. Jeff's gonna be like, please, enough already. Because I'm like, we have to watch everything. So even Selma, Haviland was in Selma. So now I gotta go back and rewatch it. It's different when you, Deneen, I mean, you talk about this, I worked in a dentist's office. What do you think now when you see our talent or the people that we work with on movies and TV shows? Does it freak you out? We walk through Times Square and we see our talent.
Hold on, I freak out every
Deneen
time.
cries
Like
every
I,
time.
you know what? I do cry because like the thing I love about what we do is that we truly help people achieve their dreams and their goals. We take it from
Yeah.
a dream and we make it reality. And that's all I've ever wanted. Like ever since, like everything I've ever done and like everything I've ever wanted to do, it's always been to help people. And when you can help people take their life from working in an office to like being on the big screen, I flip out because sometimes I'm like, oh my God, like I did that. And I don't take credit for it, but I'll never forget the first time I went to my dad's house and it was Father's Day and he had a brochure, like one of those little things that you get in the mail, those little flyers. And I saw Mireya on it. I was like, where did you get that? And he was like, it's just an advertisement for the local hospital. And I was like, I'm sorry. And like, it's like freak out moment.
But
And
Deneen
I
gets
like,
really excited. You can't hear her. That's how you know she's really excited.
yeah, I know.
She goes
But
to
remember,
all new octaves. Yeah.
it was the same thing when I saw her
Avinash?
on the NFL. When
Yeah.
I saw that commercial, like, oh my God. And Mike was like, what is wrong with you? I'm like,
We were in
and
the
like,
middle of Mexico and we saw Avinash on an Upwork
Yeah.
commercial. Nobody
Big-
spoke English and we're there cheering.
yeah, and they're like,
That's
why
our
are they
Super
cheering
Bowl.
for a
Yeah.
commercial? The weird Americans, right? Oh, but there's the same thing when we saw Big Jordy on that Pepsi commercial.
Oh yeah, yeah. Doritos. Yeah. Demi
We're like,
Lovato.
oh my God.
Yeah.
So
It's what we do.
we
As Cynthia says, if you love what you do, and it's true.
Yeah.
She's so passionate about it. And you can tell, so are we. I mean, it's already what, 6 on a Sunday?
Yep. Well,
I mean, think about it. I mean, guys, you're on this call right now, all 85 of us, not including anybody watching on Facebook or anything. Like in the last 2 days, let's just go through the roster of who we met. Bobby Finaro from The Sopranos. Go back and rewatch it. And like literally take a picture and be like, yo, I know him. Some of you guys, that's my coach. Cynthia Stillwell, Academy Award-winning movies. We just saw Liv Tyler. Come on. Ryan Colby, former art director of Vogue. You'll think every time you watch Devil Wears Prada, oh, Stanley Tucci. He was literally made because of Ryan Colby. That's Ryan Colby's character.
Yeah.
Michael Famkin working with Tony Rock. I think about all the amazing things that we've done in the last 48 hours.
Yep.
With us, without us, with us. How would you ever do this on your own? Like without a team, it's impossible.
And we had a costume party to boot.
That's true. That's true. You know what's funny? Michael had a joke on one of our improv things. He said it's too bad parallel lines will never meet because they live it's too
None of
bad
you
they'll
are
never meet because they live
mathematicians,
such
are you?
similar lives. But think about it, like some of you guys, how many of you feel the shift going exactly where it is that you wanted to go? Before us, you were going this way, not knowing if it was right or wrong. And then today we just did, and now we're going to a whole new direction.
Whole new world.
Whole new world.
All right, guys. So
Just
I
a
wouldn't
shift.
be me if I didn't give you a challenge. So do you want to know what the challenge is? Okay, good, because I'm going to give it to you. Your challenge is this. In the spirit of celebrating one another, because that's been a theme of the whole weekend, what I want you to do is go into the Facebook group. Jemima, if you can drop the link for the Facebook group. And I want you to celebrate someone else. I want you to celebrate. We had people share their biggest takeaways. You've heard Alicia's accomplishments. You've heard Mike's accomplishments. You've heard so many things. So what I want you to do is I want you to go into the Facebook group and I want you to celebrate someone else. Normally I'm like, what's your biggest takeaway? But you know what I love about what we do here at VIP Ignite? We're a community. This isn't just about me or Alicia or Mike or Leah or Pam or Janie or Sequoia or Roxanne or
Liv Tyler. Just throw
Liv
her in.
Tyler. You know, it's not about any one of us, it's about all of us. A rising tide raises all ships. So your job is to celebrate someone else. Do a video, do a post, whatever it is. I want you to go celebrate someone else in the Facebook group because that will show me that you are worthy of being a part of our community. And yes, I said the word worthy. Y'all just met Liv Tyler. Okay, you're welcome. The reason we do an interview process is we want to make sure that you are someone that we want to work with. So I want to see your hearts. And when I give these challenges, I don't always see a whole lot of people participating in them. And that breaks my heart. Because you know what? Do you guys think I give everything I have for the whole weekend? Yes or yes? Do you think Alicia gives everything she has? Yes or yes? Do you think Mike gives everything he has? Yes or yes? So I want you to show me that you're willing to give just a little bit more by celebrating someone else in the group. Okay? Normally at this time, we would also talk about Hollywood and all these things, but y'all, we don't have any spots left.
No spots.
So we could talk about it, but it'd be like talking about a puppy that you can't adopt. We're out of spots.
That's true. That's true.
So
yeah, in closing, I would like to talk about appointments very quickly. Am I able to do that?
yes, and before you do that,
Yeah.
I have already sent about 95% of you a message saying, hey, we look forward to speaking to you. So you already have my phone number. I think there are 4 people that I didn't get a chance to do that to.
I want everybody to type 856 in the chat. 856.
Or just respond to the video I sent you.
856. If you don't respond to Deneen, you're not going to respond to anybody. 856. And that's the truth. It is a test. Okay, so a couple of things. One, If you scheduled an interview, just let you know, since you were on a 16-hour boot camp, we don't reschedule. So your appointment time is your appointment time. You've heard about extreme circumstances where people still show up. We expect you to be professional. Again, I had somebody earlier today email me saying she had cramps. Would I please forward her information on to Colby? Well, I could, but I won't. No. So 856. Okay, number one. Number two, at the time of the interview, can everybody on here make their own decisions? Obviously, we need grown-ups to work with our company. If you're under the age of 18, hopefully a parent was present for this entire call. They'll also have to be present at the interview. At the time of the interview, you're either going to get accepted or rejected. You are scheduling with intent to join the program. Does that make sense? You're scheduling with intent to join the program. And if you are accepted into our program, you must have an ID and credit card at the time of the interview. So I want everybody to type ID and credit card. Okay. This is not a sales call. You are auditioning to join our program. Our program is coveted. Okay. This is Hollywood. You're on a 16-hour call. You want in? Great. This is the price. We need to make sure. I don't care if you can pay in full. I care about your scheduling with intent to join the program. If accepted, you're either going to hold it with a deposit. We're going to work out a payment plan. But if it's something, oh, I don't know how I'm going to pay for it. I just auditioned last week. I still don't have a job. I still don't have a credit card. I'm just going to remove you from the database for not respecting our time. Okay. I'm going to say it again. We spent 16 hours here this weekend. I have a 3-year-old and we're producing Broadway. We're working on all these projects right now. If you schedule and you have no means to do this, please cancel. And I'm going to say that as nicely as I can, because I'm going through the list, Deneen, and there are people that literally just interviewed last week and they didn't have a credit card. They didn't have a job. They didn't even have anything to put down. Did you win the lottery over the week? Like what happened? How did something change? Why are you wasting an hour of my time? And it's not going to be an hour. I will get on and I will say, you were accepted last week. You couldn't move forward. Can you do it now? Are you financially able to do this? Our program is training. Our program is photos. Our program is networking with like the biggest names in the industry. Obviously, we've proven ourselves that we are who we say we are, right? If you're happy with the way your career is, don't schedule. If you want in and you want to network on this type of level, you want face-to-face, our way works. This is what we do. Okay. But financially, you have to be able to cover your own investment. If you're unable to put down a deposit, you still need to talk to your mommy, your daddy, your priest, your pimp. After 16 hours, there's no helping you. There is no helping you. And that is the truth. Because if Tanya gave you an opportunity as an agent, Cynthia gave you an opportunity as like an Academy Award-winning casting director. I don't even want you to embarrass yourself or me saying, well, I need to ask my mom. Because Deneen, you had an interview last week. Somebody was 30 and they still needed to talk to their mom. 30. I don't care if you're working. I don't care if you're unemployed. I don't care if you're a single mom with 10 kids. I care about, is this something you want to do? Are you ready to do this? Do you understand? If you understand, type understood, because it's very important. I want to make sure you have to be able to make your own decisions. The event is in Hollywood, California. Hollywood. You'll be going out to California for a couple of days in May of 2024. I don't want to hear my work won't let me off. You have 6 months. Okay, but if you want a ticket, you're going to hold it and we're going to work out a payment plan, or you're going to buy the ticket in its entirety. And we have very limited tickets left, Deneen. So if someone isn't serious, or if someone's going to make excuses, you heard Tanya, you heard Cynthia, you heard every single person, red flags. I love you, but it's not going to work out. Not here. I'll give you 10 other companies that will take your money and promise you the sun, moon, and stars. No rainbows or unicorns here. Okay. And as Cynthia said, don't kiss my ass. And that's the truth. You want to get face to face? We're going to put you face to face. But the question is, are you ready? Are you ready? How many of you guys are ready for face to face?
If you're ready, type ready in the comments. Awesome.
And honestly, Denise, it's scary as shit to go face to face. Like Cynthia wasn't kidding when she was like going over monologues. Okay, put it down. Just talk to me.
Yep.
Nothing drives me crazier than when I get on with somebody for an interview and they can't talk. Personality is one of the biggest things that we look for. Personality and reliability and professionalism.
Yeah.
So if you sat through an interview this weekend for 16 hours and you scheduled yourself, okay, you scheduled yourself using the link, you picked your own date, your own time, you did that. If you even say, I forgot, something came up, I was busy, I'm not even going to miss you. I promise you I won't miss you. Okay, I'll go on and win another Tony. I won't even think twice. Because that's the truth. You are not meant to be in show business. Okay.
Yeah.
You scheduled yourself after 16 hours. I expect you to show up. I want everybody to type, I will. This is a commitment, not to me, to you. Show up for you. I will. I will. I will show up. If I scheduled a meeting, I'm going to show up. I'm going to prove to you I'm meant to be in this industry. Great. First impression. You already didn't show up.
All right, guys. Alicia, thank you for laying down the law.
Well, it's the law. I mean, did you guys appreciate this weekend?
I appreciate you setting the expectations, because it's disheartening for us when
we really want to help you.
Like, we want to help
Cynthia,
you.
by the way, texted me people that she absolutely loved, and she said, tell me if I'm going to see them. Okay. Well, I don't know. Are you?
Awesome. All right, guys.
So make sure when you show up, you're ready.
Yeah, exactly. It's show business.
Yeah, show me. Yeah, show me you're ready.
All right.
And that's the truth. We're here to help you. 16 hours. Let me ask you guys a question. Do you think this weekend came easy for us, or do you think we had to put in a lot of work to get to this level? How many of you guys are glad that we put in the work to do this? All you got to do is just show up. Right? You just had to show up.
For those of you that are still here, let's celebrate the fact that you are still here. Okay, give yourselves a round of applause.
Yeah, this was like Survivor. And I'm actually going to pull a list of everybody that is still here, because I would trust you to be on set for 15 hours. I know you got it in you. Roxanne Wilson, Solange, Leah, I know you got it in you. Janie Snyder, she's maybe in a car driving to Florida. I know she's going to show up. Heather McCord, I don't know where you are, but I know you're going to show up. Hi, Bonnie. Bonnie Bag. I mean, this is what we do.
Yep. Awesome.
You had an Academy Award winning casting director going through each of your pictures. How did that feel to have her say your name out loud? Holy shit. Roxanne, what do you have in common with Denzel Washington? You now have something in common. Right? That's a new drinking game. Name anybody. Ryan Gosling, I got somebody in common. Right? Lord of the Rings, I got somebody in common. Think about it. Proximity, proof, and power. We create the place, we create the time. You just have to show up. We've done all the work. Just show up. Rising Star Academy, guys. We have a lot of really cool trainings. Haviland, you guys met Haviland yesterday. She's doing trainings. Bobby Finaro. We have one of the top writers from Netflix now doing trainings for us.
And that starts this week.
Holy shit. And she's so excited.
This week. So guys, I just want you to understand that, like Dorothy in the Yellow Brick Road, you're one step away from creating everything that you dream of. But you have to show up for yourself. You showed up for yourself this weekend. Now you need to show up for yourself after this weekend. And this is the other thing I want you guys to do. I don't only want you to show up for yourselves. I want you to show up for one another in the Facebook group. I want you to go in there and I want you to celebrate someone. I want you to be great. I want you to show gratitude for someone else in this community. And I want you to rise to the occasion. We didn't just accidentally choose the name Rising Stars Academy. You guys are rising stars. And I want you to know that. And I just want to thank you guys for being here this weekend. Thank you for those of you that showed up and dressed up. Thank you and if you didn't show up and dress up, thank you too. Normally, I'm not a big dresser upper, but I guess I made up another word. shut up all your grammar Nazis. I don't usually love to dress up, but you know what? This has been a lot of fun this weekend. I've enjoyed this so much. So make sure you, again, if I should have texted everyone that's scheduled, just send me a thumbs up, send me a check mark, let me know that you're alive, okay? And then show up on your calls. I'll be calling all of you guys tomorrow and Tuesday and Wednesday to confirm your appointments. And I'm really excited. I'm excited because you know what? I love success stories. I love sharing the success stories. You know what I love even more? New success stories. And that. So.
Who's ready for Hollywood? Type Hollywood. That's the end result. Hollywood. Hollywood.
Hollywood. Hollywood. Hollywood. Awesome. All right, guys. This has been amazing. But I think it's time for us to go celebrate one another and enjoy the rest of our weekend. Is that okay? Awesome. All right. Alicia, thank you so
What?
much.
Thank
for
you. It was a
being
pleasure
here
seeing you.
and
Thank you for
asking amazing
hosting.
questions. And thank you for starting the call. It took me a little while to get this beautiful today.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm excited. This is a team effort, guys. We're only as good as our talent. So I'm excited. Some of you guys are brand new. Best of luck to you. I will personally be doing some interviews this week. So kind of fun.
All right. So we will see you this week. Please respond to my text message that I already sent to you. And have an amazing, amazing evening.
Make sure you guys post about it. Tag us. Hi, Monique Jennings. Okay.
All right, guys.
All right.
Have a great
Bye.
night.